strategic balance in Europe do not give Russia the right to threaten the territorial integrity and sovereignty of another state. The Security Council has a legitimacy to debate and, with the goodwill of all, adopt measures to redress this dangerous situation. The collective security system of the United Nations rests ultimately on the pillar of international law. The sovereign equality and the territorial integrity of UN member states are not hollow words. It is our duty to give concrete meaning to the high aspirations of the drafters of the UN Charter. That is our most valuable legacy. To rid ourselves from the scourge of war was the very reason for the establishment of the United Nations. In the end, peace and international order must prevail.
Oops.
We shall not rest until this mission is accomplished.
There we go. We're back.
I thank you, Mr. President.
Спасибо.
Thank you. I now will put the draft resolution to the vote. I request that those voting in favor of the draft resolution contained in document
Welcome back, everyone.
S2022-155 to raise their hands.
So, we spoke a lot yesterday about NATO and the UN
Кто против?
and
Those against?
mutually assured
Кто воздержался?
destruction.
Abstentions?
Результаты.
The result of the voting is as follows.
Welcome, Mr. Kenny CCR. Yeah, we got
11 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 3 abstentions.
Проект резолюции.
The draft resolution.
So this has just happened. I just watched it, and it's again while I was streaming. Very interesting. What's been happening? So basically, there was we spoke about Security Council yesterday and how P5 have a veto power,
Has not been adopted.
and essentially
Owing
Russia
to
have
the
vetoed
negative
this
vote
resolution.
of a permanent member of the Security
It's
Council.
really interesting. To
I
hear
now
why.
give the floor to those members of the Security Council who wish to deliver statements after the vote. I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
And the other interesting thing about it is that Russia are
Dear
actually
colleagues,
the chair of the council at the moment.
We deeply regret the decision of the Russian Federation to veto the resolution. The Council lost a precious opportunity to show to the world its unity.
So I think Albania
its power,
sponsored the
its
resolution, which means
usefulness.
that they very strongly
Instead,
opposed it.
It was blocked. It was taken hostage.
Why do you think
We are
that, Kenny?
disappointed but not surprised, and this is not the end of our efforts. We will continue to work with the UN member states, with those who stand for rules and not chaos, with those who base their
Security
relations
Council's a bit funny
with
because
others on respect
everything is
and
very
not
prepared.
contempt.
So
We'll
everyone reads
continue
off a
to
script
condemn
that's
this
been prepared
aggression,
earlier.
Call for ending this senseless war.
Nothing really that.
Russia may inflict damage,
Well, I
kill
guess
people,
China abstaining was maybe a bit
overthrow a
surprising.
legitimate government, try to destroy Ukraine, but as history teaches, it will never be able to kill freedom. Instead, Russia will be held responsible for the consequences of its actions. It is already facing worldwide condemnation. It will face sanctions,
Nice,
as we
Hayden.
heard,
Yeah, I'm not
and
surprised.
restrictions,
I know
just
there's
like the suspension
planes
of its
going in
rights
and out
in the
of
Council of Europe today.
our government all the time.
But it will not be able to destroy European security.
We've seen
nor
F-16s
Nor
refueling.
will it be
Obviously,
able
this
to throw the world back. We stand
drone out in the
and
Black
we
Sea
stand with
is
Ukraine. And as
seems to
announced
be on
today
ops.
by Prime Minister Rama, Albania, in its tradition, is ready, if needed, to shelter Ukrainians fleeing the war. In conclusion,
Ed
let
says
me
no-fly
reiterate
zone over
that Albania
Ukraine.
supports the sovereignty,
The only
territorial integrity of
way a
Ukraine,
no-fly
whether it's
zone
in
could be
flat or
imposed over
recognised
Ukraine
borders.
now is, I think, by
My pleasure.
Russia.
Спасибо.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Colleagues, not surprisingly,
Ramirez, why
Russia
wasn't the US held for
exercised
actions in Vietnam,
its veto
Afghanistan, Iraq? I
power
think that was kind of the
today
point
in an
that
effort to protect
Turn that feedback off.
Russia's
Was kind of the point that
premeditated, unprovoked, unjustified, and unconscionable
you're going to hear it
war
here actually
in
when
Ukraine.
Russia talk about it.
But let me make one thing clear.
Hopefully the sound is okay.
Russia, you cannot veto this resolution. You can veto this resolution, but you cannot veto our voices.
Yeah, we've seen
You
these
cannot veto the crew.
Stratotankers go in and out
You
from
cannot
Mildenhall.
veto our principles,
This one
you
looks like it
cannot
might be
veto
landing in Poland, actually.
the Ukrainian people. You
Oh, no, maybe
cannot veto
German base.
the UN Charter. And you will not veto accountability. Responsible members
This
of
one's
this
probably been out
Security
all day.
Council have stood together today in the face of Russia's aggression, and we will
So,
continue to
the
stand with Ukraine,
logic that Russia is
supporting it
putting
in
forward is
every
that
way we can.
the UN isn't really fit for purpose because
We are united
of what has happened
behind
in
Ukraine and
Iraq,
its
Syria,
people,
Libya, and Kosovo.
despite a reckless, irresponsible
some very
permanent
interesting
member of the
things that
Security Council abusing
here.
its power to attack its neighbor
I've got all the
and
feeds open as
subvert
well
the
that we had
UN
yesterday. It's all
and
the
our
same.
international system. This vote showed which countries truly believe in supporting the core principles of
I don't know if
the UN
anyone's seen what's happened
and
here. This
which
is
ones
just
deploy
literally
them
happening right now. This
as
session,
convenient
this like still in session.
catchphrases. This vote showed which Security Council members
Yeah, I heard about the
support
Ghost to
the
Kiev.
UN Charter
I don't know if
and
it's
which ones do not.
propaganda one way or the other, but
We
it's
will be addressing this matter in the General Assembly,
it's
where the
prob-
Russian
it's-
veto
I don't think there's a
does
single
not
Ghost to
apply.
Kiev or whatever.
and
Welcome,
the
DK.
nations of the world
Welcome
can,
back.
will, and should hold Russia
Let us-
accountable
let us down.
and
So
stand in
where we, if I
solidarity
can do some, I
with
think.
Ukraine. Before I
So where we were
conclude, I
yesterday
want to
is that
commend
we
the true and
saw
tremendous
the
courage
armor
we
columns
are
going to
seeing
Chernobyl. There was a
from the
battle in
Ukrainian
Chernobyl,
people.
which we're going to hear about
Thank
here.
the Ukrainian
And
representative
there
who
was
is here
also a
with
kind of
us today.
paratroopers
Earlier
um,
today, President Biden spoke
flown
with
into
President
this
Zelensky
airport by
and
helicopter,
personally
presumably over the river.
commended the brave
But then it
actions of
looks
the
like
Ukrainian
Ukraine took
people
back the airfield.
who
It was a
are
little bit
fighting to
disputed.
defend their country. He also conveyed
But I
ongoing
think pretty
economic,
much now it
humanitarian,
seems
and security
likely
support
that those armor
being provided
columns
by the United
are pretty
States,
much at
as well as our continued
the city
effort
limits of Kiev.
to
That's where I
rally other
suspect
countries to provide
things
similar
are at.
assistance.
We
It's
heard
hard to
recently that there was
imagine what
a
it must feel
cargo
like
plane shot
to see
down
tanks rolling into your
um,
city,
here. I
to
think there's
see
another military
bombs
base, another military
dropped
airfield near here.
on your streets,
And we saw one of these planes
see
yesterday flying into
storm your parks
Belarus
and
from
your
Moscow.
gardens. But in the face of all of this, everyday Ukrainian people are taking
Yeah, just finished, but
extraordinary
it's interesting to go
actions
through it.
to protect their children, to protect their country, to defend
I'm excited for myself.
everything they hold dear. I also want to commend the courage of the thousands of people in Russia who are protesting Putin's war.
Welcome,
despite
Nathan.
grave risks
What's
to their
your view on
personal
everything,
safety.
Nathan?
They will keep chanting, no war. They will keep asking how many Russian lives Putin wants
But it's an
to
example of like,
sacrifice
I don't know if
for
the
his
Security
cynical
Council is really
ambitions.
that
As
fit
we
for
move
purpose
forward,
anymore. If
I hope more member states take
the
their
veto has always
cues
been an issue,
from this courage
but basically, if
and
any of the
honor all of
P5
this
states are
bravery
involved in anything
with
directly,
more
then
of our own.
they can veto it. And so,
Спасибо.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
I don't know what you're talking about, Eva. You got to substantiate what you're saying, unless you're going to get timed out by a mod, probably.
Mr. President,
See, Hayden.
India is deeply
Welcome back,
disturbed
Yoxi.
by the recent turn of
So I think India
developments in Ukraine.
abstained, and I think China
We
abstained,
urge that all
and I don't
efforts
know.
are
I think
made
there was one
for
other
the
country that
immediate
abstained, but I'm not
cessation
sure
of
which country that
violence
was.
and hostilities.
Don't know if anyone knows who else
No
abstained.
solution can ever be arrived at the cost of human life.
It's interesting to kind of
We are also deeply concerned
see
about
through like the
welfare and
abstentions that
security
you
of the
have
Indian
this
community,
alignment.
including a
Russia,
large
China,
number of
and
Indian students
India. We talked about
in
this
Ukraine.
yesterday.
The contemporary global order has been built on the UN Charter, international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states.
UAE. I don't know
All
why
member states need
UAE
to
used
honor
to
these
abstain. I don't know
principles in
if
finding a
because they
constructive
get
way
weapon supplies or
forward.
something.
Dialogue is the only answer to settling differences and
Daniel, the
disputes.
Security Council has never been
However
fit for purposes to
daunting that
veto.
may
I
appear
guess it's
at
kind
this
of if you subscribe to
It is a
that
matter of regret
I
that
don't
the
know.
path of diplomacy was given up.
the veto is a powerful
We
thing
must
in
return to it.
not
For all
legitimizing
these
action,
reasons,
right?
India
So it
has
prevents,
chosen to abstain
in a
on
way,
this
it prevents the
resolution.
world going to
Thank you.
war because only
Спасибо.
Security
Thank you.
Council
I now give the
resolutions are
floor to
binding.
the representative of the United Kingdom.
But it does make it a bit toothless.
Colleagues, a large
the
majority of
UK.
the Council has just voted in favour of a resolution aimed
Mods are on
at
it already.
stopping war.
Welcome back, some
The
dudes.
resolution has not been adopted only because of the single veto of the permanent member of this council who is perpetrating that conflict.
Yeah, there's a lot of parts of the UN, like
Russia claims that its
you know,
invasion
food
of
and agricultural
Ukraine
programs,
is in
UNICEF,
self-defense. This is
economic
absurd.
programs, UNESCO.
Russia's
The
only
Security
act of
Council is definitely a
self-defense
unique part of it.
is the
with
vote
the veto. There's no
they
veto
have
in any other
cast against this
assembly.
resolution today. Make no mistake, Russia is isolated. It has no support
Yeah, exactly, as he
for the
says.
invasion of Ukraine. History will record how we voted today and which countries stood up to be counted in defence of the Charter and the sovereignty and
This lady looks
territorial
very
integrity
mean.
of Ukraine.
Focused.
The United Kingdom stands steadfast in support of the Ukrainian people and will hold Russia accountable for its aggression.
So I think I was wrong yesterday because my initial assessment
you.
was that I didn't see
I
how
now
Ukraine
give
could
the
really
floor to the
repel
representative of Norway.
an invasion. But given we're so many hours post the invasion, and I don't
President,
think any major
Norway
cities have been
voted in
taken.
favor of the draft resolution. We deeply regret Russia's veto. Preventing an ending act
Because
of
I remember
aggression
saying yesterday, surely
is
it's
a
too late
direct
to call up
responsibility of this
or
council.
start conscription, but
A
I
veto
guess it wasn't.
cast by the aggressor undermines the purpose
okay.
of the Security Council. It is a violation of the
You've got to
very
substantiate it,
foundation
evil,
of
otherwise
the
you're
UN
just going to
Charter.
get timed out.
Furthermore, in the spirit of the Charter, Russia, as a party, should have abstained from voting on this resolution.
Ryan has the same haircut.
On Wednesday, as we sat here in the Council chamber,
I do feel like
could
we
see the
spoke a lot
shocking
yesterday
first
about like
images
mutually assured
of what
destruction
now
and
amounts to a full-scale
or like
Russian invasion
ways that the
of
world
a
has
free
stopped
and
war
independent
being
UN member state.
mutually assured destruction,
We can only imagine
NATO
the hardship
and
the
UN
people
Security
of
Council,
Ukraine is going
and I feel like all of them are kind of,
with their tanks, missiles,
I don't know, this
bombs,
question's being asked because like
planes,
with NATO it
warships,
seems that if
and
you're not in
cyber
NATO,
attacks. The Russian
then
Federation's
basically
aggression
so much less
not
likely that
only
any NATO
violates the
country will
independence,
help you because of the risk
sovereignty,
of
and territorial
Article 5
integrity
being
of
invoked.
Ukraine.
Security Council
It
has the
also
veto,
constitutes a serious
and mutually
breach
assured
of
destruction
international peace and
only
security.
works if the person, well,
Russia has
there's a few
disregarded the very
premises.
core
Firstly, if
principle
you
of
really
the
care about
rule-based
your
world
house,
order that the
and also
United
if
Nations has stood
you-
for since the Second World War. Let me be
if someone can't like
absolutely
intercept
clear.
missiles or something like
Norway
that.
insists that the Russian Federation immediately, completely, and
Wow, the mods are
unconditionally
absolutely
stops
on it.
all fighting and withdraws all of its forces from
Yeah,
the
I kind of
territory
thought it might be
Ukraine.
something like we've seen
Russia
in
must respect the principles
Afghanistan
and purposes
recently
of the
or
UN
Iraq a
Charter.
few times, but it hasn't. By
Norway
those things.
expresses full solidarity
Welcome
with
back, MBR. Welcome
Ukraine
back, King Gears.
and the Ukrainian people in the
Let me know if I
face
haven't got
of
the sound
Russian
right, by the way.
aggression.
King is the Russian invasion is very
Indeed,
half-hearted.
we
If they were really
already
serious, I'd
see
expect
the
from
dire
resources.
consequences
I don't know
of
whether
war,
they,
with casualties
if
and
Russia were
injuries
expected
of
to
large
be able to
numbers
take
of children,
to execute it
women,
with those
and men.
forces and therefore risk less
We fear
casualties and
increased
also
suffering
just
in the
risk
time
less
ahead,
things getting out of control.
with potentially large numbers of
But it
casualties
seems like
and
definitely the
extensive
fight for
destruction
this
of
airbase
civilian
really
infrastructure,
scuppered things.
such
So I
as
think
schools,
I've read
medical
in a number of
facilities,
places that the plan
water,
was
and
to
electricity
follow up the
plants.
initial like
We
shot
see fighting
paratroopers with
unfolding in and around urban
big cargo
areas.
planes coming in.
We are deeply concerned about the long-term
And if
protracted
Ukraine
harm
was
to the
able to
civilian
temporarily take back
population
that
caused
airport, I'm
by
sure they
such
would have prepared
warfare,
it for sabotage
including by
to
the
destroy the
use of
runway and
heavy
something in case they lost it
explosive
again.
weapons.
Talking about MPR, did some
We
studying on
already
Ukraine
see mass
history,
displacement.
oligarchy, and crash of
This
Russian
will
general
only
systems.
increase, together with trauma,
Yeah, we saw more
family
sanctions being
separation,
launched today.
and missing persons. The situation is a tragedy, both for individuals.
We haven't
and the
discussed NATO
Ukrainian
response force.
society at
That's the
large.
first time that's happened, a kind of
Parties
defensive
to the
force
conflict in Ukraine must comply
being
with their obligation
put
under
together.
international law,
Ironically, it's a sort of
including
thing
human
that I
rights
think
law
we'll hear in a
and
statement
international
from
humanitarian
Putin
law,
saying this is
and ensure
another
the
expansion from
protection
NATO.
of
So
the
it's one of those
civilian
things that
population and
you know
detainees.
how it's going to be played
Space
in
for
Russia.
neutral and impartial and independent humanitarian action must be protected to ensure safe, rapid.
I've got
and
all the
unimpeded
news sources up that we
humanitarian
had yesterday, by the
access
way,
to
so I'm
those in
checking
need.
in. But what has happened in the
We
Security
condemn
Council
in the
is
strongest
pretty
possible
extraordinary.
terms
It
Russia's
might
military
be the start
aggression
of the
against
end of
Ukraine.
kind of
This Council must now carry out
these structures
the
in the
great
UN, I don't know.
responsibility of
Well,
its
very
mandate
big questions
and
if
act
there
in
are
a
no changes.
determined and united manner to stop the ongoing aggression against a UN member state. We also condemn Belarus for facilitating these attacks. Norway will join our
Yeah, we
allies
try and
and
try and
partners in swift
clear any
and
rumours in
concrete
here.
countermeasures. This includes the alignment of Norway to the
So,
intensified
I think
sanctions
what
of the European Union.
we do know, because we've seen
Let me conclude by reiterating
the
Norway's
Russian tanks at Chernobyl
unwavering
yesterday,
support for Ukraine's
and there's been
sovereignty,
videos and photos
territorial
of
integrity
columns moving
within
down.
its
So I
internationally
suspect,
recognized
although I
borders.
haven't seen any confirmation, that those
Спасибо.
Thank you. I now give the floor
armor
to the
columns has now
representative of
arrived at the
Ireland.
airport. And with cargo planes, you can bring in APCs and tanks
Mr.
and everything.
President,
His island.
Ireland voted in favour of the draft resolution presented by the United States and Albania in response to the flagrant violation of the UN Charter, of international law, and of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of
Think about
Ukraine
United Security
by the
Council. There's a
Russian
lot,
Federation.
whatever's happening in the world that
The Russian Federation
kind
has
of
turned its back on
deserves
diplomacy.
Security Council
It has spurned
meetings.
genuine offers of
Always
dialogue
hear this kind of
and
language.
rejected
So it's very
repeated calls from the international community.
it's very
for
similar to language
de-escalation.
heard before. A lot of it.
Instead, it has launched
Yeah,
an
I saw
unjustified
I
and
saw a Kasparov
unprovoked
interview
attack
with
on Ukraine.
Sky News today. He's obviously been a
An
very
attack that
outspoken critic
continues
in
today
Russia.
to rain death
Um,
and destruction on Ukraine and its people.
His view is basically there need to be more sanctions.
We condemn these actions outright.
See, I don't know what people think about how
casting our
it's
vote today,
gone. When we
do
went
so
to
in full
sleep last
solidarity
night, if you're in
with the
Europe,
people
if
of
you
Ukraine.
US a bit later, it kind of seemed like
This council has a responsibility to act.
it kind
in
of
the
seemed
face
like
of
things would be very
conflict,
different today,
to
and
protect international
it
peace
doesn't
and
seem like things
security,
are in terms of
to
territory
uphold
and
the
cities
principles the world
are
agreed upon
massively
in
massively
response
different
to
to what
the
we
utter
might have expected. I
devastation
don't think there's
of the
been
Second World
much
War.
fighting in Odessa, which is interesting because
This
that's still a
is not
port available to
responsibility
Ukraine.
that Ireland takes lightly.
But I think
Yet
that
it
you
is
can see
one
there's going to be a
that we were
pretty clear kind of
prevented from
pincer movement on
discharging
Kiev,
today
and
in
I
spite
suspect these
of the clear and declared will
these columns have
of the
made
great
pretty big
majority
progress.
of this council's members.
I mean, we looked at the
Mr.
footage
President,
yesterday when
We
the
deeply
paratroopers
regret the use of the
landed
veto
at
today
the
by
airport
the
and
Russian
CNN were
Federation.
there, and it just looked
The veto
a bit
is an anachronism
didn't look that
which has no place
hyper
in
focused.
today's world. The use of the veto to block council action is always unacceptable.
There's been a few tweets about
Its
Swift,
use
so
today in blatant defense of military
it looks like
aggression
Swift
is
is
reprehensible.
possibly going to be
However,
taken away from Russia, but
the veto
it hasn't
in
been
no way
officially announced
obscures
yet
the
by
plain
kind of all
facts of
Western
Russian aggression
nations.
against Ukraine. Nor will it hinder the
It
international
sounded like
community's
Germany, Italy, and possibly
response
Cyprus
to
were
Russia's
against it,
blatant
but I think
breaches
they've
of
all come out and
international
said
law. As
there needs
demonstrated
to be more
by the
sanctions.
broad co-sponsorship of today's resolution by the wider UN membership. In this context, Ireland strongly supports the comprehensive
And there's a
sanctions
lot of
announced
reporting
by the European Union
very
yesterday.
recently about a
We
Russian
stand
cargo
ready to
plane being
support
shot down
further
here.
measures if Russia does not
There is a
reverse
military
course.
airfield somewhere here. Yeah, this military airfield here,
Mr. President,
and obviously
the unfolding horror of
this one
recent
here we saw
days
yesterday.
is a
So
tragedy for the people of Ukraine.
once Russia can
and one
secure
which
some
evokes
airfields,
nightmares
they can
the
land in
people
these
of
cargo
Europe
planes and unload
fervently
tanks,
hoped
etc.
had been consigned to a blood-stained history.
See, Daniel.
Only dialogue and diplomacy offer escape from these nightmares. We call on Russia to end its aggression against Ukraine today, to turn away from war and choose the path of dialogue.
See how busy the airspace is around Ukraine.
This is
Feels
the
like
right
that exclusion zone is a bit
path, and the time to take it.
wide, if anything.
is
I'm not sure if
now.
it's loading all planes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
President,
SWIFT is a
at this time,
international banking system
Russian
that
missiles
if you
are
cut
killing
Russian,
civilians,
I think at the
bombing
moment a majority of the sanctions have
destroying
been on banks
essential
and
infrastructure,
high-profile individuals. Whereas if you cut
with the
off
sole
SWIFT,
goal
you
of making Ukraine
kind
a
of
vassal
really
state
cut off
These are goals
Russian businesses
of
from
rebuilding the
international
Russian
payments, and
empire.
I think the idea is that at that
Ukraine is the
point
victim of a
you apply a lot more
aggression
domestic
initiated
pressure
by the
on the
President of
government
Russia.
from domestic businesses.
Nothing can ever justify this.
Oh, welcome, Daniel. I'm
No
not sure you're going to
member
like the sim racing
of the
content.
Council supports it. The result of the vote is clear. Russia is alone. France welcomes the mobilization of all members of this council.
You don't need to put in caps, Telio, but obviously there was
in favor of the resolution.
the agreement that Ukraine signed in
their
1994.
commitment to international law and
that
their
it seems pretty
support
clear has
for
been
Ukraine.
torn up. I mean,
We condemn
I'm not
the
sure Ukraine
use
would
of
have
the
been
veto
able to
by
maintain
Russia.
those nuclear weapons. I
Veto
still
in
don't know
efforts to restore
who's
peace and
responsible
international
or
order.
who's kind of bankrolling the maintenance of Chernobyl, for example.
roughshod over its responsibilities as a permanent member of the Security Council. It is manipulating the United Nations Charter.
East if Ukraine had nuclear
most
weapons, would this
basic
have happened?
principles therein.
It's a very good question.
President.
If you think about
the UN
mutually
and
assured
in
destruction,
all
then
bodies,
if that
France will
holds, then
continue to
no, this wouldn't have
mobilize
happened
with its
because
partners
if you attack a
to
nuclear
support
armed country, then you can expect,
Ukraine
I don't
and
know.
the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
I don't know what people
I
think
now
about that. What do
give the
people
floor
think if Ukraine
to the
hadn't given up
representative of
nuclear weapons? I'm not sure it was able to maintain them.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, nice mistake.
Ghana voted
Welcome, Simhub.
in favor of the draft resolution on the situation
Thanks,
in
Daniel.
Ukraine, which did not pass,
Yeah, I saw that just now from
because
Twitter.
that is the minimum duty we owe to the Charter, the peoples of the world, and in particular the government and people of Ukraine as a member of this council. We joined the 10 other
Michael, this
members of the
website is
council
Live UA Map, and this
in
one is
seeking
Flight
to
Radar,
deploy in the strongest terms the Russian Federation.
where it says no way Russia would attack a country that has nukes.
Because that act breaches Russia's
It's kind of difficult to think about
as a
because
member of the United Nations. Its obligation to respect the provisions of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter.
you have this
By
like
not
negative
refraining
force
from the use of
or
force
like
in
preventative
its
force of Ukraine having nuclear weapons, but then there seems to be this very
The
clear
Russian
desire
Federation
from
has
Russia that
chosen to violate without
Ukraine is
justification
inherently Russian land, so which would
the
win out?
sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Even as several
Goat
world
says sanctions
leaders
will have no
have
effect
appealed
in
for
Russia. They
dialogue
kick out the Federal Reserve banks,
to find
naval
a peaceful
pipelines, German.
settlement of the situation.
I'm not sure because
Russian Federation's actions, which
I
have
imagine
assailed the
a
purposes
significant
and
amount of
principles
Russia's
Charter
economy is based on
of the United Nations
um,
have threatened
natural
the
resource
global
exports.
order, the
So
balance of
if
peace and
sanctions mean
security.
that
We have also taken
Russian
note of
companies
the
can no
Russian
longer make those
Federation's
sales, and I don't
letter
know.
presented to the Council that seeks to indicate that issues of
I
force
think there was
against
also
Ukraine
at the
was in
time there was a
self-defense.
general desire to remove
Dismiss it
nuclear
in the
weapons
face
from
of
a
all
territory
its all-out
when no
military
one knew what
action
was going to
against
happen.
Ukraine.
It could have been
We are
very
pained by the
unstable.
unnecessary and rising number of
I
deaths
think at the time it was
that have
inherently
been
much more
occasioned
stable
by
than
the
it
invasion, and
became.
we call on
So
the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine.
welcome, Ali. Ghana rep
and
has
to
cool
recommit to
glasses.
dialogue and diplomacy. Besides our own assessment,
I feel like
that
the
Ukraine
Ghana
presented
delegate
no
wouldn't
imminent threat
start
to
any
the
major
Russian
wars.
Federation. The letter is also interpreted within the context of Russia's own public
Yeah, no GT
declarations
streams
over the
tonight. Hopefully,
course
we'll be
of the
streaming
past
GT tomorrow.
years, which have shown to the world that rather than a security merit,
Fish, haven't been keeping up to
this
let
has
anyone
been
know what the
about
whole
the
deal with
use of
Belarus
force
getting
against
involved
its
in. So
Muslim neighbor.
Belarus is kind of in
because
the
it could.
Russian sphere of influence, and there were
At the
Russian
beginning of its
military rules going
build-up on the
on.
borders of Ukraine,
The practical
we
significance has
were
been
told
that
what was being
um,
observed was a
the
normal military
Russian
exercise.
armor columns have been able to move
When
in from
concerns over the
Belarus
massive
territory
build-up
into Chernobyl,
were made,
and then
the
almost
Russian
inevitably
Federation
down
informed the world that
to
its
try and
troops were on its
encircle
side of
Kyiv.
the borders and had no intention of crossing the frontiers of Ukraine. At the point, we were also informed
Phage
that
said
troops were
Russia
being
runs entirely
considered to be sent to the
resource
Donbas
exports
region of
and
Ukraine in
arms
the
trade, remove
context
them
of
from international
peace
credit
keeping.
debit values and trade with
Today,
Soviet
the
economic
whole world
spine. Yeah, we
knows
will
better.
see. But I'm surely
As we
Putin would
met
have
in an emergency
calculated that.
session on Wednesday night to afford yet another opportunity for
Bucketeers
peace,
films.
the trust and
Yeah, I
good
agree.
faith crucial for diplomatic engagement was
Thrifting,
broken
why are there
in a
literally no
cruel
videos
and
of soldiers
dismissive
fighting?
manner. The battle
Because it's
against Kyiv may
it's
yet
really
be
not
won,
important for
but the
anyone to be
goodwill
taking
of the
videos.
world
It's much
has
more
been
important
lost.
that the
The use of
respective
force
armies
as
are
a
carrying out
basis
what
for
they need to
secure
operationally. And if
international
they want to
agreement
show something to the world,
has no place
to
in
have
our
a desired
modern
effect, then they'll do
international
that.
order, and the world cannot accept this. Ghana is deeply disappointed by the actions of the
And
Russian
also,
Federation.
it's easy for people on the
permanent
internet
member
to
of the
say, "Oh,
Security
why is there
Council.
not a lot of videos or
This
whatever?"
action has fallen
But
short of
really,
the higher standards
if you're
expected of
fighting in a
all
war,
those states
either to take
that are considered as
a heavily armed country, if you're Russia, or
enduring
defend
guardians
your
of international
country, if
peace
you're
and
Ukraine,
security.
any video or picture you put
Indeed, for
online
those
could
members of the
endanger
Council of
that.
a special privilege, there is also special responsibility. I reiterate Ghana's full support for the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity
That's a bit of a,
Ukraine
I think it's a bit of a loaded
in
statement,
accordance with the
Caviezel.
Charter. At a time that the world looked up to the Council to send a
Sad
strong
day.
message that threats and
Welcome,
use of
Martin.
force against other states are unacceptable, we have been
Andrew, I think he
unable
was
to
counting
do
on
so,
China to offset the sanctions. Was
not
very
because
interested that
there's no
China
broad
abstained
agreement to
today,
do so,
although we're going to see
but
their
because the way and
statement
manner of the Security
possibly
Council has been structured to function.
next. In fact, let's go.
constrained
Sorry,
us.
Ghana, and I think
The
Brazil.
present situation creates difficult choices,
Let's listen to
which we
UAE,
all
who
must
also
consider.
abstained.
Of pro-sovereignty reflected
relevance when we need it most. It is our collective responsibility.
Yeah, I
not
saw
to
that
allow
instant
this to
MBR.
happen.
I don't.
I thank you.
There's that instant is
Thank
connected
you.
with
I now give
the
the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
kind of truck as well. They're in the same space. I'm not
Thank you,
sure
Mr.
whether it was.
The serious
I don't know what
developments in
the if
Ukraine,
anything's been verified
we all
there.
agree undermine regional and international peace and security. And throughout this crisis,
I don't know if
my
anyone's seen
country has
anything
consistently
verified there.
called for de-escalation and dialogue. We placed great hope in the various diplomatic initiatives and channels aimed at
Missed it.
resolving
Russia
the
don't want
crisis.
to war with
And
NATO,
those
so don't want to
calls
war with Russia.
reflected our alarm at the consequences of this crisis
I
for
agree.
civilians
I agree
present
with
in
that. I think
Ukraine, as well as
the
for
Russian government
region
will have
and for the
calculated that they can do
international
this without
and we emphasize the
entering a war with
importance of
NATO. But a
ensuring
war
that
with NATO is
humanitarian
kind of the end of the book.
reaches
If Russia
those
and NATO
in
enter
need
into a
and
war,
call on all parties
then
to respect
we're kind of in
international
mutually assured destruction
humanitarian law,
territory. So
prioritize the protection of civilians,
there's nowhere
and
after
allow
that.
for the unhindered delivery of
We've reached a point where there's nowhere else to go after that.
We further believe that every member
There's no
state
winner,
of the
I don't
United
think.
Nations has the right to security,
Yeah, I agree,
sovereignty,
Graham.
independence, and territorial integrity. Being from the Middle East, we are intimately aware of the critical importance
TS
of a
Filthy's first
stable
like his aim for the
regional
car. I don't know
security
because I don't.
environment.
It seems like
And
an
the
unusual thing to
de-escalation,
do. To
diplomacy,
A,
and
that was
dialogue
in
as the
Kiev,
basis for
so
that security.
it seems very
Similarly, we
unusual if you have
understand
an
from
armored personnel
experience
carrier
and
to
share the need
run over a
for
car and then
inclusive
stop.
and consultative
And B, there was
processes.
a shootout going
We
on
support
the other
draft
side of the road.
resolution's emphasis
So
on the
I
need
can
to
almost
adhere
imagine
to the
like if that was a
principles of
Ukrainian
international
vehicle,
law
there were
and to the
shots
Charter of the
and they
United
swerved away from
Nations.
it, and they just happened to go
And that
over a
must be
car.
the
These
basis
accidents
of the
happen.
resumption of dialogue and
The guy
pathway
survived in the
forward
car, which is
now
pretty
that
incredible.
That resolution has not been adopted. The UAE
Carb, this is
restates
live
its
UA map,
commitment
and
to
this
the
is flight
territorial
radar down here.
integrity, sovereignty, and independence of all member states of the United Nations. We
Welcome back,
urge for
Carl.
immediate de-escalation and cessation of hostilities.
It's
And
the
we
most
once
disappointing
more
thing is that here in
underscore
Germany,
our
most people actually
readiness
with
to
way
work
harder
with members of
sanctions.
this council
Yeah, it's
towards
interesting that
goal. The results of this vote
this
were a
morning
foregone
the Ukrainian
conclusion.
president basically
But the avenues for
fired a few
dialogue
shots
and
at
diplomacy must remain open more urgently than ever
the Italian
before,
Prime
and we
Minister,
must pursue them together.
and
This
I
is
think
clear
the
sentiment
UK
that
called
this
out
council
Germany and
is
Italy for
united
not
on.
supporting
Thank you.
the swift action.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
No, there was a shootout on the other side of the street, and
Mr. President, Kenya has
the
voted
person
in
driving
favor
the
of
truck
the
was
draft
killed.
resolution to affirm Article 2 of the
Let's
United
listen to
Nations
China,
Charter that
because
all
I think
members
people were
shall
expecting
have
China
failed
to vote to
in
veto.
Ukraine. Now it has come to such a point which we do not want to see. China always forms its own position on
Yeah,
the
Haas
basis
running a
of the
white and black
merits
livery
of
tape,
the
which I
matter
thought
at
looked better
hand.
anyway.
We believe
Just
that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states should be respected and that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be jointly upheld. We have always called on all parties to seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns through peaceful means on the basis of equality and mutual benefit.
something I'm interested is
We
that
welcome and encourage
there's still
all
lights on in
efforts
Ukraine.
for a
I
diplomatic
don't know
solution,
why, if you're Russia, you wouldn't destroy all of the power plants
and we support the
or
Russian Federation
transformers.
and Ukraine in resolving the issue through negotiations. In the past week, the Security Council has held 2 emergency meetings, and all
Well,
parties
in the speech,
have
China
fully
talked about
elaborated
sovereignty. He might have just
on
said
their
it, but he
positions and concerns on the current
their representative talked a
situation.
lot about sovereignty of states.
At present, faced with a highly complex and sensitive
There's a really
situation,
interesting phrase he uses
the
here
Security
where
Council
the
should
Chinese
make a
delegate says
necessary
that Ukraine
response.
should be a bridge between the
At the
East
same
and the
time,
West,
such a
which is
response
quite an
should
interesting
also
way
be
to look
taken
at
with
a
great caution.
third
All
party
actions
kind of
should be
sovereign
truly
state and saying that
conducive
country should
to
be a
defusing
bridge.
the crisis,
That
rather than adding fuel
translation is
to
obviously
fire.
not correct.
If not handled properly,
There's no
and
NATO
treated
troops headed to
by
Ukraine, but there is a
bending oneself
NATO
or
defense
exerting
force
pressure
that is
and
being sent
imposing
out. The US
sanctions,
is
it may
deploying
only
forces
lead
to that.
more
It's been
casualties,
announced
more
only a
property
few hours
loss,
ago.
a more complicated and chaotic situation, and more difficulties in bridging differences. It may completely shut the door to a peaceful solution, and eventually, it is the vast number of innocent people that will be the victims. We must draw profound lessons from the extremely painful experience in the past. Based on the above mentioned, China abstained in the vote just now.
This is the interesting bit.
I wish to stress that the issue of Ukraine is not something that only emerged today.
They talk about
nor
the
did
eastward
current
expansion.
situation occur suddenly, overnight. It is the result of the interplay of various factors over a long period of time. China advocates a common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security concept, believing, as it does, that the security of one country cannot come at the cost of
This is
undermining
really
the
interesting, this
security
bit.
of other nations, and that much less can regional security be secured through group strengthening and, from that matter, group expansion. Against the backdrop of 5 successive rounds of NATO expansion, Russia's legitimate security aspirations should be given attention and addressed properly. Ukraine should become a bridge between the East and the West, not an outpost for confrontation between major powers. We strongly call upon all parties concerned
I find that interesting that Ukraine should be a bridge, because as Treviso alluded to earlier, it's like previous governments have either been pro-Russian or pro-East, pro-European, and it's kind of...
The final settlement of the Ukraine crisis still requires...
In what world can Ukraine be a bridge? It kind of realistically either needs to look one way or the other, right? I don't really see how you can be a bridge.
To build a balanced,
I don't know if
effective and sustainable European
that.
security mechanism. We urge all parties to return immediately to the track of diplomatic negotiations and political settlement, show sincerity and goodwill, make a political decision, and engage in dialogue and consultation for a comprehensive settlement of the Ukraine issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. Does anyone in chat understand how Ukraine can be a bridge between the East and the West?
Now
I mean,
deliver a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation voted against the anti-Russian
let me refresh
and anti-Ukrainian draft resolution of the Security Council that was submitted today. Why is it anti-Russian? I think that
I think by a bridge he means that it should be a country that looks both eastwards and westwards, and kind of is not a buffer, but connects both.
This is because the document, beyond any doubt, runs counter to the fundamental interest of the Ukrainian people insofar as it is an attempt to salvage and cement in Ukraine that system of power which
tell another country what it should be culturally. I don't know. I just found that a very interesting statement.
For at the very least 8 years now. We thank those who did not support this draft. I will not respond to those who just accuse the Russian Federation of abusing the veto right.
It's a bit like saying Slovakia should be a bridge between Poland and Hungary.
Is not the fact that there is
Slovakia surely should
included in the draft, but what is
I don't know. I find that
out
a bit of a weird concept.
If its sponsors were attempt to make it,
I can see the NATO has expanded eastwards, and therefore this is a security concern.
Then they would not have
that has levels of logic to it. But I don't understand saying another country should be a bridge.
Addressed and cannot be overlooked in the context of the Ukrainian problem. Specifically, They would not.
'Cause
What was left out is the fact that those who
the only way I can follow that
assumed
logic
and
if you
seized power
say
as a result of
Ukraine,
the anti-constitutional
given that it is
coup in Kyiv in
between
February 2014,
NATO
I refer to
countries
the
slash
Maidan
EU
junta, the way that
and
they
Russia,
unleashed a
it
war
should
against the
not
residents
be
of
a
the
part of
country's east,
either NATO or
shelling
Russia.
residential
It should
areas
be
with
very
artillery
fiercely
pieces and
independent.
multiple rocket launchers,
That's the only
raining
way I can
bombs
say
on
it,
the
is that
people of Donetsk and
Ukraine
Lugansk.
should be a buffer.
What was
I don't know.
left out was the way that the Ukrainian authorities, with the
The
encouragement
EU
of
should
their
be a bridge
Western
between Mexico.
patrons, consistently and cynically
England should be a bridge
shirked
between
their
Wales and
responsibility
Scotland.
to implement the Minsk agreements, the linchpin of which was direct dialogue with the residents of the country.
So I need to put these rules
At
up
the
to
same
say.
time, what was positioned on the line of
Wait a
contact,
second, chat.
the deployment of Ukrainian death squads,
To convert-
squads comprised largely of
Same
radical
chat we had
neo-Nazi
yesterday.
battalions, methodically, day after day,
Save my mods a bit.
shelled the residential areas of DPR and LPR, killing women, children, and the elderly. And incidentally, this is ongoing today. Just today, 4 civilians died as a result of the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces. And how can we fail to mention the blood-chilling crimes by the Ukrainian nationalists as
This is a
perpetrated
pretty
over the past
extraordinary
8
statement,
years?
yeah.
The fact that the protesters against Maidan in Odessa were burned alive, the fact that peaceful protesters in Maidan were shot at by unknown snipers. The investigation into both of
This
these
is a live
tragedies
UA
is
map.
something
This is
that
flight
has
radar.
been deliberately swept under the rug by the Maidan regime. At the same time, the culprits in the Odessa tragedy are well known. They are openly flaunting their presence. And yet an alternative investigation and the recognition by the snipers themselves unambiguously confirms that the slaughter on the at Independence Square was a provocation by the leaders of Maidan. We specifically last year carried out an informal Security Council meeting, an ARIA formula meeting, on both of these issues, with the aim of sharing with Security Council colleagues more information about this. And yet in response, at best, what we heard from Western partners were merely hackneyed cliches about so-called Russian propaganda. How can there be a resolution on the Ukrainian issue without these above-mentioned issues being mentioned? It would have been wise to include in the draft of an honest assessment
I think, Jeff,
of the role of Western colleagues
Europe
in
will stand by
inflating this
the
Ukrainian crisis. Not only
Ukrainians
did they stand behind the Maidan
to quite a
coup,
heavy
but they
economic
also
deficit, I suspect.
effectively issued a carte blanche to Kyiv to carry
Because
out
Europe
any
can't
acts,
intervene
any
militarily.
steps that would be unthinkable for any civilized state. And this includes the egregious discrimination against the Russian language and consequently Russian language speakers. This includes glorification of Hitler's henchmen aligned alongside the prohibition on processions to honor the real heroes of Ukraine who freed it of Nazism, as well as the religious schism in that country.
It's quite an extraordinary
As you
speech,
spin
really.
tales about the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the Maidan authorities and nationalists have been, with impunity,
Thanks, Naomi. I'm not an
murdering
expert
their
or
political
anything, it's
opponents.
just
They have been
thanks to the
persecuting the
mods, really.
opposition. They have been shuttering opposition television channels.
I'm not
where
sure,
it was
Maurice, if
possible
hang
to
on,
at
I
least
don't want
have
to speak over this, actually.
some small dose of relatively objective information. 6 of those television channels were shuttered under President Zelensky
He actually
alone.
shows, I think he
And
shows
how
a
can we fail
BBC
to mention the
News
fact that weapon has been flooded
fact
with
check
weapons
article on
that
his
were
phone.
used then to kill civilians in Donbass. You have
Just,
made
like,
Ukraine a
unbelievable,
pawn in
really.
your geopolitical game with no concern
probably some intern
whatsoever
in,
about
like,
the interests of the Ukrainian
London who
people.
put that, who
Responsibility
contributed that
for
article.
what is transpiring at present lies not only with the Ukrainian government, but it also lies at your feet, ladies and gentlemen. And today's draft resolution, your draft resolution, is nothing other than yet another brutal, inhumane move in this Ukrainian chessboard. Colleagues, today, all Western media outlets have been inundated with reports about how civilian populations in Kyiv and a host of other Ukrainian cities have been seeking shelter in bomb shelters, and they are fighting for their lives and fleeing artillery fire. We are genuinely empathize with our neighbors, and we urge them not to yield to provocation. President Putin and the Russian Defense Ministry explicitly stated and clearly
So I just wanna hear
stated
that again.
weapons that were used then to kill civilians in Donbass Donbass, you have made Ukraine a pawn in your geopolitical game with no concern whatsoever about the interests of the Ukrainian people. Responsibility for what is transpiring at present lies not only with the Ukrainian government, but it also lies at your feet, ladies and gentlemen. And today's draft resolution, your draft resolution, is nothing other than yet another brutal, inhumane move in this Ukrainian chessboard. Colleagues, today, all Western media outlets have been inundated with reports about how civilian populations in Kyiv and a host of other Ukrainian cities have been seeking shelter in bomb shelters, and they are fighting for their lives and fleeing artillery fire. We are genuinely empathize with our neighbors, and we urge them not to yield to provocation. President Putin and the Russian Defense Ministry explicitly stated and clearly stated that there would be no strikes targeting civilian infrastructure, but nationalists are already using civilians as human shields. Specifically, we categorically condemn the placement by nationalists in residential areas of artillery and multiple rocket launchers. This is a direct breach of the norms of international humanitarian law, including Articles 51 and 58 to the first additional protocol of the Geneva Conventions. We see the way the situation is being exploited in propagandistic exercises by Western politicians and media outlets. I would like to ask you, where were you 8 years ago? Why were you unmoved when there was murder and artillery strikes in Donbass? Why didn't you even bother to notice that there are more than 4 million people living in DPR and in LPR who at best were branded pro-Russian separatists? Why didn't
it's a like pretty extraordinary statement. It's interesting that in the middle there, there's like nestled this, and all these statements are heavily pre-prepared and like designed to be reported on, like it's how they're received. But like there's a bit in that statement about we feel sorry for all the Ukrainians, you know, in the metro stations or never seeking shelter, and we empathize with you. Then goes on to talk about, oh, Ukrainian military is using human shields, etc. It's one of these points where if that is happening, it surely is a result of the invasion. So
you repudiate Poroshenko when he said that the residents of Donbass would rot in basements?
Not that it matters,
or Zelensky,
really,
why didn't you repudiate him when they called them non-people and specimens?
Just trying to keep up with the news.
I cannot but note that at the height of propaganda, our colleagues very frequently use imagery from Donbass, brandishing them as alleged consequences of the so-called Russian aggression in Ukraine. These kinds of fakes are abundant and proliferating today.
This bit is also really interesting.
They have flooded the internet and a number of Telegram channels, and there are videos of alleging Russian strikes targeting residential areas, which were filmed in other parts of the world and have nothing to do with Ukraine. This was mentioned today by the British Broadcasting Company, the BBC, having issued an article, Ukraine conflict, many misleading images have been shared online.
Should we find this? Let's find this article. What was it? BBC News, many misleading images found online. Here we go. So this is the article.
Everything is there. There are photographs of parades, photographs of American aircraft which bombed Libya, and photographs from Syria, and even an explosion in Beirut, which is being portrayed.
It's a really interesting point, right, isn't it? Because this article is, to me, seems like the BBC saying, hey, be a bit careful what you see out there because there's some fake news. You know, I know people have different views about the BBC, but it seems like a very simple point to this article, which is, hey, not everything you see is true. And we saw a lot of this yesterday when we were identifying what was fake footage. But this one here, this is the Beirut explosion, is from a Chinese language account that is essentially kind of supporting Russia, Putin the Great, and this article is trying to say, hey, this isn't actually from Ukraine, so disregard that. And it's being used by Russia in the Security Council. It's just incredible, really, isn't it? Like, I don't even know what to call this. I don't know what to call this because it feels like a bit of a misuse of this article. This article, I feel like, isn't propaganda one way or the other. I don't know. What do people think about that? Let's just listen to that bit just exactly again.
Thing is there. There are photographs of parades, photographs of American aircraft which bombed Libya, and photographs from Syria, and even an explosion in Beirut, which is being portrayed as what is transpiring in Ukraine. I will send this article to you, distinguished members of the Security Council, separately. And specifically, I wish to turn to my French, British, and American
Just seems
colleagues.
like it's not even misinformation. It's just
The permanent representative of France said that
seems like
in
that's
Ukraine, what is
it's
taking
off the
place
axis.
is the murder of civilians.
I don't know how to.
That is untrue. Russian troops are not bombing Ukrainian cities, and we said that they are not threatening.
I don't know. It seems like very basic, right? But it's almost like the argument here is that the statement went, hey, we feel really sorry for Ukrainian civilians. We're not going to bomb you, and basically we've seen loads of fake images online, so kind of saying don't believe what you see online about if there's any artillery hitting Ukrainian civilians, because hey, there's loads of fake stuff online. So they talk about an article identifying fake stuff to say, hey, there's fake stuff online. And yeah, even like at a really simple level, it's almost like he's saying, hey, this image here is being used to show that Russia is attacking civilian areas. That's just fake news. There's so much of it going around. I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the word. My vocabulary isn't good enough, but it's not even like doublespeak. It's at a very base level. It's so basic in terms of duplicity. I don't know what to call it.
By anything, there is no verifiable confirmation whatsoever about the deaths of civilians. The permanent representative of the United Kingdom, I would note that what you are portraying as what alleging that a Russian military pieces are targeting civilians. I saw the reports today, and I would like to report that you can see from the videos that this is a heavy tank piece, which is called Strela 10, Arrow 10. And this is in the possession of the Ukrainian armed forces. The Russian military does not have
seems very basic.
this kind of equipment. They are obsolete.
It doesn't seem that
This
sophisticated.
Is the kind of fake pieces of information that you are using. Our U.S. colleagues, I would note that this, with respect to the alleged bombing of the kindergarten, that too is fake. Of course, it is difficult for us to compete with the United States in terms of the number of invasions.
I think India gets a lot of
targeting their neighbors.
buys
I
a lot of arms
refrain
from
listing out the aggressions carried out by the United States in their history.
Possibly buys a lot of chemicals from Russia
you
as
are
well.
in no position to moralize. To conclude, I wish to emphasize we are not waging.
The thing is, though, right? Let me know in the chat. This delegate to the Security Council, currently the president, do you think he really believes that about the BBC article? Do you think he really believes what he's saying, or he very clearly doesn't believe it and he's speaking around it? Because it just seems so basic. I don't know.
A war against Ukraine or the Ukrainian people. We are carrying a special operation against nationalists and for the protection of the residents of Donbass, for denazification and for demilitarization. These objectives will soon be achieved, and the Ukrainian people will gain an opportunity to once again independently determine their future, living.
Yeah, on that tank
doing
thing,
to live in peace,
it
good
might have just been an
neighborliness,
accident.
and cooperation with all of their neighbors. I now resume my duties as a president of the Security Council, and I give the floor to the representative of the United States for an additional remark.
So the US delegates doing things. We'll go straight to the Ukraine delegate.
For a different reason, and so don't.
Having done like United Nations stuff, there's stuff that happens that is strictly out of order, but it's another like incredible statement. Either one, yeah, maybe didn't even see the speech.
Members of the Security Council.
No, he doesn't. He's just.
I will not dignify.
I mean, to an extent, all diplomacy is like that. Is you have your actual position and you advocate to get what you want.
Script that is rather
very difficult to
a
be
letter
this
of application for an upscale seat in the hell by commenting it. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the parents of every ambassador here, to thank the people of the democratic nations who put these ambassadors in their seats.
I haven't seen too much confirmation of this, by the way, so I'm checking all the sources.
To tell the children of those ambassadors that they should be proud of their parents, that they have voted.
Your disobedience is logical fallacy. I don't understand. I'm not clever enough to understand that.
I thank my good friend Nicolas from France, Rolando from Brazil, my good friend Hajar from Albania, Linda, Barbara, Mona, my
don't
good
really
friend
have a
from
purpose.
Mexico, Martin from Kenya,
Just
Ireland,
curious.
Ghana, Gabon. I thank dozens and dozens
needs to have a purpose for
of sponsors who would vote in favor of the
I think the Security Council is of rotating 15 countries. You've got 5 permanent members and I think 10 rotating. Ukraine might be like an interested party, I'm not sure.
The draft recalls the obligation of all states under Article 2 of the UN Charter to refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity.
How do people think it's gone for Russia, by the way, so far?
The draft called on Russia to stop its offensive against Ukraine.
And what happens, by the way, if it hasn't gone well for Russia? What happens? What happens if Russia actually don't succeed with this invasion? What happens then? I haven't really thought about that.
And the memories are very fresh. The Security Council was discussing the ways to prevent.
Because if it doesn't go well for Russia, then they've got to deal with the sanctions as well.
Quite recently, in this very chamber. And at the very same moment, deadly airstrikes were dropped on civilian heads across my country. And the Russian troops crossed the Ukrainian border from the territory of Russia. The territory of Belarus was used for missile attacks, and the troops were marching from the occupied parts of the Ukraine's Donbass and Crimea.
Yeah, I think that's right, Brad. It's too early. It doesn't matter how
Last night was the most horrific.
It matters how it went.
For Kyiv since,
can we look?
Just imagine, 1941, when it was attacked by Nazis. Last night was attacked by someone who pretends they are fighting with.
I think that might have been sounds from our live camera in Ukraine on Kyiv. Unless it's hitting the desk. No, it's not. So it definitely sounds like we can hear explosions in Kyiv. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't understand if you're invading a country why you wouldn't take out all the power and take out all the internet. Can I get my mouse close enough to expand this window? This is my... I can't actually. Batch racing this weekend. Let me check the sources, see if we can think where that's coming from. I don't think it's being reported yet, but we can hear explosions. Yeah, I can't hear any sirens. I'm not sure about the Chechen army. That I saw the footage about Chechen army. That's the exact kind of thing I'd expect to see as propaganda. That could be like, you know, years old footage. We can get a small. Hang on a second. Same as from the other. So I've got another camera here. These ones are Sumi. So this is from Kyiv. I think it looks like a lot more lights have gone out in Kyiv. There were a lot of reports coming from like Ukrainian army, Ukrainian presence today that tonight was going to be very difficult for Kyiv. And if it is the case that kind of these armor columns have made their way to Kyiv, maybe they're just going to try and just roll straight in and have a battle tonight. I don't know. You know, it looks like there was a Russian cargo plane, the same type of plane that we saw yesterday on the radar, going to Belarus. So I imagine that the Russians have this airfield, you would think. So let me know if I'm struggling with any of the windows. Yeah, it sounds... it doesn't... It's not... to me, it doesn't sound like a large caliber... I don't know, actually. You'd think... I don't know, you would think that you would attack the... like it said here, the power plants, take out the power. And we did see there's been lots of images of kind of markings that have been put on buildings. Let me see if I can find them. I've got my wireless keyboard working now. So nonsense. Bear with me. Let me see if I can find them. That look like they're visible at night. So, bear with me a second. So there's been lots of markings like this that have been reported, and they look like they glow in the dark, so they're visible at night from the air. So I guess if you were going to take out all the lights, David, knockout lights helps them, but tow structure infrastructure helps. Yeah. I guess you would want to really demoralize if you're trying to take a city that is well defended and civilians have weapons and has kind of like medium and high rise buildings. I guess you really want to demoralize people. Where can you find the upper left map? If you mean upper right, this is liveuamap.com. Yeah, China didn't didn't veto the resolution. They did abstain. But we went through the statement, and the bit about Ukraine should be a bridge between the East and the West is a bit of an unusual statement. Bingo. Only reason for no attack on power plants, I believe, because is because Ukraine has generators, and also Ukraine doesn't rely on power. I don't know. I can't confirm that. Don't know. Yeah, I have seen some infographics on the reliance on Russian gas, and basically the further you get away from Russia, the least countries rely on it. So I did see it was 5% for the UK. I'm trying to just review the news and see if there's any information about... Yes, it sounds like the Russians are trying to land at this airbase where one of their planes was reportedly shot down. So you can see, it seems like it's been a strategic objective for the Russians to take control of this airbase here and take control of this airbase here, and then you can fly, if you get air superiority, you can fly cargo planes in, and you can unload tanks and armor and personnel. Perhaps the Russians expected to gain air superiority quicker. I don't know if you're a superpower that has, lots of cruise missiles, why you just wouldn't be able to destroy every airfield, I guess, unless they needed to maintain the airfield so they couldn't destroy them. This live UA map is really struggling. So let me know if you see something that is being refreshed. Otherwise, keep it like this. Yeah, I'm checking there's just so many institutions that are way behind on the news. It's a bit crazy how we can just see everything live. This is actually quicker than the news, but the news also verifies stuff. And again, I don't want to share things too quickly if they're not verified. Dylan, they want to keep the air. Welcome back, Dylan. They want to keep the airfields to land. Yeah. So I guess that's why yesterday we saw them land paratroopers there to try and secure it. I don't know if you're Ukraine, whether you would want to destroy them. I don't know if there's anyone knows what the verdict has been on air superiority, if that's being gained by Russia. If you don't know things about NATO Article 5, sounds like that might be Jet, I'm not sure. If you don't know about things like NATO Article 5, then you'd think, well, hang on the flight radar map, we've seen F-16s buzzing around. We've got all of these US Air Force Stratotankers. Why can't NATO or the West impose a no-fly zone? But if any of those planes get shot down, then NATO doesn't really want to have to invade Article 5. Well, the General Secretary today did say that if there's a cyber attack against a Western nation, that might be grounds for Article 5, and that 100% would not have been contemplated when kind of that was drawn up. Yeah, I've no idea. I just would imagine in a war in this age that the country that starts the offensive, the first thing you would do surely is just launch cruise missiles in and just take out the airfields. And I don't know. But I guess you need to keep them to land your aircraft. So a bit of a catch-22. Ultimately, I'm sure that Ukraine didn't have a massive air force to begin with, but I think they did have a meaningful air force. And obviously, there's been these statements about like the ghost of Kyiv and whatnot, which I don't think is any one individual. Article 5 is that if any member of NATO gets attacked, they can invoke Article 5, and then all other NATO members must join them in the war. I guess what I mean by take out airfields, I guess I mean take out all of the aircraft on the ground and the refueling and the supply and the hangars and the radar and like anything that's required for Ukraine to operate their air force out of there. And we did see some satellite pictures yesterday of kind of stationary planes being destroyed at airfields. Daniel, so basically Article 5 basically Article 5 is something that prevents a world war, but also is kind of a bit similar to mutually assured destruction. It's only been invoked once, and that was against Afghanistan after September the 11th. Yeah, I was thinking that because I know in the Second World War in the UK, the British deployed a lot of inflatable aircraft on the ground and wooden aircraft on the ground, and that were decoys, and they were bombed. And then because obviously it was a little bit similar in the Second World War in the UK in terms of the Battle of Britain, except there weren't cruise missiles. There were the German V1s and V2s, but I don't think they were especially accurate. They were a little bit more indiscriminatory. But I just feel like, and so you could defend your airfields because, you could get sight of German Luftwaffe coming in, and then you could scramble your aircraft and have dogfights in the air. But I feel like that doesn't apply now with cruise missiles, because you can send your cruise missiles in and just go straight to the airfields. If you got a link in that you think is appropriate, then let us know. So bear with me, that's one of my things. Yeah, VT's only had a 1 mile accuracy, whereas these cruise missiles are much more accurate. So yeah, again, I don't. That was so. My assessment yesterday was that I just didn't see how Ukraine would be able to repel this invasion. What we've seen in Afghanistan, what we've seen in Iraq a few times, just seems to be that the superior force is able to just take out all the infrastructure and just roll in. But that hasn't happened. Red Alert and Red Alert 2 are great games, to be fair. Is there any live footage? I don't. There are the multicams. I'm trying to scramble across. I have 3 monitors here for my sim racing, which I've repurposed. In Ukraine only has a massive landmass in their favour. Maybe. It seems that the strategic kind of objective now really is for the Russians to get into Kyiv, control it, and then if you can encircle Kyiv, it seems pretty clear that the president's there. He made a video today saying he's there with all of his top men. Identify him, find him, either extract him or whatever, and then you kind of have taken out top of the state. That big one was a tweet I was playing in the background. It's just the same footage, just a bit louder. I'm pretty sure I was watching, because I think Sky News were broadcasting from here as well, and there were a lot more lights on. I don't know whether, because it's a curfew, turn off the lights, don't identify kind of the buildings. But what I wanted to show you was more of these markings, so bear with me. I don't know if anyone's seen them. Try and find some. Basically, looks like some markings were put on top of buildings, etc., that might be visible at night or in darkness. Samantha, has the Russians managed to destroy power infrastructure? So we got a report earlier that there's fighting at this power plant. But we can still see lights on in Kyiv. To what extent there's generator power, etc., I don't know. I was saying that I would think that one of the things you would do before you wanted to kind of besiege a city would be to take out its power, the power plants that are usually outside the city. Yeah, I'm surprised the sirens aren't off. I guess, without being very morbid, it's a bit late maybe. Yeah, we're still tracking this plane here. This been out there yesterday. It's being tagged now. RQ4B. Yeah, Eric, I wouldn't necessarily. I wouldn't. It's very hard to get actual verified information. So you can see a lot of the vehicles both sides are using are the same. A lot of the planes they're using, the fatigues are pretty similar. There was a strange incident today in Kyiv with a APC in the truck. Good memory, yeah, it was 4:12 yesterday. That's crazy. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense came out today and said that there's been 2,800, I think, casualties for Russia, and I think the UK MOD said there were perhaps up to 1,000. And we know there's been significant fighting going on, but it seems like really right now, in a way, I don't know if anyone feels this has progressed faster or slower than you expected, but when we were here this time last night, we were talking about the battle for this airfield that had perhaps been retaken and then lost again. So it doesn't seem particularly slow to kind of like resecure that with the armor columns and then move on Kyiv. I didn't see Ukrainian IL-76 going to Poland yesterday. Actually, we saw a Russian IL-76 going from Moscow into Belarus, or somewhere in Russia into Belarus. So what do people think about the truck fight? Can anyone put in chat kind of like a chronology of the truck incident? Because it's one of these things where I think a lot of people saw first the APC going over the car, and incredibly the guy survived. It's just like an actual miracle. But it was connected to the truck incident, and it was at the same time that Ukraine MOD was putting out messages saying saboteurs, like we talked about last night. Yeah, we talked about that place earlier because there was purportedly a Russian cargo plane shot down. Looks like there's an airbase there that it would have been flying into. My view is that with the APC, I think it could have been an accident. So I think it was pretty clearly a Ukrainian APC, or not strictly a tank, but a tracked vehicle. I just don't see any logic as to why, if it was a Russian driving it, why you would drive over a car. I don't see any. I just don't. So to me, I don't see any logics. Therefore, more likely accident. Very unfortunate accident. And when you know that there was gunfire going off on the left, like very heavy gunfire. Yeah, I heard about that. There was some kind of thinly veiled threat of like what's come to ISS. I think that I saw another report that there's a I don't know what it's called, like cosmonaut base in Ukraine, where there's been some damage to hangars and they won't be able to manufacture some rockets to go up to ISS. I don't even know, by the way, if it was Russians in the truck that were wearing Ukrainian fatigues. It could have just been a complete accident and kind of everyone's on edge, and actually for whatever reason people started shooting at the truck, and the truck was Ukrainian with Ukrainians in it, and then because of that fire the APC is following it and then turns out and ends up with a car getting run over. I don't know. I've no idea. I haven't seen anything confirmed one way or the other. I don't think anyone will have seen anything confirmed one way or the other. So it is all speculation, whichever way. Yeah, I saw that tweet about Swift. Yeah, I saw the Pope was getting involved as well, which I understand is very unusual. Just checking all the messages. Some of the news is talking about stuff that happened yesterday. And the APC and truck were going different roads in section. Let me just check what people's thoughts were on that. No logic. Kyiv, does flight radar actually a military craft? This is a military craft. If they turn the transponders on, then yeah. So we've got military aircraft here. These are all refueling tankers. And there's a US drone over the Black Sea that is keeping its transponder on. I think I've got my... Ian, looks like the Ukrainian APC lost control on the road. He oversteered. Maybe the truck was Russian saboteurs. Maybe it's friendly fire. I don't know. It's very difficult to tell. Ian, you can see the APC loose when he turns onto the road. He was making a relatively sharp turn. There are explosions at the moment, yeah, but we're not sure where they are. We understand that there's fighting at this airbase, or at least a Russian plane was reportedly shot down, and we understand there's fighting at this power plant. I think there's been a report, although it hasn't been verified, there's fighting here, which looks like it's a zoo. This really is kind of in Ukraine city. Any confirmation of Russian tanks filling buildings? It came up in the speech at the Security Council. Again, I haven't seen anything confirmed one way or the other, though. I think Ukraine have said they're going to be reporting it to The Hague. Let me know if you've got a channel with better audio and I can get it up. Let me get up a different one. Bear with me a second. It's very weird how we can... I presume everyone is at home, wherever people are in the world. We can follow it at home. Right, I've got a new one up. We'll pause. I'll mute that. I'm using my 32 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, it is a kind of shameful. It feels like a return to kind of like different order of things internationally. I think this is the most viewed stream right now. You look, the rescue scene shows soil on the tarmac. This means after the APC front end dips in the car and backed up. I don't think it was an accident. But I don't. So if you don't think it's an accident, what do you think happened then? Fire explosions near the metro station. I have seen those reports coming through. I can hear things on tannoys now. I presume the audio is coming through from Kyiv. This one looks extremely dark, and this is definitely a lot darker than it was before. So there's a lot of developments happening right now. So this is unconfirmed, but I was speaking about these signals. We saw some people on roofs earlier. Apparently, these is being reported that these are the signals now being activated in Kyiv. So signs that glow in the dark or illuminated at night. It's pretty chilling, right? Then does anyone else find these images like quite chilling? Or is it just me? But the fact that kind of in a big European city, because we've been hearing saboteurs being talked about now for like over 24 hours. I know, perhaps, I don't know, I'm speculating, but if you were going to knock out all the power and all the lights, these could be a way to guide. But I don't think planes really need that anymore. I know that blackouts were very effective in the Second World War, but I'm not sure it's needed that much. We're not going to look at these videos if they involve kind of underground combat, not on the stream. But you can see they're here if you want to go to them. That was a big explosion there. I think just to close off that APC incident, I think it's an example of just it's dangerous being outside in a heavily when everyone's on high alert. Just dangerous being outside. I'm not sure that I suspect the US does have troops in Latvia or Estonia because they're NATO countries. Hayden, blackouts, psychological mates, Russian fighter jets, Omar just firing. Yeah, we have been tracking these markings for a long time. So I'm not. Sounds like a fighter jet. Yeah, you could definitely see an explosion there. Welcome, David. I think Russia will invade and take over Ukraine and come back to haunt them. I think it's definitely feels like it's invasion time right now in Kyiv, which is pretty chilling. There's a lot of reports coming in that these signs have been activated now. These markings on the buildings. We can hear a lot more shelling. It's a very strange, very strange. Very strange. If anyone I live in London, so if anyone lives in the city, it's kind of like I can't even like imagine it. I can't even imagine it. I think it would really test your resolve as a recently armed conscript. Although I do know that a lot of Eastern European countries have military service or had them. Slavic people are generally just quite hard, practical. So, but yeah, there's a lot of news right now going on about these saboteurs. We heard a lot of it. A lot of the intelligence has basically been proved true about false flag attempts, kind of justifications based on Donetsk and Luhansk, and the invasion happening. And there was a lot of intelligence yesterday about saboteurs being in Kyiv. And a lot of people ask me what is a saboteur. So a saboteur is kind of a secret agent who goes somewhere to destroy something, but it sounds like actually they weren't destroying something then. They may have been putting up markers and then for what purpose? Really is very chilling times. Yeah, so we as we were streaming yesterday, K1, I think you were here, we saw it change from the position was, hey, if you've got a Ukrainian passport, we'll give you a gun, to, right, if you're 1860 and male, you cannot leave the country, to, right, we're now, I can't remember what the word was, but mobilizing, I think, or something like that, and basically report to your local base for issuance of equipment. Charlie, why isn't there more self-info coming out? I don't know, but it's not important. It's not something I really think about. You've got to remember that if you're a Ukrainian and you film something on your cell phone and you share it, you're calling into jeopardy kind of like the war for your state. And if you're Russian and you do it, you are calling into question the success of your invasion. So it's David. David, what would NATO actually do if things go beyond Ukraine? Wait for one. No, it's just. So my view yesterday was that I didn't see how Ukraine could repel this invasion. The sentiment in this chat was a lot more positive in terms of Ukraine being able to repel it. I suspect that sentiment is now possibly turning a bit again, because it sounds like the shelling is very heavy and it's getting real now in Kyiv. And ultimately, if they can penetrate Kyiv, occupy it. I don't know if you can see if these are military vehicles in this another city though. It's Dnipro. But some kind of convoy there. And if you can take the head of state and kind of take away that layer at the top, what happens to the Ukrainian, at that point, resistance, if you kind of take away the top of the state? And if that happens and kind of Russia can do what they want with Ukraine, either install someone or occupy it, I would say probably most likely install someone. Then, you know, Russia and Putin are very much emboldened. What I haven't really thought about is what happens if Ukraine do repel this, or it becomes a very messy occupation, kind of Afghanistan-like, and it sucks resources from Russia. Then what does that mean? I think you see some more flashes going on. Yeah, I saw John Sweeney's out there. He's a bit of an interesting character. He's been a bit of a controversial figure in the UK. He used to work for the BBC. He's reported on Russia for a long time. I saw he got arrested. Yeah, I've been monitoring that shoot works, but it is very, like, the mods are quite good at taking stuff down if it's not verified, but there is a big turnover of stuff. And most of it is not stuff that I put on the stream. Right. Which site? This site is liveuamap.com and this is Flight Radar. Flight Radar is less important now unless we see like someone going to Ukrainian airspace. A lot of these planes you can see now are military planes. All the LAGR ones are US Stratotankers that are flown in from the UK and Germany, but they may just be doing what they do all the time anyway, kind of operational duties. Christian, big problem is that the invasion is supposed to be a short thing. I would say we live in the present, so things feel long when you're in the present, but if we look back and Russia was able to take Kyiv in 3 days, that's a short period of time when you look back, because time gets compressed as you push forward. So it feels long now, but I think if Kyiv gets taken tonight, then that's very short. It's Rich can do a little update on what's happened in the stream yesterday. So when we left the stream yesterday, basically the Russian forces had taken over Chernobyl. They'd kind of progressed here, we thought. Russian paratroopers, light paratroopers, had landed at this airport here, taken it. We saw footage of it. Then looks like it was recaptured by Ukraine. And also general kind of moving in from the east and also from here, again from Belarus. What's happened since then is I think the armour columns have linked up with this airbase. A very big explosion there. Linked up with this airbase, and now the Russians also look to control this airport, and I suspect the kind of initial movings in on Kyiv has begun. A lot of talks last night about saboteurs being in the city, and you've probably seen footage today of people being arrested in Kyiv and stuff like that in the daytime. Seems to be that something that's been going on is markings have been applied to buildings that are fluorescent or glow in the dark or something, and there's also been fighting at this power plant I don't know why there would be much fighting at a power plant unless you wanted to control it. It would be very easy to destroy it. So I guess they're trying to not destroy it and say control it. And lots of kind of rhetoric in the Security Council. They're ultimately, as most times, Security Council is a bit useless practically. Bingo, I don't think Russia is attacking tonight. I get the feeling I don't think Russia would want to attack in the daytime because the optics aren't good. Because there is going to be collateral damage. And I get the feeling that if you're defending Kyiv, you're probably a bit more emboldened in the daytime. That's just I'm not an expert. So I'm trying to keep track of everything. So apparently there's been a discussion on CNN with former generals. I think that's just a flag rustling. Saying that Russia wasn't successful enough on day one, and definitely the fact that they weren't able to really secure this airbase convincingly. So apparently they were trying to bring in a number of helicopters low, I would presume over the river, and deploy kind of elite troops, initially secure the airbase, destroy the anti-air defences, and then bring in cargo planes with paratroopers, not paratrooping in, but literally in the cargo planes landing, and then properly securing this, preparing it for, the advances column, maybe building field hospitals and everything, I don't know. It sounds like for whatever reason that was completely scuppered, and it sounds like Russia probably expected to get air superiority much quicker. It's been a bit dubious about whether Russia has had air superiority. Let me just make sure I'm just keeping on top of everything. If you do have anything that you think is verified and you think we should share, then do at me in the chat. Because it is developing very quickly now. This is the fastest stuff has been developing. 100% yesterday or today. Vehicles on fire in Kyiv. Unconfirmed reports that another Russian cargo plane was shot down. I haven't seen it confirmed. It's not the time really for things to be verified, so it's just going to be a lot of stuff that may or may not have happened. Bingo, I find something weird about lack of power Russia choosing. I think if anyone's a particular kind of military hardware expert in the chat, it does seem to be that a lot of the hardware they're bringing isn't the most up-to-date hardware that they have. And definitely the troops we saw yesterday when we reviewed the footage at this airport, the troops that landed here just did not seem like they weren't equipped with kind of elite level weaponry. I think they had like AK-74s and did not seem particularly with it. I don't know if that's because they lost. What may have happened if Ukraine had good intel, from the west, that okay, there's going to be a helicopter kind of convoy coming down, they're going to try and take this airbase, and Ukraine were able to set up kind of like mobile man pads or mobile anti-air defenses and take down a lot of these helicopters, then maybe the ones that made it, they were massively, it hadn't gone to plan. So, but it didn't seem particularly, shock and awe. And the other thing that we noticed yesterday was just the very basic marking of the vehicles with white paint didn't seem that sophisticated, but in a war, imagine it's much more important that what you're trying to put is visible rather than having sophistication. Shoot, well, it's 3 days fighting behaving you for sure, but a city like this is different. You wait for the enemy to come into the city and circle attack. I mean, it would be really incredible unbelievable if there was a genuine siege of Kyiv. So at the moment, I don't know if Russia is sending in kind of light infantry, in fast vehicles and trying to kind of penetrate key areas. If they are repelled and there's no kind of tank columns advancing, and kind of Kyiv ends up in a situation where it is, you know, encircled, and maybe even they lose the east side, and so the bridges are blown up and they're defending this. And the president's in there, and the ex-president, and the mayor are, you know, have all posted videos today showing that they were there today. Then that is a pretty horrific situation, and it puts real pressure on the West. Puts incredible pressure on the West if Kyiv can hold out. Welcome, James. I just went through all the the updates yesterday. Someone made a good point earlier that Russia can't afford to move everything onto the border of Ukraine because it has to maintain defenses, which is a good point. I'm gonna put this out there, and like I said, I think it feels like the pendulum is sort of swinging back towards. Okay, I don't see how Ukraine can really defend this, but just putting it out there. Let's say there is a very strong defense. Let's go even further. Let's say Ukraine repel the Russian invasion, and Russia spend all this money and lose all these troops, and they lose, and they have to retreat. What does that mean for Putin? What does that mean for the Russian government? Does the Russian government become vulnerable to some kind of coup? Because obviously, you know, there was a coup in Russia after the Soviet Union, but, you know, Yeltsin standing on the tank outside the parliament, etc., shelling the parliament. Get through water on these streams like nobody's business. Dylan says Putin would be done. Do you have a coup then? Because you have a lot of generals that have lost good men, and you know Putin, and that if you kind of play out there, it means that Putin can't really afford to lose. He can't afford to lose then, and then what we talked about yesterday with like mutually assured destruction, and it works if you're in two glass houses and you don't want to lose your house. But if you've got nothing to lose, then it gets in very dangerous territory. So I'm just trying to play that out, although I think that is a very unlikely scenario. I still don't see how Ukraine can really repel this. The only two things I think could have been done, and it's too late now, is before the invasion, NATO had the intel and they could have tried to enforce a no-fly zone and done it in a way that there wasn't a risk of a NATO plane being shot down. So I don't know how they could have done that. Maybe through drones or just kind of supporting the Ukrainian Air Force. And the only other thing, and this is a much more significant step, is having some NATO troops on the ground. Because if you have NATO troops on the ground now in Kyiv, you know, but again, you're kind of baiting things, and there's no more pages in the book of humanity here. We've gone through like warring with sticks and stones and like bronze and steel, and then you know, guns, and then V2s, and then nuclear weapons. There's no more pages left in terms of development of weaponry that is relevant in terms of anymore. So if you had NATO troops on the ground here, it's a real, don't know what the word is. It's not a bluff. It's a real gamble. I'm not sure about Chechen troops. Those Chechen videos that were circulated today, that seems like that would be absolutely classic kind of propaganda you could put out, and that could have been shot months ago. That could have just been like the Chechen army's like annual retreat or something, you know? I don't know. I'm just saying that footage could have been easily from a long time ago. Because I'm starting to feel like, and I would be biased as someone who lives in the West, but it feels like, from a Western perspective, the West hasn't been that aggressive but I can see that from a Russian and Eastern perspective, you can see the expansion of the European Union to these countries in the early 2000s. You can see the expansion of NATO to these countries, and you can see the expansion of kind of Western organizations, military or political, up to your border. So I can see that. But as someone who lives in the West, it feels intrinsically like I'd never felt like there's been a desire to kind of like enact any regime change in Russia. But maybe it's getting to the point where I don't know if anyone in the West would think about, well, maybe if anyone in the West would advocate kind of enabling regime change in Russia. I don't know. It feels like the West has really played by the international order. You know, the Football World Cup was in Russia 3 years ago. You know, the Champions League final was going to be in Russia this year. There's a Formula 1 race in Sochi. So it feels like the West has really tried to integrate Russia into the rules-based order. And what we've seen with Putin's speech yesterday that we went through and analysed, what we've seen with what Lavrov has been saying, what we saw with Security Council today, feels like Russia doesn't really want to play by that rules-based order anymore. So I don't know. I don't know. That's a lot of what ifs and kind of whatnots. But the situation that I think is most likely is that I can't see how Ukraine is going to repel this. There is going to be a regime change in Ukraine, and then it might be one of these things where that just becomes a new status quo. And in the, these images kind of like fade a little bit, and it just becomes more normal that we view the map in a different way. So what Russia has been saying through the Putin speech and Lavrov, etc., is that after the Second World War, there was a rules-based order set up. And this is an interesting point. After the Second World War, the United Nations was set up, and then you had NATO and the Soviet Union. So you kind of had United Nations with the Security Council, veto for the P5 members, and then you also had, actually I'm not sure China was a P5 member, but then you also had two kind of like superpowers in the world, and there was that, I don't know if it balances the right word, but one superpower couldn't just do what it wanted in the world. Look at the Cuban Missile Crisis, etc. Then when the Soviet Union fell, you still had these organizations like the United Nations and NATO, but you only had one superpower. So at that stage, you only had the United States as a sole superpower. And I think what the message that they're trying to get across is this view that, it's like we lost a camera there, this view that since the fall of the Soviet Union, because of Kosovo, Iraq, Libya, Syria, the United States has kind of, the rules-based order doesn't work when you only have one superpower, because that superpower can do what it wants. I think that's what that messaging is about. It's very controversial. Shats, unipower American orders in front of Putin. Yeah, I think that's part of the message. And even things in the West that we wouldn't perceive as aggressive, from Putin's speech, there were some words in there that are very emotive. But like you can imagine, like almost when like the more McDonald's that pop up in Russia, Putin takes offense to that, because that is a sign of soft American power and soft American domination. So I'm just trying to present, because the reason why we started doing this, over 400 people watching now, the reason why we streamed yesterday is because of that speech, and to go through it and kind of talk about it, and what and how this is actually, this is much bigger than what happened in Ukraine previously and what happened in Georgia. This is looks like a complete tearing up of the rules-based order. We just saw what happened at the Security Council. Looks like Russia just doesn't want to play ball in that. And it's extraordinary because the Football World Cup was there, the F1 GP Champions League final. You know, they're at the Olympics. They weren't at that international kind of pariah state like North Korea, for example. So I've spoken too much. I need to check in on the breaking news. The shelling is like just unbelievably intense. Breaking. Do you think there's a 10th World War? I'd say if you really forced me, I'd say there's like 97% chance no. But we saw yesterday on Flight Radar when we saw this US drone here, and we saw a Russian military plane going into Belarus, and you look at this map and you're like, these are two. I don't know if we can call Russia a superpower anymore, but it's the second most armed nuclear nation, and there's a war going on here, and we're not that. It's not an incredible amount of things that need to happen for this to escalate beyond control. And what we talked about was really the mechanisms that have been used for the last 50, 70 years to prevent a world war, like mutually assured destruction, like NATO, like the UN, like United Nations. And actually there looks to be issues with all of them. We saw today, we kind of predicted this yesterday, we were talking yesterday that the United Nations Security Council is maybe just fundamentally flawed and actually has no purpose anymore. Not saying the United Nations doesn't, because there's lots of other bodies that do very important work and there's no vetoes. But for the Security Council specifically, where you can theoretically issue binding resolutions, looks to be fundamentally flawed. Mutually assured destruction has always had kind of logical flaws in terms of if you don't care about what happens to your territory, or if you can attack the other territory before they can launch their weapons. They've always been baked in flaws. And then with NATO, there is this flaw that NATO is great if you're in it, but ironically, if you're not in NATO, you would rather NATO didn't exist, because NATO means that you're not going to get meaningful assistance from a NATO member because of Article 5. So, yeah. I think, and we talked about like Francis Fukuyama, like the end of history in 1991 and fall of the Soviet Union meant with this hegemony, this is like the end of history, we're in a new age and there wouldn't be conflict. I think there might have even been talks like years ago about potentially like what would happen if Russia joined NATO. Is that the end of NATO? Or I think there were even like, it wasn't like massively out of the question at some points, as strange as that sounds. And I think we also spoke yesterday about how, if you're watching from a Western perspective, you probably don't think of the EU and NATO as being these aggressive things. We just don't think about it. But if you're Russia and your territory is here, and you see a European political union kind of moving eastwards, and you see NATO kind of like on your border, then, you know. But we've also seen today the Russian delegate at the Security Council kind of like, someone checking on the camera at Kyiv, kind of making these really bizarre statements about fake news that just don't make any sense. King, do you believe the statement of this being aimed at the whole of Europe, not just Ukraine? I think, yeah, when you look at Putin's... Oh, have we lost that camera? I'd be interested to see if anyone knows what the reaction is there, because it looks like someone may have turned up that camera, so presumably, well, for what reason would they want it turned off? Obviously, it's not important that we can see it. It's in no way important that we can see it, so, but for what reason would they want to turn it off? Yeah, so, yeah. Should we wind that back? When we get it, I'll do it in a slow speed. I was just chatting away and Joseph was like, who's that dude on the roof? It's only a minute and a half behind, so we'll see it. Yeah, Turkey is an interesting spot because Turkey is a really interesting spot because it is a NATO member. Turkey is right. Hang on. Obviously, this guy doesn't show his face. Not that you would want to. I don't know if anyone's seen this person before. If anyone knows if they're the person that set up this camera. Obviously, the camera is behind them, but maybe there's a laptop there or something. I'm sure there's lots of speculation. Does it look like he really knows what he's doing with this equipment? Obviously, this is slowed down a quarter speed. So, hang on. This guy got an earpiece. This guy looks like... I don't know if this guy is a... Because I know Sky News were reporting from here earlier. I reckon this is one of these areas where all the news teams kind of have satellites set up. So I suspect this guy, if you're comfortable showing your face, he is a reporter from one of the news teams, and he's got a reporter's earpiece on the other side. So I don't think there's anything untoward here. In fact, it's back. Top of hotel, yeah. CNN up there as well. That is literally insane now how we could kind of follow that. No wasting intense. If you want to get my attention, then at me. But yeah, Turkey's in a really interesting position. Turkey is, I think, the only NATO member. So Turkey, as a NATO member, did shoot down a Russian aircraft during the civil war in Syria there, and the Russian aircraft are kind of strayed over, and Turkey shot it down. So that was probably the closest we'd been to World War III for a while. They also, I don't know if anyone's been to Istanbul, but it's an incredible city, and the Bosphorus is just, when you go down and you see the Bosphorus and the big bridges, and there's a number of bridges, it is an incredible shipping lane. We're talking big ships, small ships, everything. Big bridges going across. You know, Istanbul is a city that is both in Europe and in Asia. I've actually cycled there. I cycled from London down here into Istanbul. But there's a lot of conventions and treaties about how they can't block the Bosphorus. So basically, Russian warships, a lot of the time, if you're coming from like Kaliningrad here, if you're a Russian warship from the Baltics, you have to go all this way around through Gibraltar and then through the Bosphorus and get in the Black Sea. It's pretty incredible, but I think Turkey can't... Oh, we've got a report maybe. I don't know if anyone knows what channel that is from, and we can go to that channel. But that is a very brave reporter. Yeah, welcome along everyone. I'm not an expert, by the way. If you're new here, I stream sim racing. I'm a racing driver. But we've been covering this last few days. So if anyone knows which company he's from, then we'll go to that stream. Yeah, so Turkey's in a really interesting position, and actually Turkey have been putting out some very strong statements about the need for there to be ceasefire, the need for Russia to cease escalating, etc. So it's kind of in a very interesting geopolitical kind of position, Turkey. Obviously seen a number of wars like on its doorstep. Iraq, Syria. Lots of refugees. And Istanbul is this incredible city that is both in Europe and Asia, and goes, the Bosphorus goes right through it, and that is the entrance to the Black Sea. Yeah, let me know. Could be Reuters. Bear with me. I haven't seen any people. I haven't seen any kind of anchors from Reuters on the ground. But let me know if anyone's got confirmation on that. Thanks, Sherry. It's like, is it safe to fly to Turkey? You'll see a lot of flight activity around Turkey. I can recommend going to Istanbul. I can't recommend cycling there. It took me 2 months to cycle to Istanbul. Well, I can recommend it, but probably one of the most incredible things I've done in my life. But yeah. New cam is up. Yeah, I can't see here, but let me know if you know which report that is. Oh, source are listed. Okay. Bear with me. I've got 3 screens up here. Yeah, that link for that camera doesn't actually. Second. Advert. Don't think it actually goes there. I think from what I've seen, a lot of Western news outlets have pulled their anchors on the ground, and I imagine they'll have moved out of Kyiv, because I think Kyiv is pretty much being encircled now. Although it does sound like the shelling has lessened, although we actually don't have a camera right now from Kyiv, so we need to get a Kyiv camera up if we can get one. So bear with me. Let me find CNN. I might not pull up CNN because CNN actually don't stream on YouTube. I do have a subscription. Local time is 4:06 in the morning at Kyiv, so it's not Ukraine. It's not massively long to go till dawn now. I'm not sure if the sound's I'm not sure if the sound's still active or not. Bear with me. Bear with me, let me see if I can do this. Website's just getting hammered. I need to say that I can see this Kyiv camera is back up here. Right. Yeah, we'll bring this one up. We'll switch the audio over here. This is what we had before. Actually seems like there's no audio on that stream. We'll keep it on in case something comes through. But we've got view of Kyiv down here from that same point. It looks like it's probably a hotel. I don't know if anyone has a list of outlets that have anchors on the ground still that people can go to if they want to see kind of those outlets reporting on the ground. Let me refresh. Yeah, I want to show you some footage here actually. Again, like this is not confirmed, but it's another report about these lights, these illuminations that we've seen on buildings. This could just be something that's on this building all the time to signify height from, you know, just aircraft in normal times. But we have seen a lot of stuff about markings on buildings. Also reports that the Russian forces are trying to go down this boulevard here into Kyiv. So I think this is where the zoo is. So it looks like there's maybe trying to progress along this boulevard, which would be quite a wide road that you'd be able to get armor down. I don't have Telegram open right now. I'm on PC. Yeah, Euronews, France 24 have been there. BBC have been there. Sky News have been there. CNN have been there. I don't know about Fox. Don't know about NBC, ABC. This camera's back up now. India Today have been there on the ground. If you haven't seen India Today footage, it is like Indian news coverage is a bit different to Western news coverage. I think the kind of perception is that these lights were put there by saboteurs to kind of, I don't know, identify buildings. But it's again, it seems unusual because in this day and age, you think that, you know, Russians have GLONASS, their version of GPS. They'll be able to track without any lights on the buildings. What normally happens is you have a barrage of shelling, artillery coming in, and that's followed by the infantry moving for obvious reasons. And we definitely heard some and saw some intense shelling. And we're now getting reports on the ground. And now it seems like the shelling has stopped, so... Hamlin McGill. It sounds like a accountancy firm or something. Ukraine needs to build an air defensive radar system. Yeah, what was interesting when we covered this yesterday was the fact that Russia, it seems like, didn't succeed with their plan to take control of this airport with an initial kind of shock deployment of paratroopers to secure it. That didn't allow them then to deploy their heavier forces by Il-76 cargo planes, and perhaps even the Ukrainian forces were able to recapture it and therefore prepare it for sabotage or something. But it feels like that is almost irrelevant because those armour columns that were at Chernobyl yesterday will have been progressing down. And it may have also been the case, and I don't know, it may have also been the case that, you know, Ukrainian command would have taken a decision not to engage and slow down kind of Russian forces here, but instead fall back to Kiev and fortify Kiev. You know, the more, if there's a large civilian population in Kiev that they're trying to arm into a militia conscription, then you need people there to, you know, do whatever training you can, issue, organise. Yeah, we saw the footage at Chernobyl yesterday, and this was actually an interesting exchange in the UN Security Council night that we didn't play now, but we saw Russian troops there yesterday, and we talked yesterday about the fact that there would have been international scientists there kind of maintaining the decommissioning of Chernobyl and overseeing it. There were reports yesterday of US scientists being held hostage. That was even, I think, reported by US Secretary of State, or the press secretary even. I haven't heard anything else more about that, but today the Ukrainian, just now in fact, literally an hour ago, Ukrainian delegate at the Security Council brought it up and said, you know, it was a very dangerous incident in terms of armor rolling in around Chernobyl, and then the Russian delegate actually shot back. Like, after, it's kind of not really how it goes in Security Council. You make your statement and then you might have a reply and that's it, but he actually shot back. I guess he is the president. But yeah, it looks like dust was kicked off something. There were reports today about the sensors were offline for a period of time. They came back online and readings were a bit higher, but nothing dramatic. Again, I haven't seen anything confirmed about the markings, other than we were listening a lot yesterday about saboteurs, and then we saw these reports today about people on roofs putting down markings, etc. I think there was kind of statements issued by Ukrainian Ministry of Defense saying, if you see these people on the roofs, go check them out. And now there seem to be these very unusual illuminations, but again, I can't confirm anything. I don't know, but it's something we've definitely followed. Yeah, sorry, that's what the Ukrainian delegate said, Dylan. He said that Russia hadn't allowed the regular changeover of personnel to happen, so I guess they're on shifts and overseeing, obviously over a 24-hour period every day, that the reactors are being decommissioned, and apparently that handover didn't happen, wasn't allowed to happen. And the Russian delegate basically said no, it had. But yeah, the radiation was recorded as high as an average, but it's still not significant. Granted, I've feeling that things are going full force at dawn. It's an interesting one. I would feel that, and again, I'm not an expert. I'm a racing driver. But I would feel like if you wanted to do a shock and awe invasion of a city that is in the process of preparing itself, you would want to do it quickly, and you wouldn't want it to be widely broadcast or recorded, because there will be a lot of collateral damage. You're in a heavily civilian area, so you would probably want to do it at night, but I may be wrong. And who knows now? Who knows what the message is? Maybe the message now is to look very strong and to say, hey, from Russia, we're going to roll tanks into Kyiv. There is going to be collateral damage, and again, it's because of, Western intransigence or whatever. So maybe that is the optics. I don't know. But definitely, it feels like that the first day didn't go exactly as planned. But this map is not accurate in terms of where the Russian forces are at. I'm pretty sure these columns will now be encircling Kyiv. I can hear some small arms fire now. Yeah, the other thing is that if you're being besieged, and you've been called up, can you sleep? And if you can't sleep, then I can hear someone now on the roof. That wasn't me. And the Russians are more disciplined in terms of their regular military. They know when they have to sleep, because you need to sleep to kind of be well oiled. Then you come in on a tired enemy. Thanks, Ian. I think there almost certainly were American, maybe not hostage, I don't know, but I'm certain there would have been international scientists at Chernobyl, which is now essentially kind of under Russian control. Granted that at this point the Russian attacks are slower than anticipated, I think the ultimate thing is we don't really know if it's slower than anticipated. I don't think there's any way of really knowing if it is, and although it might feel slow because we're living in this news cycle, when you look back and think, well, within 2 days the Russians were in Kyiv, that's not particularly slow. Sorry, I have a cough. I'll use my mute button. What's going to happen with Chechen Special Forces? I saw a lot of videos on Chechen Special Forces staying like rallying and people getting on trains. I don't know whether it's genuine or not. It seems to be that it'd be the thing that you could easily be footage from many months or years ago even. That would be intimidating, because if you were in Kyiv looking at kind of battle-hardened Chechen fighters coming in by the trainload, that would be very intimidating. So I don't know. Miguel says a plan for invasion in 72 hours. I can't remember if anyone can remember, because when the West kind of disclosed the intelligence playbook before the invasion, they were quite detailed about what was going to happen. I don't know if anyone can remember. And I remember they were saying the invasion will start with a bombardment of Kyiv, and that was quite shocking. But that looks like it's transpired to be true. So I don't know what they. I think it seems pretty clear that, and it might be the case that, look, you can see the camera bounce there. I don't know what that was about. Might be the case that Russia has actually come across more resistance in the east than they expected, and therefore it's much more important that they, inverted commas, cut the head off the state in Kyiv. So actually they're reprioritizing and kind of doubled down on getting into Kyiv. It's the world's most televised cigarette break, perhaps. It can't be really understated just how important it was for Russia to be able to come through Belarus. It has kind of changed everything, because if it weren't able to come through Belarus, it would have given Ukraine a lot more land and therefore time to get to Kyiv. And you can see here, because of the big river, I imagine that the land is a lot flatter, and you can also fly helicopters down in the middle of the river. Low altitude. That's grand. Yeah, I don't normally do this. I normally do sim racing. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we saw the message go out, if you're Ukrainian, you've got a passport, you know, you can have a gun. So they've given out, I think I saw stats of like 18,000 guns have been handed out. Maybe a lot more than that, I don't know. But you're giving everyone a gun, things are going to be on edge. You understand there's saboteurs in your city. The Russians and the Ukrainians drive very similar vehicles, the same colours, wear pretty similar fatigues. There's been reports about, you know, Russians wearing Ukrainian clothing. Everyone's going to be on edge. It's a bit, I can imagine it being a bit of a tinderbox. And what we saw earlier with in fact, we've got 800 people watching. So we were talking earlier about the incident that a lot of people have seen earlier, with the APC and the truck in Kyiv. I don't know if anyone has a view on what that was about, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was a very just tragic accident, because things are so on edge. It's very brave reporter. Are Polish troops getting sent to Ukraine? Polish troops won't get sent into Ukraine because Poland is a member of NATO, and therefore if a Polish soldier gets shot, then there's a danger they invoke Article 5. If Article 5 gets invoked, then it's a different ballgame. Please don't just spam the poo emoji. We don't want to be one of those streams. There's plenty of other streams we can do that. Otherwise, the motorsport magpie will just unleash himself. Josh decided as the drive, the APC lost control. Yeah, it kind of the thing I was thinking about, it didn't make any logical sense for me for that APC to run over a car. I can't see what would be gained for the driver of that APC to run over a car. So it makes me think like it's more likely to be one of these tragic mistakes. I also don't think the APC drove off after he ran over the car. Incredibly, the driver of the car survived. Broken King, do you think Russia will attack another country? I don't think Russia will attack another NATO country, but I have to say, this is the whole kind of world order has been based on the premise that NATO Article 5, weapons of mass destruction, mutual destruction with nuclear weapons, and the United Nations Security Council means there won't be another world war. And these things are kind of being called into question a little bit. I mean, what happens if Putin is very successful here and feels emboldened and then, actually kind of has to occupy Ukraine, so there is a border with Poland here. There's already a border with Poland, by the way, here. But let's say there's another border here, and let's say, like you see in Kashmir, like you see in the DMZ in Korea, you have some flashpoints, but these flashpoints end up with a NATO soldier getting shot, then what then? Does NATO ever end up in a position where, for example, a Polish soldier gets shot and NATO actually and invokes Article 5, but actually it's just not worth it? I don't know. Does that call into question NATO? I mean, organisations don't last forever. Every kind of world-leading empire or whatever has fallen over the years. So it's not like NATO's going to last forever, so I don't know. But let me know what you think, chat. I think there was a report earlier that Russia had hit a Romanian ship. I think it was later shown as a Moldovan ship. I think the flags of Moldova and Romania are quite similar, so that might have been a confused reporting. I don't think hitting a civilian... by the way, is... for example, Netherlands, I believe, is in NATO, and when a lot of Netherlands civilians were shot down in that tragic Malaysian aircraft incident in eastern Ukraine, there was no discussion there that an Article 5 would be invoked. I think it has to be military personnel. There are a few... Article 5 has... It's all written out and a few things have to happen. But it has been invoked once. And the only time that's ever been invoked was when, after September 11th, the USA invoked it against Afghanistan. And therefore, other NATO members they were essentially allied with USA in the war in Afghanistan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think there was allegedly they hit a Japanese ship as well. Getting a picture. We get a picture of his picture. It's a bit weird how we can see this live, but it's very surreal, isn't it? Interested to see if we are getting audio from that camera. I think we are. Let me check on it as well. I've got using my 3 monitors, so I've got all the sources up. Just need to keep checking. I think what we can definitely say is, kind of 2 days in, it doesn't seem like Russia has captured any major cities, because you would imagine once they do that, they would like to issue statements and show pictures, burnt Ukrainian tanks, Russian flags in city centres or whatever they want to do. But 2 days in, that hasn't happened. And, if we think back very recently what happened in Afghanistan, where it was very, very quick, or even the Gulf Wars, there's obviously been a lot more resistance here. Ian Kemp says Russia has underestimated resistance. I feel like surely you would not authorize an invasion unless you were you incorporated a significant margin for error in your assessment of of being successful. Because it feels like Russia didn't really need to do this unless Putin felt strategically that, in order to sustain maybe his popularity or party, etc., or the system that this was needed. Yeah, so outlets have reported on the Russia's forces. It was brought up today, actually, in the, I think that the Defense Secretary of State's press conference in the Pentagon in the United States. I think Ukraine said that half of Russia's forces had now been half of Russia's forces that were deployed around Ukraine have now been deployed into Ukraine, and I think the USA said it was a third. So those are the figures. I don't understand how we have this feed. I don't know. Broken King, I can't gather what Russia will actually do if capture Kyiv. Well, I like to, what do people think? Because as we understand it now, it seems pretty clear that Kyiv is being circled. It looks like there's been fighting on the streets, on this boulevard. To what extent it's kind of exploratory troops or really trying to push something through, I don't know. But it doesn't sound like that kind of fighting has continued audibly. But let's say, yeah, there is, and I don't see how Ukraine can really repel this. Let's say they do find the president of Ukraine, other top level officials, and they extradite them to Russia or something. What do you think happens? Yeah, basically the feed for CNN that I've got only works if you're in the USA, and I'm not in the USA. Yeah, they were on the cyber attacks. The one thing that the General Secretary of NATO said today is that if there were cyber attacks on NATO members, then that could potentially be a reason to invoke Article 5, which is obviously pretty terrifying. Because let's say Russian, kind of nationalized Russian hackers or whatever they are, kind of commit cyber attacks on NATO members. Maybe state-level infrastructure or like significant companies. I think there were reports though that Nvidia was came under cyber attack. That seems like a very quick way to escalate to Article 5. And I don't. Again, another question, because I'm not really an expert, but I do know some of the fundamentals. But let's say for whatever reason Article 5 is invoked by a NATO member. Let's say that a NATO member has been training Ukrainians here and they have forces still there and they are attacked, and on that basis that nation triggers Article 5. Let's say there's a significant cyber attack, on that basis they invoke Article 5, and let's say that is accepted. Then what happens if NATO is under Article 5 conditions against Russia and you have mutually assured destruction? Because when you think about it, NATO's core ability can never be used against a nuclear armed state, because that's in direct contradiction with mutually assured destruction. And this is this point about NATO. It seems more evident that if you're in NATO, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, NATO's great. Estonia, Latvia, bordering Russia, Poland borders Russia as well. They effectively have the might of USA, Germany, UK, France behind them. But if you're not in NATO, you would surely rather NATO doesn't exist, because, if NATO didn't exist, surely it would be more likely that you would have peacekeepers from Western countries in there. But Western countries can't afford to send peacekeepers into Ukraine because of the risk of Article 5 being invoked. So it's a bit of a catch-22. Yeah, I've seen reports on more cargo planes being taken down. Joseph, NATO is a lot like mutual destruction. It's nice to have, you don't want to use it. AKA Article 5 is almost saying no one will use nuclear weapons. Well, this is the kind of ultimate logic that the current rules-based audit is based on, is that, yeah, there are powers of nuclear weapons, but because everyone has nuclear weapons, they'll never be used. Which, it's almost like, if you're a child, you would question that. If you're a child, you would say, well, hang on, surely that can't be safe for adding really dangerous weapons into the wild. But, you know, it has stood the test of time. It did mean the Cold War didn't get hot, although it threatened to go hot a few times. So, yeah, NATO, Article 5, and mutually assured destruction are all part of the same equation, are basically designed to prevent a world war. But that whole logic seems to be, you know, kind of the tectonic plates of that are shuffling around at the moment. Video maker, that's what the US defense, that's what the Pentagon said. Yeah, I don't really get what you meant about rather than NATO not being in it. Basically, if Poland wasn't in NATO, maybe Poland would, you know, would have less of an issue kind of having people in the ground. That's what I'm saying. But that's just my opinion. It might be wrong. I'm not that familiar. You can enlighten me. I did see there were videos circulated today about ICBMs being moved around in Russian territory. That kind of stuff does happen a lot anyway. So coincidental, or it may be a show of force, kind of a bit of saber rattling, but it is obviously very disconcerting. It's a kind of, those kind of images are probably the thing that, you know, you pay a lot of attention to if you're in the West, because it's, you know, you feel a long way away and then you see ICBMs moving around, you're like, oh, hang on. Whereas if you're in Kyiv, that's really not important right now. Welcome, Suchi. Skip through a live stream with Key. Cherry, so UAE abstaining. The UAE abstained tonight, China abstained tonight, and India abstained tonight, and Russia vetoed it. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure about that Dooley Whiskey. I know there's multiple bits to Article 5. I think there may be 3 bits. But I'm not sure to what extent that would hold up if... I can't remember if it's the troops have to be on NATO territory, but I think there's extra wording to it. So I don't know if troops were invited into Ukrainian territory, whether it could still apply. Okay, so we can debunk that anyway. Yeah, I saw that statement from, I think, one of the foreign ministers in Russia. To be honest, that kind of rhetoric isn't that unusual. Just obviously very sensitive at the moment. I did see some very impassioned... and I've been to Latvia, Lithuania a few times, Poland quite a few times, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey. There's a lot of these countries, especially Baltic and Poland, kind of less when you get to Romania, but these countries here, kind of Soviet Union is still very much in their conscious. You can feel it. A lot of older people went through, you know, mandatory military service and things like that. But I did see I think it was the Latvian, Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, making some very impassioned statements about SWIFT today. Yeah, that did sound like small arms fire. Obviously, there are a lot of small arms now. And, you know, 100% if you're giving small arms to a lot of people, then you're making a choice of it's better to do that and not control exactly who you're giving it to. You might be giving it to people that... It's a bit of an interesting situation, isn't it? No worries, all delicious. And thanks everyone. We have a good debate in these streams. It's not like some of the other streams where it's just like constant spam. So a big thank you to the mods and a big thank you to all of you. if you can't sleep wherever you are in the world and you just want to talk about stuff and ask questions, that's basically what it's for. I don't know what time it is where I am. If you're wondering who I am, I do sim racing. So I race like 24-hour races in the sea. It's my steering wheel. So I'm used to staying up and streaming late at night and having 3 monitors. But I'm definitely not used to covering stuff like this. I'm not sure about that, Drought. I've been to Vilnius a few times, and it's a very interesting place for kind of Nordic, Scandinavian influence, and Russian influence. It has its own unique culture, but I definitely felt some Russian influence in been to Vilnius a few times, been to Riga as well. I'm just staying up because I wouldn't be able to go to sleep. So, like I said yesterday, there's some people, you know, when there are big geopolitical events like this, you can't not follow it. You feel very connected to it. And some people, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even register. And there's no right or wrong there, I think. It's just some people are it doesn't matter where you are globally in the world, but you feel very close to it. Some people don't, and that's just, I think most people here probably feel very close to it. I have been to the States a few times. Let me check on the latest news, because it looks like we're hearing more small arms fire now. I can't hear much artillery though. I've got this volume on max, by the way. Okay, now I think that sounds like some artillery. Might have seen some lights flicker as well. But again, you have to bear in mind the whole place, I imagine, will be so on edge. You start hearing shots fired. You know, everyone's now got AKs. You might hear these things pop off and actually say, I don't know. Yeah, people saying it's anti-air. I can't see any traces going up from this view. Definitely looks like this. I don't know if it's. Can't see any lights going out. Whether there's something going on with the lights there. There are people shouting. I've got this on max volume on my mixer. Yeah, a lot of people are reporting this gunfire that we're hearing now. Reuters are reporting there was an assault on a Ukrainian military base in Kyiv. I don't know where. Let me try and refresh this. That was apparently repelled. Looks like this actually, we're getting more updates elsewhere. Yeah, there is music as well. I don't know if we're getting a blended audio here or this is all music from the square. I imagine psychologically wise it's probably reassuring to hear music. There, I'm just trying to track everything. Got a number of places. I feel like if there is going to be an invasion, the gunfire is going to be much more sustained. So I can't even kind of contemplate what's going on now. We've heard reports that, I think again from Reuters, that Russians trying to progress down this boulevard into Kyiv. But it seems like an incredible thing to do. I mean, the only thing is, and again, you can give people automatic rifles and small arms, but if armor starts rolling down, well, then this is the thing that a lot of military generals have been saying, that it's very difficult to successfully actually. Well, you cannot cleanly invade a built-up city like Kyiv, because you'll have resistant forces, civilians now armed, people with NLAWs or javelins, kind of anti-ground rockets, potentially on top of high rises or around street corners, etc. So it becomes a bit of a funnel, maybe. The DW cam, we had the DW cam on actually. In fact, I did. I've still got it up. Bear with me. Bear with me. We'll put the DW one here because that one is still similar. Not really sure we need. I'm behind that. It's a bit silly. Not sure we really need the radar right now, to be honest. I'm assuming some are taking their chances of being caught. Maybe. I think historically, going like way back in history, like Alexander the Great time, Roman times, a lot of battles were basically who would surrender first. It wasn't about heavy bloodshed. It was causing a rout and then getting one side to surrender. And definitely it's kind of these kind of tactics, if you decapitate the state, as they say, then does everything just crumble? Do people hand in their guns and say, no more? So apparently, again, there's still heavy fire in this airport here. So it sounds now, again, speculation. I don't know. I haven't seen what we do. We saw Russian troops on the ground at this airport yesterday. They didn't look that well prepared. Apparently, there have been some issues with what they wanted to do. They weren't able to land the R-76s and the cargo planes. So, and apparently there was, perhaps retaken. So maybe this area is in a bit of dispute, and maybe they really need an air base, and Ukraine is doubling down on defending these air bases. I don't understand fully why Ukraine would not kind of destroy the runways, etc., unless they're very important for the Ukrainian Air Force. I don't see it doesn't make sense to have waves of men entering. I don't think. I'm not a military expert, but to me it doesn't make sense to have waves. You surely would want to push and kind of lead with armor, or lead with kind of shock troops and follow very quickly with armor. Which website? The website here is liveuamap.com. This guy isn't a Russian. This guy is just some absolutely fearless, we think, CNN anchor. So yeah, more reports coming in of fighting at this airbase. There's been reports of now 2 cargo planes shot down. Again, you can imagine if it is a very kind of guerrilla defense that Russian forces are at this airport, they think they've secured it, and when the cargo planes are coming into land, you have Ukrainians stationed here with mobile ground-to-air missiles and destroying the cargo planes as they are on their approach, low altitude. I don't know. Yeah, to give credit to I don't think CNN have a great reputation domestically in the US, but internationally, I think they have a better reputation. And we did see them on the ground at this airport yesterday, if you remember the iconic "Stand Up, Lewis" line. And now this guy here just having some cigarette breaks. Reporter thinks he's on a balcony in Miami or something. I'd give a penny for his thoughts. What do you think's going through his head right now? He's obviously quite a senior war reporter, so he's probably, this is the pinnacle in terms of that profession. Matthew Spence, okay. Dracofurious, I think Russia are going to fail. We talked a lot about this before and kind of what do we think, how it's going to play out. Again, I think my opinion is still that I don't see how Ukraine can repel this. And I just think the bloodshed would be so heavy that surely I think the Ukrainian, head of the state, various people will try and negotiate a way out, surely, to save all the bloodshed. That's kind of how I logically see it playing out, but I don't know. Things are moving so fast. These are, fairly unprecedented times. I'm pretty sure Chernobyl will have been secured and you'll have international scientists basically doing exactly what they were doing before, except there's now Russian soldiers standing outside instead of Ukrainian soldiers. I'd be very surprised if that wasn't the case. I know there was a dispute about during the time of the fighting there, there was no handover of scientists in terms of the shifts. I'd be very surprised if that isn't the case. David, next Putin move. It sounds like it's going to be the move on Kyiv. Unit, will I be doing more? I only did this one because as I ended the stream yesterday, I said I'm not going to do this again. And then a lot of people said no. I found it very reassuring and comforting, and it was different to other streams. So, and I actually wasn't planning to today. I only started the stream at midnight UK time. I need to make videos for my channel because that's my normal content. I haven't done that in a while. But I do have like I said, I did cycle from London to Turkey and went through a lot of these countries and stayed with people and spoke with people and I spent a lot of time in Lithuania, Poland, been to Romania a few times, including in the east. And yeah, never went to Ukraine actually. So it's pretty shocking how we do hear these waves. It does feel like waves, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of people now with weapons, and all it takes is for one person to start shooting, and then I imagine it all kicks off, and it's very confusing. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's happening. But okay, in fact, how do people see this playing out till dawn? What do people think is going to happen till dawn? Again, it's a bit like a bluff, right? Because the more that Kyiv and the politicians and also people there say, hey, we're going to arm ourselves, we're going to repel everything, we're going to fight really to the death to protect our city, the more you call Putin's bluff, because you say, hey, Putin, you're going to have to spill a lot of Russian blood to take over here, and there might not be a lot left. And what's that going to achieve for you? So it's, in a way, it's still diplomacy. It's not really diplomacy, but in a way, it's still kind of rhetoric. But at some point, the music stops, or potentially the music stops, and then you've committed to what you've committed to, or not necessarily committed, but that it starts off in that way. I think escalates for me. I think big assault in daytime. Kyiv will get taken by Russians. Slugmoist, I see Ukraine pushing back the Russian first wave. again, if the Ukrainians can pull back the Russian first wave, surely that's a horrendous miscalculation by the Russians. Surely you don't want to have to do this in waves, because that's like... And again, my viewpoint on these things have been, I thought this would be much more similar to the Gulf Wars, or like Afghanistan recently as like an extreme example of kind of complete capitulation under pressure. There's different cultural circumstances there. But like the Gulf Wars, where there were, you know, inherent armies there with tanks and with air base and aircraft, but then with the initial cruise missiles and bombardments, you can basically destroy all that infrastructure, disrupt the command, roll in, shock and awe, and basically you never really have to engage too much because you keep routing here and there. But yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff about these lights. Although I'd be surprising if paratroopers were going to land. That whenever you land paratroopers, it's very... Almost all the time you land paratroopers, you risk people just not making the jump anyway, even if there's no fire, and then you risk being shot down, you risk being captured immediately, and then interrogated. So use of paratroopers is extremely risky. Chinese nationals being evacuated. Bear with me. Obviously, we saw shelling yesterday. We saw anti-air. We saw things getting shot down over Ukraine. I didn't see anything get verified one way or the other in terms of what was shot down. And I think almost inevitably there's going to be small arms gunfire in Kyiv because so many weapons are being handed out and people are going to be on edge. I still would think the incident that happened in earlier today with the truck and the APC running over the car, there's a significant chance that could have all just been a misunderstanding and an accident because everyone's so on edge. Yeah, Paris rarely land on cities. But, okay, does anyone not know what these signals have been purported to be, these kind of markings? Because if not, I'll find some markings and I can show them. But if anyone has seen these markings that have been shared around that have been purportedly done by the saboteurs, what do people think they are for? I don't think I've seen anything on what they are for. Right, let me try and find... Sam, bear with me. Now I've seen this picture. I'm going to put it here. I don't understand this picture because these are the kind of markings that have been... These are the kind of markings that have been talked about. I don't understand how someone would get that high, but I can't really work out the scale here. I think you can see a person here with their arm, maybe a cigarette or a light. Probably a torch, actually, not a cigarette. So maybe it's not that high up. It's not like a massive column. But there's been pictures circulated of markings that have been blue, have been red, have been green, I think, maybe. And we shared one earlier that's a bit chilling. I don't know if anyone's understands what they could be for. I'm not eligible to run for US president because I wouldn't want to.
I'm well. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yep. It's Kirith here. Can you hear me? Issue with the radio link. They're guiding for aerial support, laser targets. That seems very low tech. That seems very low technology, though. I know there are different ways of dropping bombs. You have TV guided missiles. You have laser guided missiles. So is it a way of not having someone shine the laser for the laser guided missile? I don't know. It seems easily kind of disrupted. Seems easily disrupted and kind of again a bit, in a way, a bit low tech, like we saw with the markings on the Russian vehicles. Let me try and find some more. Bear with me. Yeah, so this is one I saw yesterday, but again, I don't think I can confirm that. So, hang on. Again, this is one that we showed earlier, but I can't confirm it. These may just be lights that you have on a building anyway. Because this is the way that information goes round, but I don't understand how you would get lights on a building like this. Especially on the side on what looks to be a residential building. So I don't know. I could see logically how you would have red lights on top of this building to notify civilian aircraft. That's not massively out of place from something I would see in London. This map here is liveuamap.com. Oh, is it the window there? Bear with me, okay, hang on. I can see what you're saying now, this window here. Best chat in the game. Best chat on YouTube.
Постоянно то короткие, то длинные.
Still could be anything, right? I mean, I've got an LED panel here I use when I'm streaming that does something like that, so I don't know, but again, I don't know.
Постоянно то короткие, то длинные.
And again, is that really reliable for infantry? Wouldn't they have higher? I can't imagine the United States needing to do that. But maybe I'm overestimating the capabilities of the Russian military. Let me try and find the other ones. I think there was something reported by Ukraine Ministry of Defense. But yeah, a lot of stuff will kind of spread like this, and particular theories will take hold that just can't be confirmed. I'll get it up again because I think it is an important one. Bear with me. Bear with me 8 seconds. So it's this light here. I don't know if that's big enough on your stream. But it seems incredibly low tech. It seems difficult to make out. But we've got more gunfire we can. And again, I don't know what the sentiment is. Do people think this is going quickly or not quickly? I think there's when you're living in the present, you feel like things are going slowly in the present, but it's been 2 days and Russian forces are in Kyiv right now, and there's been some reports that I think have been confirmed by Reuters that there's fighting on this boulevard, maybe trying to prepare the way for armor columns to come down. And I can only imagine they're ready to do that because they've managed to secure whatever relevant airfields they wanted. This one seems highly disputed today, and this one we know was disputed yesterday. So very intense battles around the airfields because presumably the Russians want to bring personnel, want to bring armor, want to bring equipment, supplies in by air, by cargo planes. but I feel like this is very quick. Yeah, exactly. I think my bicycle light also does that. So I'm not sure about that, but you never know. This is the kind of stuff that can lead to misunderstandings. Like, what if they see that and someone goes up with a rifle and they knock on the door, they don't hear anything, and then this is when everyone's on edge. These kind of things can happen. Tragically, genuinely a miracle that that guy got run over, survived. Welcome along, everyone. Let me refresh my sources. Sometimes the news comes in quick, sometimes some of the regular news sources just very odd, but they have to verify everything, so it makes sense. Yeah, it hasn't been confirmed, but there's been 2 separate reports of 2 different cargo planes being shot down. But again, shot down is reported twice. It could be none, I don't know. But it looks like you can understand that this airbase would be a significant strategic asset for Russia to kind of essentially airload in armor. But again, it might not be super relevant if the columns from Belarus have been able to come down. So all of the Russian armor that came down, the support vehicles, were marked with letters on the side, not Cyrillic letters either. Roman alphabet letters. Definitely some more small arms fire now. It's kind of weird they're actually barely using attack helicopters and bombers. I think the thing is you can't really in Kyiv. If you use attack helicopters and bombers in Kyiv, unless you're being very strategic to kind of take out, maybe radio equipment or satellites or satellite receivers or something, then, you're talking like Geneva Convention stuff. So, but this is what a lot of people have speculated. Is that the more difficult it is for Russia, the more it maybe forces Putin's hand to kind of go stronger. DJCM, the letter marks the battle zone to each sector has its own letter, so each squad has to go to the zone once deployed. Yeah, again, it seemed like a very low technology way of doing something, but sometimes the most robust ways of doing stuff are low technology. That paint doesn't need any battery to work. It doesn't need to get satellite reception. It's painted on. You can see it. You know which regiment, whatever it's with. So it did strike me as a bit low key. We were talking about yesterday. Jake says Zelensky should just turn himself over. It's going to be an interesting one if Kyiv becomes besieged, and I can't even conceptualize it because it is, and this is the thing, that it is very close to our doorstep in Europe. If you're watching from around the world, this may look like a big area, but it's not really. Like I said, I went on my bicycle through here in like a couple of months. It's a really small area, and yeah, absolutely insane. SWIFT is a business banking system for payments. So basically, a lot of sanctions target banks, individuals, etc., stopping lending. They take a while to kick in. Whereas if you remove access to SWIFT, this one's back on. If you remove access to SWIFT, you kind of would prevent businesses actually doing business, and that would apply, the thinking is, a lot more domestic pressure. Because businesses would go, hey, come on, you stop this because we can't exist. So again, a lot of reports coming in. Difficult to get anything verified. We can hear that there's gunfire around Kyiv. We can also see the live webcams. There's still power there, although it looks like there's quite a significant blackout. Whether that's a like mandated blackout or if it's from lack of power, I don't know. Can see some lights flickering here, but I think they're just lights. And if you're Ukrainian kind of reservist that's been called up, have you got any meaningful sleep? Are you running on empty? There's only so many days you can push yourself like that before you become fatigued and make bad decisions. And yeah, it looks like a lot more of the city is blacked out, doesn't it? We know that there was reported fighting at a power plant outside of Kyiv. It strikes me that it would be very easy to just destroy this or render it unusable by, even if you don't have air superiority, but by cruise missile. It is again very surreal that one of the players in this war has nuclear weapons, and it's almost like they cannot be used. Otherwise, the whole world order just completely collapses. Yeah, understood, Corey. Flight radar, we can check in on the old flight radar situation, but I don't think there'll be too much happening. Probably still the US drone in the Black Sea, and still the US strata tankers flying over Romania, circulating. Yeah, so this is the US drone. This is one of the strat tankers, maybe come from Germany, this one. No, that's come from Mildenhall. Anything else I can see of particular note? Hammond, if NATO sends stuff via arms or Russia's entry, I think there have been discussions about that. I think even like the Pentagon was looking into it, they said. It's very weird. It's very unusual the way stuff happens in the US sometimes. Like they do briefings with journalists and get asked questions. And I think they said they were looking into whether supplying arms would constitute being legally involved in the war. So obviously, in a way, it's a very artificial line that is being avoided, when in the reality there's, artillery going in, small arms fire, and thermobaric weapons being used. But there are these completely artificial, man-made constructions in terms of when can Article 5 be invoked, what happens, what you need to be legally involved in the war, and yet there's people dying. So it's like it's a bit surreal. Has anyone received verification for verifiable source that China's against the invasion? You can basically take from the fact that they abstained on the resolution put before UN Security Council that they are not. They are voicing some dissatisfaction with it. Although they made this very unusual comment about seeing Ukraine needing to be a bridge between the East and the West, and I just don't see how that could ever be fulfilled. I don't have the ship moves in Black Sea. Obviously, we saw some reports of fuel tankers and transport ships getting fired on in the Black Sea yesterday. More reports about fighting in Kyiv, but it looks to be on off. I think we can definitely say that there looks to be much more of a blackout, and so you would imagine that is because of a power cut rather than any kind of mandated thing, because it's happened together. You can see some flashing up here, but that might be on top of buildings. I take all the Ghosts of Kiev stuff with a massive, massive pinch of salt. I think you can hear aircraft now over Kiev. Yeah, I think urban legend is a good way to put it. I think the bigger point, rather than goes to Kyiv, is the fact that it seems like Russia wasn't able to get air superiority immediately, and that is a big difference to what we've seen in the Gulf Wars and in Afghanistan, where it was very easy for US/coalition to get air superiority. So this war has unfolded differently because Russia hasn't been able to get that air superiority. Miss Sandwich, I'm watching from California. I'm terrified for Ukraine. What's going to be with the world in our future? Prayers for all, but especially Ukraine. Yeah, if you read the statement from Putin that came out like 6 a.m. yesterday, and what's happened at Security Council and what Lavrov has been saying, it's definitely, this is different. This is not. This is a real kind of assertion by Russia that the kind of post-Soviet hegemony world order they believe just doesn't work, and they don't want to play by it. So this world where we could have a football World Cup in Russia like we did 4 years ago, we can have a Formula 1 race in Russia, that kind of world seems like it's not going to work like that anymore. And it's very surreal to talk about, because from a Western perspective it seems it seems like it's a very voluntary decision for Russia to go that way, because it seems like there wasn't a need to go into Ukraine. But from a Russian perspective, you can see how the European Union kind of taking on more members here, NATO members here, that there is some sort of eastward expansion. Thanks for the Australian $5, Luxor. Just spotted 2 military vehicles in this stream. Okay, that's in Western Ukraine. Is that in Kyiv? Thanks for tagging me. Thanks for just letting me know. I think the news will probably have a bit more of a delay. I don't know. This one is absolutely live. Yeah, there was. I don't know if anyone saw the video that the Ukrainian president sent earlier, but I don't speak Ukrainian or Russian, and even I could kind of like understand almost like understand it as much as if it was in a language that I do understand. When he said, "Look, I'm in Kyiv, you know, so and so and so are in Kyiv, we're all in Kyiv." So it's a very, very strong and clear video, actually. And there's been a few, so we saw last night he made more statements about being disappointed that, you know, the West hadn't really come to Ukraine's aid militarily, and Ukraine was based on its own. There was a statement from Putin this morning where he'd be interested to see some kind of body language on it, because analysis. He looked very angry. He looked very angry. See his face kind of creasing. I don't know if anyone saw that statement from Putin. It was quite a short statement. It was televised. Yeah, this is definitely. I don't know if would anyone disagree that this is the most significant event in kind of world geopolitics since 9/11, and before then since the fall of the Soviet Union. Thanks, Jonathan. Let me know if we should get a flight radar up and track it. West miscalculated after first Chechen war that Russia will never gain military strength. That's on Iden's own push. Yeah, so it's interesting that in that statement Putin made yesterday, a very long statement that I think will be analysed for well, I'm surprised hasn't been more analysed, because that's very interesting, where he talks about Belgrade, Iraq, Syria, Libya, is kind of his justification for saying what's happened after the fall of the Soviet Union has not been good for the world. But obviously, if you invade another country, you need a pretense for that. Whether you see it as a domestic threat, whether you see it as, in fact, what do people think is the real reason why Russia have invaded Ukraine? Is it because there is a genuine feel that there has been an eastward expansion of NATO and the EU, and if Ukraine were to join NATO, then that is a significant, security risk for Russia. Is it because of a kind of underlying lack of recognition of Ukraine being a independent territory and these historically being kind of Soviet before then, like Russian lands? Is it a genuine desire to recognize kind of these regions here where there's disputed kind of claims of independence? Does anyone have a logical reason? What's anyone's logical reason? You can't, and not just say, "Oh, it's just crazy." He's old school because he thinks he can get away with it. I don't think he can get away with it is enough of a justification. I mean, like a proper reason. Is it to play strong domestically? I think it's Putin's place history. I don't know if when you get to that age, I think Putin is what, like 67 or something? If when you get to that age, it becomes a lot more about legacy, and you realise that you're getting older and, you're going to die not too long in the future. So it becomes more about your legacy and how you'll be remembered in history books. I don't know if that's the thing. Prestige. I'm pretty astonished, though, that some of the reasons like prestige and like this is happening because of prestige. It's such a big risk for Russia to do this. All of the above plus a diluted NATO. Why, as an American, I believe we personally failed Ukrainian president. I commend him for saying that. Well, he has pretty much directly spoken to the American people and said, "You failed me." But you've got to look at it in the prism of Article 5, haven't you? Really, it's a lot more heavy. Still small arms fire, but it's getting heavy. And I understand it to be down this boulevard. But I don't see the end game because now there are heavy sanctions, and I don't see how these sanctions are going to be lifted. I don't know if anyone can foresee like these sanctions being lifted. I can't foresee it. They're now the status quo. So what does that mean for his economy? What if there is a de-reliance on Russian gas and natural resources? And what does that mean for Russia's economy that already wasn't really commensurate with its political importance? Do you know which stream the firings come from? I think it's this stream. This stream isn't particularly loud. This stream isn't particularly loud, so it's this stream. I'm pretty sure it's from Ukraine. I don't know if there's a blending there and the music is coming from somewhere else. This volume here, I'm afraid, is on max. My mix is on max and this is on max. Yeah, so the thing about Article 5 is, and there are different bits to it, but if it could be clarified that any deaths of NATO members on Ukrainian soil wouldn't result in a ability to declare Article 5, invoke Article 5. I think it's pretty clear that there's been a stronger blackout, so I wouldn't be surprised if the internet's down. I also don't know to what extent this really kind of creates a strong desire in like Western intelligence and capabilities to enact a regime change in Russia. Because, you think about... Remember, Putin came to power in 2000. Boris Yeltsin by then wasn't a very strong president. He'd been rocked a few times, but Yeltsin came into power off a coup, tanks in Red Square, I think tanks against Parliament. And Putin came in as this figure to kind of bring some law and order and stability. But there was there was a coup in Russia, so I don't know. You know, remember a few years ago there was a really strong coup attempt in Turkey. There was a massive coup attempt in Turkey that Erdogan was able to repel. I'm in London. I don't think NATO would have wanted you. I mean, let's be real, right? This is Ukraine as a buffer state for NATO. Like NATO is a this is exactly what being a buffer state comes down to. Fucking right. See you, Dylan. We'll put hope for beer when you wake up. Regime change in Russia is a risk of nuclear war. That's why I didn't want to bring Putin down. Yeah, you don't want to have that instability, but so the constitution in Russia, I think, was that you couldn't be president more than twice, like it is in the United States. I think Putin tag team with Medvedev. He became president, was then prime minister, but then Putin amended the constitution. Now I think he can now be president definitely, but it used to be that there was a 2-term limit, I believe, in Russia for president. Why didn't Ukraine join the NATO? It's a big question. I'm not sure NATO really would have really wanted to expand that much. Obviously, you have Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania as NATO members, and Poland. To ask that one to Jens Stoltenberg. This map here is liveuamap.com, and we think the small arms fire we can hear at the moment is the Russians trying to progress down this boulevard into Kyiv. UK been pushing for them during a long time. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I remember when there were discussions about whether NATO should exist or not. Was there any reason to have NATO? This is the same time as like a little bit after Fukuyama publishing The End of History. Was the Soviet Union falling the end of history, which sounds crazy now, but that was a credible kind of political, geopolitical kind of assessment of international relations. And I think what the statements from Russia and the fact that they feel so emboldened to do this is a kind of rejection of that and saying, yeah, that wasn't the end of history. Before there was a, you know, 2 superpower system, and when it became an American superpower, America's a world policeman, actually we saw Kosovo, Libya, Iraq, Syria, and that's what they're trying to present and portray. But to what extent that's a genuine now undercurrent, or to what extent it's just an attempt to legitimize the invasion to Ukraine, which is for other reasons, I don't know. Don't really know anything. I'm a racing driver. What do you think would happen if Finland and Sweden join NATO? So I think there's an agreement between Finland and Sweden that if one of them join, they can only both join together, and if one of them left, they would both leave together. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Obviously, Finland and Sweden have historically been quite neutral. But I think Sweden has come out recently saying that, you know, being a neutral country has worked out for them. Let's see some more flashes here. I don't know. There's obviously some history between Russia and Finland. Hui says they should not join NATO. Who do you mean, Hui? Shelby says the world is a giant clique. That is, in all seriousness, that is the kind of statement that has been presented by Putin and Lavrov and State Security Council. That essentially they're saying, oh, our view is that since the fall of the Soviet Union, the world has been a clique following whatever the United States does. But again, I don't know to what extent it's actually... Do you think this could finish with peace talks? I think it's very likely this will finish with peace talks. In fact, I think it's in the Russian kind of strategy that they want to get into Kyiv, probably not even necessarily occupy it. They just literally, they want to get the president. They want to get him, I would say ideally extract him, but basically remove him from Ukraine. And then, you know, you've kind of cut the head off the state in Ukraine. So easier to force a surrender or a, you know, settlement, whatever you want to call it. Definitely some more heavy fire now. Sounds like larger caliber machine guns. Homer 61, thanks Jonathan. I know you're on the flight radar. Let's get flight radar back up. Let me know where Homer 61 is, and we'll track it. Yeah, there's music as well. I don't know if it's on the square, if it's blended, or if it's coming from the hotel. Tag me in the chat, John. That's very close to this camera. Welcome along, everyone. Thanks for keeping it. Thanks for keeping it together. But again, there are lots that we also always support for Kyiv, but this is not. I don't think this is Kyiv. I might be wrong, but I don't think this is Kyiv. Might be wrong. It wasn't Kyiv before. Yeah, there are a lot of weapons being issued out, and again, the whole city will be a tinderbox, I imagine, on edge. You see someone, if you can imagine, if someone were just to run, it would just cause so much. You could just see how that could just flare up into an instant. Yeah, I've seen reports, but they're unconfirmed, that the Ukrainian army actually has retaken this airbase, but I would take it with a very large pinch of salt. Yeah, it will be getting light soon, actually. I can't see this Homer 61, so to give me some more information. It doesn't always work when I search the tag. Let me try it. I don't know if it will come up here. Homer 61 coming in from... Oh, nice. Okay. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, there are some websites that track the internet traffic, so I wouldn't be surprised if Well, at least Kyiv has been cut off. I think it was there were some discussions this morning about a meeting in Belarus, in Minsk, between Ukraine representatives and Russian representatives. I don't know what happened exactly, but possibly Ukrainians rejected it either because of the preconditions of surrendering or the fact it's in Minsk, which is in Belarus, which is where a lot of these Russian armoured columns have come down from. I think Poland also was proposed as an alternative. Has there been any confirmation that Russian forces actually hold the airport outside Kiev? We saw yesterday Russian forces at this airport, but then it was disputed. And we've heard reports that Russian cargo planes have been shot down coming into this airport, which to me might indicate that Russians hold the airport, but there are Ukrainians with ground-to-air missiles, javelins or Arlos or whatever, trying to shoot planes down. Homer 69 as well. Nice. Again, that's from Crete, isn't it? Hopefully my geography is correct and that is Crete. Otherwise, I've massively embarrassed myself. I can't see Homer 69 on the map unless he's just taken off. This isn't the plane that I've seen before. I've seen the Stratotankers. Oh, here we go. Homer 61, Homer 69 taking off now. Yeah, we've got 4011's been there all the time. So that does look like it's winging in, because we've seen the Stratotankers circling around Tugimires, which that is a military airport I've flown into, and it's I cannot recommend it. And I played football actually in the stadium, so that's where they're circulating. This is kind of, you get into mountainous areas and it's but this plane doesn't look like it's going to do that, so we will keep it tracked. Let me yeah, keep it. If you want to flag anything to me, then tag me in the chat. I am used to streaming. I stream sim racing, but I'm not used to doing this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this transponder come off once it gets close to here. I don't know. Obviously, you want to have your transponder run right now. This is at 34,000 feet. For example, this Qatar Airways is at 40,000, so they're operating at similar. This is a 2,000 foot difference from this Qatar Airways 777. Air France from Delhi, how's that had to go? Interesting route. Let me just check the check on my sources. Yeah, a lot of reports about the gunfire that we understand. Some of it is on this boulevard and also on the east as well. Fresh. So yeah, really testing times. But again, if you were Russian and you're attacking in the night, I kind of feel like you would want to really make significant advances in the night, because the whole theatre changes in the day. Not least from a optics perspective, in terms of there's going to be more footage of your movements. That's going to be broadcast to the world. But maybe at this point, Russia really doesn't care what gets broadcast to the world. We've gone off that cliff. That was the way that these things used to work. I don't have any real previous experience other than I did study the Russian constitutional affairs a long time ago, and like I said, I did cycle through a lot of these countries. I've been to a lot of these countries. I did a lot of United Nations stuff when I was younger, but I'm no means a expert in any way. Looks like the civilian zones are blacked out. Again, interesting that doesn't seem to be a lot. I imagine it would be very intimidating in this situation if you're in Kyiv to hear fighter jets going over. We're not hearing a lot of fighter jet movements, so maybe it's hanging east over Bucharest. I don't know if anyone knows if this is a refueling plane. It doesn't look like it has kind of AWACS kind of capabilities. No radar on the top. Don't know if it is a reconnaissance plane or a refueling plane. Sam, do you think Russia are using their old kicks and don't want to show their hand to the rest of the world? I'm pretty sure in this day and age there's not a lot of secrets like that. As soon as you put something out of a hangar, it will be photographed from space. So, but I think it is interesting that they've used. Doesn't seem to be kind of all their state of the art equipment. Someone raised a good point earlier: is that they need to keep some at home, defensively. It's interesting if it's AWACS. It doesn't have the external radar, but maybe it has different radar capability. It looks like it actually. Yeah, it's gone right over Bucharest. And might be heading over the Black Sea. Might also just be a kind of inverted commas training exercise, something that happens fairly regularly, I don't know. We did see yesterday when we were streaming, we saw a Russian IL-76 come from Russia into Belarus and then turn transponder off, which was very surreal to see. I think 69 has turned off the transponder, which is interesting. Thanks, so awful. It's designed to collect technical intelligence. It's a combat sentry, okay. Okay, so recon aircraft. Again, it feels weird how the fighting kind of comes in waves, or we can hear in terms of gunfire. I don't know if anyone's got a explanation or kind of a reasoning of why that would be. I wouldn't disagree with that, Julian. If you saw the statement that China gave at Security Council, they did abstain, but they talked about how they recognised that, and they specifically mentioned eastward NATO expansion, in their view, was basically kind of infringing on Russian security, and they talked about they saw Ukraine needed to be a bridge between the east and the west, which seems like quite an old-fashioned way to kind of portray it. I was a bit surprised to hear that. Waiting for sunrise. Oh, it's on the ground. Was it landing into Crete? Welcome, Barack Obama. Good to have you. Believe they're planning something. We'll see. Getting further in, but I'd be surprised because you think I don't know. Again, it could just be flashpoints. It could be advanced kind of special forces or advanced light troops trying to put these markings up, or maybe set bombs or something. I don't know. Kind of advance and then prepare for. Ultimately, unless they're able to identify where the president of Ukraine is, and they want to kind of do a surgical injection there and either extract him or eliminate him, then surely they're going to be wanting to roll tanks down eventually. Thanks, Scott. This is pretty close to the capital centre. It's the main boulevard into the city. But again, do take everything with a pinch of salt. And you got to think that this is obviously very. I don't know if we're starting to see the sun come up in these eastern regions or not. It's incredible how much light pollution there's been through here during the night. Actually, you've got to think they've really trying to execute a plan that has they are comfortable in by a material number of percent. Like even with the margin of error of miscalculation, they have yes, this is definitely going to work. Otherwise, it seems like a pretty crazy gamble. What time is sunrise in Kyiv? I'm on Bing, so 6:49 local time. Now the way this is actually where my racing experience started, because normally I do racing. I've raced 24 hours in the real world in my sim rig, and the sun the sky gets lighter a lot before the official sunrise time, actually, where I've raced. 6:48. Is Google saying 6:48? Bing's on 6:49. Just keeping an eye on any verified press releases. I have to say there is not a lot of kind of information or footage coming out, which is perfectly understandable. I have seen the footage on the internet blockade or disruption, so it looks like, I don't know if it's Ukraine or Kyiv specific, but it looks like internet has been cut off. So that, I guess, is the cyber warfare aspect of things. We've got 865 people watching here. Welcome, everyone. What do I think about the Ghost pilot? I think it's a bit of an urban myth, but it's a kind of thing that is maybe inspirational and people can say like urban legends. Ian, I think Russia moved in too early because the West was posting publicly everything Russia was up to. It was very interesting how the intelligence was kind of disclosed in that way, and it seems to be almost forced Russia to. But again, it's almost, it didn't matter. Doesn't really matter to Russia, does it? It feels like we saw at the Security Council when we went through that BBC News article that the president of the council was talking about. It seemed to be very little relation to the reality of the article. It just didn't matter. Yeah, I saw the connection went back up. It's difficult to say. I don't know if we've got one with Odessa. You can see here possibly the sky getting lighter, I'm not sure. Definitely can hear some small arms fire. I think the bigger thing than the ghost was the fact that Russia didn't have, pretty clearly Russia didn't have that air superiority that early. It's probably the heaviest we've heard now. Don't know if that sounded like anti-air. It was definitely large caliber guns. I mean, it's a race against time now for the sun to come up, really, isn't it? That must significantly change kind of the theatre of war. Yeah, Sumi is further east. I can see it. Might be getting lighter. Sounds like sniper rounds as well. Yeah, sound like a lot of large caliber rounds, possibly anti-air, I don't know. Sound like there might have been a jet, and sound like possible kind of high velocity sniper rounds as well. Yeah, I reckon we're not more than maybe half an hour away from kind of the sky getting meaningfully lighter. You can see and see me now. So that was intense. I'm not a journalist, so I don't really know how to react, but that was very powerful. Trying to work out if we get some reports on where that is. Yeah, understandably, basically no verified reports. Report that apparently the US wanted to extract the president of Ukraine and he rejected it. So yeah, I don't know if anyone's got any reports on where that was located, if that is just moving further along here or if it's going into streets off the boulevards. But I kind of feel pretty desperate for the sun to come up. But I think, you know, that shows how quickly things can escalate in a war zone. Absolutely insane. Absolutely mad. Absolutely insane. Stay with me. So I think the cathedrals you can see are around here, if I understand it correctly. I presume this camera is facing like across this area here, which is why it's darker anyway, and you have residential here. I presume. I don't know. Do we know if the CCTV goes or power goes? It's done. I don't know. No idea. David, it feels like there's a test or precursor bigger things. So we've spoken about that a lot and kind of analysed statements and what it means, and potentially it purportedly could, but to what extent those bigger statements have been made about tearing up the international order and institutions just to have a pretense to invade Ukraine, I don't know. But it seems pretty likely that, well, I don't know, that might be Russian forces being repelled, or it might be Russian forces advancing. I don't know. Cam is facing southeast. Okay. Report just says anti-aircraft firing. I think we did hear. It sounded like we heard a jet. It's just very interesting who is flying over Kyiv. Who has aerial supremacy over Kyiv right now? Seems like vitally important. I feel like that is when the tide of the war really turns. If Ukraine kind of have to surrender that air supremacy, or like Russia get it. Very brave guy here walking around the streets. Yeah, people reporting on the fighting we had. Jonathan. Yeah, I've got the Reddit threads up. I've got the Twitter lists up. I've got 3 screens here. People, yeah, reporting that heavy fire. I mean, that was heavier, and it would make sense if it was getting closer to where this cathedral is. So I believe this cathedral is possibly this one here. So it would make sense that the fighting may have got closer. But if anyone can confirm that or not confirm it, but I think this is the cathedral. So right now, you can see actually maybe the sky getting a bit lighter. Is that right? Because dawn, I think, is 6:49 is sunrise, but the sky will get lighter before then. Definitely see some clouds. It looks like. I wonder what it means for the war if it rains, if it snows. If there's a, if you have storms coming in, because right now the weather seems just pretty passive. Yeah, that's pretty shocking that just saw. Understandably not a lot of reporting. It's like the internet is generally back on. And you can see how quickly the sky is lighting up. See it in the square as well. James, do you think we'll see more activity during the daytime hours? It's an interesting one. If you were going to try and infiltrate a city and prepare these roads for kind of an armoured column to roll down, then it seems like you would do that in the night. I thought Russia would want to do a lot of stuff in the night because the optics aren't good if there is a collateral damage during the day, but I think we might just be past that point. And also it sounds like, well, we know yesterday that, well, we're actually on day 3 now technically, it's only 2 days ago that, Russia's kind of attempt to take this airbase cleanly didn't seem to be that successful. And there's been multiple reports of Russian cargo planes being shot down at this airfield, so it's possible Russia are struggling to really take these airfields cleanly. But as I understand it, I believe that these columns that were at Chernobyl and forces will have moved down. Checking on Homer 61. This might need to update because that's where he was a long time ago. Yeah, he's just chilling. About the firefight earlier, there was a fire rate and the pits changed. Yeah, there was lots of arms going on. I think one of them sounded particularly anti-aircraft fire, and I think you could hear a fighter jet. There was a lot of small arms fire as well. You could hear what sounded like sniper rifle rounds or high velocity rounds as well. So I'll take that with a pinch of salt. BXV. Yeah, 6 a.m. church bells. And Sumi's lighting up. Kyiv is going to see another day. Interesting how, I don't know if it's exposure or if this camera is delayed or something, or if it's frozen. I think I've seen movement on this camera. But it doesn't seem to be reflecting the same sky from DW. Yeah, there are a lot of bases in Romania. We've seen a lot of US aircraft, planes, fighter jets and tankers circling around Romania. Yeah, you can just click live as well, but I think it is live. I'm just a bit cynical about this one may have frozen. Ryan, if they've had weeks to build up and nearly 3 days of live fighters have air superiority, I don't know. I'm very surprised. I thought that Russia would get air superiority almost immediately. Cruise missiles coming in, destroy all the infrastructure at airfields, destroy fixed wing and helicopters that are down there. But that's the thing about the whole "goes to Kyiv" thing, which is a bit of an urban legend. But I think the fact is that Ukraine did retain some aerial capability. We saw what looked to be Ukrainian helicopter kind of firing at the paratroopers that had landed, that Russian paratroopers landed at this base, at this airfield here yesterday. So yeah, and there was, it looks like there was something shot down over Kyiv last night, not this night, but last night. I don't think it was confirmed what that was. Some said it was a Ukrainian plane, some said it was a Russian plane. And it seems like whatever's going on with aerial superiority in terms of air-to-air, the Ukrainians seem to be the reports are they're shooting down a lot of planes, so maybe that's a lot of kind of mobile ground-to-air capability. Jose, it seems like a very limited attack from Russia. They haven't sent cruise missiles to Kyiv infrastructure. Yeah, obviously. So they did. So that's another thing from the Security Council today, is that the Russian representatives, I think, said it's fake news that Kyiv has been bombed, and so maybe they really, are really trying not to deploy cruise missiles and other, bombardments into the Kyiv area. Okay, Independence Square has been frozen. So this one up here is live. I don't know if these are clouds or smoke, actually. Potentially quite low if they're clouds. If we are saying that the cathedral is if the cathedral is around here, exactly, sorry. If the cathedral is here and facing southeast, And if there have been explosions here and the prevailing wind is going this way, then that could possibly be smoke. That would make sense, but I don't know. Just refreshing everything. I'm pretty sure the cathedral is here. I think it is this cathedral. This map doesn't have a legend like that. I've got everything on Bing, which is just absolutely insanely useless compared to Google. Never want to use Bing again. But I'm pretty sure this is St. Sophia's Cathedral in Kyiv. But I may be wrong because this is a very common style of cathedral in this part of Europe. So yeah, it's getting lighter now. Again, not sure if these are clouds or smoke, hard to tell. Let me pop that into Bing. Bing ingest that. Yeah, that's essentially the same area. So seems to be a district with cathedrals. David, I think realistically the West over-exaggerated this invasion. If it was full-scale, Kyiv would be crippled by lunchtime yesterday. It does look like Russia trying to minimise casualties despite Western media. I'm not sure about that. I think if you want to minimise casualties, you kind of proceed as efficiently as quickly as possible. This roundabout, yeah, I won't be able to coherently like geolocate this now. I don't know if anyone can geolocate this. It's obviously a very distinctive fountain in the park. I'm not even 100% sure it is in Kyiv, although the lighting does seem to kind of correspond with Kyiv rather than Sumy. This is Kyiv, this is Sumy. Sumy is further east, so it gets lighter quicker. Michu's on it. This map here is liveuamap.com. Also got the cameras down here as well. It feels like a very eerie silence now, doesn't it? Like dawn has come up, and it would feel. It feels strange to say, but it would feel very strange if there was gunfire breaking out now. Can imagine that being very demoralising. Because almost in like the natural order of things, it feels like, well, it's daytime now, it's a new day. But I think the reality of this war is that it doesn't matter. Yeah, let's get rid of old DW then, and welcome back, Flight Radar. Absolutely don't need that big. Change windows. See if that drone is still out there. Bottom right is Kakova, okay. Have they reached into Kyiv Russian ground forces? There have been multiple reports of fighting along this boulevard, and we've heard it from this camera get progressively louder, and this camera is based around here in this region. So unless there have been multiple kind of flashpoints of misunderstanding, amongst Russian troops, Russian civilians, and it seems like there has been a progression eastwards here. But this feels like the longest unbroken or longest silence we've had for quite a long time. So, and again, it sort of feels like if Russia wanted to do something significant in Kyiv, then it seems like that hasn't happened. Yeah, I'm going to get the Odessa footage up. So, this is footage from Odessa, which is a port on the Black Sea. And again, this has just come in. This kind of footage can be easily faked from computer games, but looks like possible anti-air. There were also reports that there was fighting from the east as well, so perhaps a kind of pincer movement. We know that there are Russian troops near this power plant. I think even the mayor Vitaly Klitschko, he reported that there was fighting at the power plant. Why would Russia do something significant? They want a quick peace. I don't know. It seems like this. You can make all kinds of logical plans or plans that seem logical to you before a war, but once you enter into a war, I think things happen very quickly. Things go out the window. More, but I feel like if they start losing significantly in the city, they will start bombing Kyiv and more targeting civilians. I don't know. That has been said a few times. I don't know if that is being said by kind of Western generals and etc. to put it front and centre into the Russian minds not to do that. Tommy says, I think that Russia insignificant progress is intentional. Let us know what you mean there, Tommy. And again, I think it's important to remember that it might feel slow because we're in the present time, but when you look back, it's happened quickly. Within 2 days, the Russians have got into the heart of Kyiv. That is, I think, quick by any standards. Yeah, kind of like that, Ian. Matt Trent agrees it's intentional. I'm interested to know what you mean. Do they control the airspace around Kyiv? I think it sounds like we've heard jets from time to time, but I'm not sure if Russia have kind of essentially destroyed all the Ukrainian airfields. Because once you destroy the airfields, then it doesn't matter if you've got planes in the air or on the ground, or if you destroy the fuel silos or support vehicles, etc. Thanks, Slug. Imagine if you're a Ukrainian civilian in Kyiv, it's morale boosting to see the dawn. Can also now it's more likely that if there are planes going overhead, they can be identified visually. It's incredible, really, that this camera has stayed up all night, isn't it? That is, and we've been following it, is absolutely insane. Oh yeah, there's a name there. Thanks. That's true as well. That's true. I don't know to what capability Russia have cargo planes that can land on, wider roads or planes. I don't know to what extent they could paratroop infantry, but I imagine it's more about landing armor. But it might just be multiple prongs as well, because they're being able to invade through Belarus and advance armor columns that will be there now. So it might not matter. I think the DW cam had died. Nicholas said plane flew over Sumi. Did you get an ID on it? Keep an eye on KO262. Let us know. Here's Homer 61 up there. We have seen planes go from Russia into Belarus. Can't see anything now. Anything major happened last 5 minutes? No. Not that we know. Could it be Ukrainian planes? Yes. I would imagine that if I would think that in the dead of night with an invasion of your capital, you wouldn't want to fly planes over your capital. I imagine, but I might be wrong. Okay. Should I see that as stereo? Michael Bone, I'd be embarrassed by Putin. Russia looks so inept. Again, it kind of like doesn't really matter. Even though there's a 900 people watching, we're living in this present now. It doesn't really matter what we think now. It's kind of like only matters what happens at the end of this war. Even though to get there you have to go through every stage of the present. But he won't look weak if certain things happen. Even if we think people think he looks weak now. The birds don't know there's a war. Andrew, Russia has more armour, ammo, planes, trucks and rifles. It appears Ukraine's average soldiers fighting hard and more dedicated. Yeah, that is, and I was saying earlier, wars, millennia ago were not determined by inflicting heavy casualties. It was determined by just who routed first. That was it. And it's a little bit about resolve, and a lot of the resolve shown by the Ukrainians might have been bluff. And yeah, we're going to give rifles to everyone, and we're going to have the mayor here, we're going to have the president here, we're going to have the ex-president here. And if that filters through to the Russians, and yeah, they'll be checking, they'll be getting messages through. That's the way things work these days. Maybe it is intimidating, and I don't know. Yeah, let me know if you got any more call signs. Got 264 Stratotanker still circulating. We've seen F-16s turn transponders on when they're over civilian airspace, refueling. Russia is probably using mostly conscripts for this invasion, barely trained, poorly equipped. It's interesting because if you have a mixture of conscripts and highly trained forces, it's like, where do you use them? But by the way, you won't see these planes on the map because they won't have transponders on planes. But it seemed like from what we saw when they landed at the airport, they didn't seem like the most. They didn't have elite weaponry. It's rolling in with like an AK-74. So again, I don't know. There's so much we don't know. DW up again. Let's reload. There we go. Looks like it might have freezing, I'm not sure, but definitely the picture is closer to dawn. Yeah, it really is fog of war, right? It really is fog of war. The bird's not happy. Call sign near Warsaw. Yeah, it's probably a US tanker, I think. Yeah, I think this one doesn't seem to fully caught up yet. It is purportedly live, but I think the actual feed is probably delayed. The thing that's really screwing the Russians is anti-tank missiles. Yeah, that's the thing about if you arm a militia of 100 people with automatic rifles, ultimately that's probably not going to stand up to a a few well-armed tanks that are organised, depending on what the context is. Well, I don't know. If it's a real guerrilla situation, then you don't want to be the tank. Homer 61 is absolutely gunning it right now. Got to imagine he's going to turn a hard left pretty quick. There are fighter jets. We've seen them when they turn transponders on, but obviously they don't. They're only doing that to kind of register with civilian aviation authorities and other civilian planes. A lot of this stuff happens anyway all the time. See, thoughts Putin might have second relevancy. Well, ultimately, it's pretty public knowledge how many troops Putin has. So we'll see. But I think even yesterday, by the Ukrainians' defense figures, which are likely to be inflated, they said about 2,800 deaths. It's still a tiny proportion of the kind of station forces. Scott, I'm not advocating for NATO global powers to declare war and go all in, but I think more needs to be done. If the West stays silent, sends a message. Thing is, when you say more to be done, you start to butt up against Article 5, unless there's some kind of derogation where you're like, okay, fine, we're gonna, with Ukraine's permission, we're going to deploy specialist troops, and because they're not on NATO soil, there can be no. But it's very dangerous steps, isn't it? Yeah, it sucks that NATO can't do more, but honestly, they can't. Yeah, this is the thing about NATO. NATO is absolutely great if you're in it. It's an incredible deterrent. It's a great deterrent, if you're Poland or if you're Latvia or Estonia or Lithuania. But if you're not in NATO, if you're on the doorstep, like I've been saying, you would almost rather NATO. You would rather NATO didn't exist, because if NATO didn't exist, then maybe you'd be much more likely to get Polish troops and support in, get American troops and the UK troops. But because of NATO, because of the risk of escalation in Article 5, you can't get those troops. Homer 61 is on a bit of a mad one here. Yeah, Article 5 has to be invoked. But if Article 5 is invoked, like the US invoked it after 9/11, and it's not acknowledged, then NATO basically falls apart. Yep. Sorry, DW. It's a bit of sleep time. This is the longest kind of, I don't want to say peace, but the longest silence from gunfire we've had. It almost felt like it was crescendoing at night, and we got to that stage where dawn was around the corner. Homer 69 is off. Okay, so that was Homer 69 from Crete. We'll keep tracking 61, because 61 is now extremely close to Ukraine. I think Forte 11's now either gone back or is not squawking. Backtracking Homer 61. This is the Ukrainian border here. This is Moldova, so... Oh, okay. Continue to see that turn off. This website is Flight Radar. This is all publicly available transponder information. I think we will probably get some statements soon. we might get a statement from the Ukrainian president. So there's already reports coming out that Kyiv has repelled a Russian invasion, but it feels like it seems unlikely that there was a full-on Russian invasion. I can't track the crows, unfortunately. If they were carrier pigeons. Yeah, Homer 61 breaking off. Perhaps some more small arms fire as well. Top left is not current. Are you sure? Pira, that was not it. Yeah, I guess. So what? Okay, so again, another question. What do people think that was about then? Because it looks like there was some progression. It's obviously something you can only do in vehicles. So we're talking kind of light and fast Russian vehicles. Was it an attempt to maybe, if they had some intelligence that they knew where the president was staying, an attempt to capture the president? Because that would be worth doing. Or is is it something to do with the markings that we saw on buildings? Which, again, I don't understand the markings. Is it preparing, things from an armor column? I don't know. Yeah, thanks to the mods. Thanks to everyone as well in the chat. Sound like we could hear snipers as well, anti-air. Still looks to be a very significant blackout here, unless there's some kind of fog or smog. Yeah, the light. So, but what do people? I don't think I've had any kind of thoughts. Like, what do people think that this was the purpose of this Russian push into Kyiv? Special ops. It's like a jet, I think. Light going off there. Yeah, I've read that from the Kyiv Independent saying they repelled an attack. I think, was that light going off? I feel like a lot of lights just went off there. I would suspect this camera would be run by a generator and wouldn't be reliant on that, and with a satellite uplink. Either a bluff or they repulsed. Yeah, I imagine Homer 69 is going to do the same run from Crete. Wyatt saying Russian inverted commas failed mission obtaining capital. It's again immediately it's not a good look for Russia, is it, in terms of morale and perception? If this night is framed at, yeah, Ukraine repelled a Russian invasion, but we don't know anything that's happened. It could have been a shock run. Sam, could it be dragging them out to wear them down and force surrender? Possibly. But it seems strange. Why would you take out the power grid when it's light? Surely there'd be much more advantage taking it out when it's dark, and then you plunge the city into darkness. Because that sounds absolutely terrifying. And you would benefit from the confusion because the whole city would be even more on edge. Maybe the street lights turned off. That is possible, but I think these lights in the background are turned off. But it looks like I don't know if it is smoke. It looks like some kind of fog or smog. Is potentially come in there. I'm not sure if anyone agrees. Could be dragging out to instill fear in the global community. I'm starting to feel more and more that Russia doesn't really care about the international community reception, or aligning with kind of that existing order of you always need to present face to the international community, so you always need to say the right things. I'm not sure they're too bothered about that now. Sounds like we lost the audio. Let me see if we can get DW up. Bear with me. Looks like we lost DW as well, so I think it seems like we might have been a power cut situation. Let me see if I can get something else. Bear with me. Bear with me a second. Yeah, I think a lot of the Kyiv cameras knocked out. I've got a high quality one of that one top right.
I have to say.
Whoa, that was loud. Good morning. Yeah, I've got one with 9 here we can put down. Probably too small, but there was a crow on the Kiev field. Yeah, my mic was probably cutting out because I was looking at the other screen. So I suspect there's whoa. There's some unidentified jazz. Got some unidentified jazz. I cannot locate it. Where is the jazz come from? Still jazz. Bear with me. You don't get this on CNN, do you? Right, is this the jazz? That's not the jazz. That's not jazz. I'll have to just close everything. Maybe it was Bing. Still jazz. Why is there jazz? What's this? We're having to close everything. Well, there's actually not that many open anymore. Mute, mute. Okay, no jazz. Okay, jazz was here. They've put jazz on here. Is it appropriate to have jazz? Just say in the chat if you want jazz or no jazz. Sorry, chat. I wasn't expecting that. Some early morning jazz. This isn't a jazz stream, no. I'm well off base. Right, a little bit of lightness. I should not have asked that question. Jazz, no jazz. Too jazzy. Give me the jazz. No. Okay, hang on. I actually have to do a poll. Because it is part of the stream. Of this stream here. You're not getting any jazz anyway. The jazz is off. Ignore it. Do not vote. There's no jazz on the stream anyway. See, I think it was pretty clear it was no jazz. It wasn't on the D. It was actually on this top left channel here, I think. There was actually one I wanted that I've now closed. The 9-1. Bear with me. Bear with me. There's also jazz on DW as well. Which is weird. Yeah, the DW cam went down and it's now been replaced by jazz. This is another. This was the DW stream and it's just jazz. It was jazz. I've lost it. I don't think they hacked it. I think they've lost the camera, I suspect. So was their flight. Yes, I think other people are getting that jazz as well. I actually don't know what it's about, but mods are on it. It's surreal, isn't it? It's like there's 800 people watching. Like an hour ago, we were watching like very close gunfire, anti-aircraft, sniper rounds. You know, literally, it seemed like round the corner from this cathedral. And now we're bantering about jazz. It's like it's completely surreal. Yeah, the weird thing is there was multiple jazz coming through, and it didn't sound like it was. It didn't sound like it was there. It sounded like it was being piped through like the production level. Camera left, military vehicles 634. We can have a look, and then we'll go live. Did you just bait me into jazz? Fair play if you did. See something there, not sure what it is. Oh, military vehicles here though, yeah. So this is in the eastern Dnipro. I don't know if anyone can identify. It looks like you get an APC here and then some kind of transport. Unidentified plane. We'll take a look at it. Thanks for pinging me. No idea what it is. Over Bosnia, so I'm not sure what that is. We keep tracking it just in case, but possibly a private jet or something like that. Thanks, Wyatt. Yeah, does anyone know what these are? Go full screen on that. Bosh. We go frame by frame. It's 20 FPS. Again, very surreal for there to be like a children's like playground, and then he's running past. That's right. I don't control these streams individually. This is one stream. Yeah, you're right. The stream did freeze over them. Maybe that was the person who's feeding the stream in has frozen it. Yeah, not sure which ones they are. So yeah, we don't have any sound now, which is interesting. You can't see any real lights on the horizon where you could before some sort of medium high-rise blocks here, and then you could see before that there were some lights here. Now you can't really see anything. And I feel like we're even though we can see, it feels like we're in the blind because a lot of the stuff we've been listening a lot during the night. There's a couple of reports coming out. Let me share this one from Associated Press. So this came out from AP. Russian troops stormed towards Ukraine capital early Saturday, which is today. Days are kind of blurring. And I think, yeah, the US wanted to extract the president, but he refused. I don't know where this footage is from. I presume it's from tonight. But again, I don't think we really know what that kind of excursion was about. Decent searches. Bear with me. I don't know how long we've been going on the stream. Okay, almost played some. Yeah, we can get a clearer view of Kyiv if we want. This is from Fox. So I think you can see these residential blocks here that have no lights on them. A bit clearer now. This is a webcam in Kiev. There's actually not. I think the DW one, which is a German outlet one, has gone down. So yeah, possibly power internet. Obviously, this camera is either generator battery powered or something with a satellite uplink, presumably. Thanks, Jonathan. I think that will be a another strato tanker. I think the base is near here, if I remember. We'll see if it comes into this area. I imagine we're going to see a lot more updates now. Now kind of dawn is breaking. I've seen some multiple times before. There are some Russian lawmakers saying the war should be stopped. It's getting a lot of traction. I'm just really looking for something that's kind of verified from the night. I'm not sure this one will go dark, George, because I think there were late into the night. CNN were broadcasting from here. I know Sky News were here as well. So there's Western media outlets that I think it's a hotel they're based at. So I'd be very surprised if this goes down. Bear with me. Bear with me a second. Yeah, there's still not a lot of information about what's gone on in the night. Really isn't. So I feel like we're still in the dark. Yeah, it sounds like, well, I think the Russian banks have come under sanctions, but obviously that takes time to filter through because they lend to Russian companies. But I think if Russian companies are disconnected from SWIFT, then that will have a much more immediate effect. Let me know where that's reported, Vincent, sorry. Yeah, the Jazz is gone. I think the Jazz is just probably part of DW's normal programming. Yeah, there's a lot of reporting about the US wanting to extract the president and him saying no. Why do they have no audio? I have no idea. No idea. I've been looking around on my other screens and I can't see anything with any kind of meaningful live audio. I would like to have some live audio on. Others feels like a little bit too eerie. Bear with me. Yeah, I've got this. Just another one multicam, so there's some idling somewhere. I don't know if anyone in chat can kind of remember how things escalated during the night, because it's been a bit of a blur, but it definitely felt like it crescendoed at one point. 3 hours ago here, I think when we got the report of the fighting around the Kyiv zoo, but then we could audibly hear every so often. It just seems a bit weird it wasn't constant, but I don't know. This sound isn't from this stream, by the way. This sound is from another stream. But this one is unmuted, so if this audio comes back, we'll get it. Yeah, and it definitely felt like the sun coming up was a big thing. Almost maybe see it. This is southeastern. That might be start to see the sun coming through. Yeah, I saw that, Dylan. It sounds like things we can deduce are that the Ukrainian president is still in Kiev, hasn't been captured or killed. It seems like the Russians definitely haven't, occupied Kiev. There was some sort of incursion, but it seemed relatively light, and it's been repelled. But it doesn't seem like the Russians really committed a, meaningful forced to occupy Kyiv. Yeah, nice to hear something like. It'd be interesting actually. I don't know where are people watching from in the world. Maybe it's interesting to know kind of like, are most people watching in Europe? Most people watching in America? Let me know in the chat where you're watching from. Jessica, which flights are you tracking? We're tracking mainly the military flights, and this one was unidentified, but I don't think it's that relevant. Germany, USA, UK, Minnesota, US, UK, Canada, America, Canada. Okay, this is going way too fast. Text. Okay, a lot of USA, a lot of Netherlands, a lot of USA. Which is interesting. USA, Canada, UK. Europe. Okay, that's interesting. If you're in North America, if you're in Canada or America, how does this feel? Does it feel? Hello to Uruguay. Does it? Oh, I thought it was two people in Uruguay, but same person. Does it feel far away, or does it feel? Because I think for anyone watching in Europe, it's like, you know, you've possibly been to a lot of these countries, and it is very close. It's a couple of hours flight, and people move through these. You know, there's a lot of these countries near you. There are no borders really when it comes to moving around. So, I don't know how it feels. Feels more distanced or not, or maybe it doesn't. It feels like my child and my dad is getting constantly deployed. Matt, it feels sad. Surreal from Canada. Cam feels like something bad. Petrol Panda in America feels far away, but the close same. It's surreal. Yeah, I kind of maybe I feel the same way. Carl feels like we should be sending troops in to quash this. I think it's been pretty clear that from a NATO perspective, there's just no risking of sending NATO troops into this theatre, because if you have an engagement, then you risk things escalating, and escalation means, okay, now we're talking stakes of nuclear war, or the end of NATO. Because if NATO doesn't pull through on the threat, then, you know, it doesn't really exist. Far but also close in Canada. So sad. Andrew, as an American, I'm just mad that people have to deal with this. Mad I can't help. I'm sure there are things you can do to help. Whether I don't know, there are ways that you can like combat fake news, or I don't know. I'm sure there are ways to help. Ken from the US feels like it's in my backyard, because depending on the outcome, may actually be my actual backyard in the future. We will see. I think it, depending on the outcome, it will definitely be in Europe's backyard. George, I feel great sympathy for the Ukrainians. It's a world where, yeah. I think we're going to start to see some reports come through of what's happened in the night. Canadian news saying Ukraine's military says the capital Kyiv was held overnight after hours of intense fighting. Russian troops who are pushing to the capital. Okay. But not really clear how much Ukraine committed to this. Russia committed to this push. Really isn't clear at all. And yeah, we've said it many times, kind of like how NATO is a very inflexible but simple deterrent. Otto, I'm in Denver, Colorado. That hits close to home. My girlfriend's from Poland, so it's a sort of drive. Yeah, so you'll see a lot of Ukrainians kind of, now being refugees in Poland. Which is interesting, because Poland's had a big border dispute with Belarus. There's been kind of refugees or migrants trying to get across, and it's been big standoffs between Poland and Belarus. And now there's a big influx from Ukraine. Warbugs, it's like watching it all while you're stuck in the box. Many near our town have Slavic roots. It's just gut-wrenching. You see the exit history and it's gut-wrenching. Yeah. I'm very glad that we kind of made the dawn. And I'm not sure it's particularly healthy to be this in these cycles. So if you're watching and you feel worried or I don't know, or anxious, then I would just switch off the stream and try and get away from it. But I'm not sure it's that healthy being in it all this time. But it's definitely special. I mean, there's 850 people watching, and we're kind of, seeing everything happen live and trying to think about what it means. There's no live audio from Kyiv net yet. We'll hear it when it comes on. So yeah, I feel mentally beaten from keeping track. I think it's one of these things is that when you're following something live, it feels slow. Does it feel slow to anyone? Does it feel slow paced? But things are moving so quickly. Things are changing so quickly. It's such a paradox. You can see here now, it looks like there's pretty clearly a blackout. I cannot see any lights on in Kyiv, and these are all residential blocks. But, I don't know, was there some holdout at the power station? Because surely if you wanted to knock out the lights, you would do it at night time, not when the sun's come up. I don't know. See, it doesn't feel slow. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I haven't got the pulse. Miss Sandwich says no, Jury says yeah. Ventus like watching 9/11 again. Sherry, I feel guilty watching like a movie, but I'm also like chatting with people. If you feel like it's good for your mental health to chat with people and that's reassuring, then 100% that's a good thing. We aren't living it firsthand, so we can see where to say, yeah, I agree. Flambingo, social studies teacher in Colorado, been staying up late to take notes and everything I can confirm, and of the summit, so I can keep them updated. It's so sad. Yeah, very interesting time for your students to be studying. But it is very sad. Exactly. I think Jure is kind of, when I feel slow, maybe it's, I don't know if anyone feels like you feel pretty powerless. It's kind of, we're all sat here, everyone here is sat or standing or whatever, but in front of a screen. And in this screen, we're getting live footage from, Ukraine and maps and tracking planes and whatnot. And it's a one-way thing. We can see in. We can't affect it, and we can't hear. We don't get anything back, and it's. It's almost like being in a bad dream, isn't it? You can kind of see everything, and you could hear that gunfire, and you could hear it getting closer, but you can't do anything. And ultimately, that gunfire isn't going to jump out the screen and shoot you. You're distant from it, but you're present in. It's very weird. I can't explain it. I'm a racing driver, so this is I'm not. I can't explain it. Veronica says, I've been stuck to my screen for the last 3 days. Yeah. I think it is the most significant event in kind of geopolitics since 9/11 and before the Soviet Union. Not just because of this, but also because of the statements that have been made and the fact that is the United Nations Security Council fit for purpose anymore? Is NATO? Has NATO failed here? Is there an inherent failure in NATO? What happens with nuclear assured destruction? Is that questioned? Because how can this, if there are so many countries that effectively are allied with Ukraine and don't want this to happen, but it's practically have not done anything militarily apart from supplying weapons and supplies, etc. But in terms of planes in the skies or boots on the ground, have not practically done anything. What does that mean for security in a post 2022 time? I don't know. 2 typhoons just taken off for England. We'll take it. Is that from Bryce Norton? Is that from Mildenhall? Hopefully we can pick him up here. Sander, you a filthy liar spreading anti-Russia propaganda. I have to be honest, I hope that I'm fairly balanced, but sorry if you feel that way. Grimlock, NATO has failed. We're just letting Russia invade still another country. Well, we can't let this happen. But that's the thing. The tools that NATO have in terms of collective defense is also very restraining because it is so powerful. It's a bit like, let's say you're in your house and a intruder comes in, an armed intruder comes in, and your only weapon is a grenade, or a rocket launcher. It's like the deterrence of NATO is so powerful. Then unless the threat is equally as powerful or justifies it, then you almost can't do anything. I don't know. That's why I normally do racing, so unless you like racing, you won't like what I normally do. I'm in London. Yeah, I can't see these typhoons, but I'm sure that'll just be a relatively normal thing that typhoons do. Obviously, on a higher state of readiness. If they've got transponders on and you've got registrations, then let me know and I can put them in. I don't think I've muted you, the stars. East of North. Oh, here we go. Right. There's one Eurofighter. So I don't know if there's an RAF tanker now that's maybe taken off from Cyprus, possibly, to refuel. But we will see. We will track this Eurofighter. See where it goes. I imagine it's going to possibly go over Poland or down into Romania. The Nomad, as an American who lives in a city that has made a military installation here, I'm worried that if Article 5 is initiated, my city could be wiped off the earth. That's the thing. That's the thing about Article 5, which leads into mutual destruction, is the logic of it depends on your enemy really caring about its home. We talked about the greenhouse analogy, that mutual destruction is like you're in a greenhouse, your neighbour's in the greenhouse, and if you have an argument, you don't throw your stone because you'll get a stone back. But if you don't care about your home, this thing about unstable states, and partly the reason I think why there was the agreement in '94 for Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapons. Mutual destruction works if both aggressors or both sides that are nuclear armed are perfectly logical. Welcome, Carl. David, NATO hasn't failed, but it won't last because either everyone joins or it's worthless. I mean, I think there were discussions like, 15 years ago, is NATO relevant anymore? Should NATO be disbanded? There were even like half suggestions about whether Russia should join NATO and then what that means. So, as crazy as that sounds now, and a lot of the rhetoric that's come out in written statements and at the UN from Putin and from Lavrov and people like that has been that one of the justifications for this war is what they say is the eastward expansion of NATO, and the borders of NATO now are here, and also the European Union expanding eastwards. So that has been used as justification. To what extent it really is a concern to that extent, or there are other reasons why they wanted to have a pretext to go into Ukraine, I don't know. We asked it earlier. I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts. Sith Lord, NATO I think is outdated and things should be put in place to prevent better issues. What do you have any suggestions? What is there any? The thing about mutual destruction. NATO obviously forms part of it because basically NATO is a way of bringing in mutual destruction because against Soviet Union with United States and nuclear weapons and France and UK. But what other system can you have if you have weapons that can obliterate other countries? What other system can there be? So if you don't have, denuclearization, what other things can you do? Oh, nice. There's a Voyager with it. Welcome, Power Riser. Good to see you. Is the stream lagging a bit? Might be my stream. We dropped some frames at one point. Matchfeed, hope NATO don't join this war, else office all over. Yeah, well, we talked about it. I think we dropped a load of frames, but I think it's better. That's the thing, Hans. That's the thing about utilizing nuclear weapons is the concept is that if you fire nuclear weapons against a nuclear armed state, then it's pointless because you won't achieve anything because your territory will be attacked with nuclear weapons. It is a bit of it's logic that doesn't initially make sense, and then you understand okay, it logically makes sense, but there is a kind of unease about it. But I don't see what the alternative is if we've developed as a species that we now have such sophisticated weapons. Matt, he put himself in a bad position, base had to invade. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I've really seen anything yet that's convinced me of what a reason would be to invade. Still no sound here. Let me refresh sources. Yeah, I talked about that, Carl. Just seeing if there's any more reports. It's really light reports. I imagine we're going to get a statement. Imagine we're going to get a statement. A lot more reporting about 2 Russian cargo planes being shot down overnight. Typhoon's turned off transponder, okay. I imagine if it's this one, I imagine we'll see it again. As it goes over Netherlands and Germany. I think that's a ground vehicle there. Lee is sweating. Can I find camera prospect? I can try and find it. Bear with me. I'm careful about what I am on the main screen here. Yeah, I've seen that statement left there. Oh, nice technical fall. I'll have to look into that. Okay, let's take a sit rep. So we've seen everything that's happened overnight, and we seem to be in a situation now where there was some level of Russian incursion into Kyiv that has been repelled. Whether the Russian incursion achieved its objectives, whatever they were, I don't know. It looks like there's now a power cut, which seems a bit late to be fully effective, but again, I don't know. What do people think is going to happen next? I mean, is this the precursor to the kind of main procession into Kyiv or attempt to take Kyiv? With the power out, I think the internet has been going back and forth. Still don't know whether these markings were actual things or it was just confusion. Yeah, I'm sure their strata tank is probably over Romania, I imagine. Here we go. That's a ground thing with no call sign. So, yeah. Oh, quite a few strata tankers here, actually. 1, 2, 3, right, actually. Don't know if they're all RTB same time. That one came from Mildenhall. I don't know if it's going to go back to Mildenhall or it's landing in Poland. Interesting. I don't think you can read too much into RAF and US Air Force planes at the moment. They need to get troops on the border of Ukraine to protect NATO allies. I think the thing about NATO allies is no one is seriously saying that there's a threat of a NATO country being invaded by Russia. Don't know. That's not Kyiv, by the way. That's somewhere else. FGR4. Again, if you let me know where it is off UK. Do you want to feel about NSAT a better idea? Hayden Sart, I think the artillery was going after hello with snipers on it. That would be a bit of a strange, or very specialised incursion. Very risky. This I've got another audio. So this is from Lviv, I think. This audio. Guilty NATO leader isn't an aggressor. I think from a Western perspective, we probably don't think of it as an aggressor. But if you're on the other side, I think I can see how you would see it as an aggressor, to be honest. Let the mods know if something's kicking off. We've got mods in the house. Yeah, thanks, cool guy. That's all down to the mods really and everyone in this chat. Just trying to see if we get any more reports. We're still getting reports from like 2 days ago coming in as breaking news. These websites, this is live UA map and this is flight radar. The audio will come through from Kyiv if it comes back, but MBR, the dynamics are known if the situation compared to being surprised makes it different. Yeah. What we're using flight radar for, we're just seeing what's going on. We saw a Russian IL-76 go into Belarus, so we're just seeing something interesting. There's a Eurofighter that came in, turned its transponder on. I imagine it might turn it on again. I don't know if there's any RAF plane. Oh, apparently it was escorting an RAF tanker. And you got the US tankers coming in from Mildenhall, now circling over southern Poland, which is interesting. 3 of them here. It only tracks military aircraft if that military aircraft has its transponder on. Let's get DW back on. If it's not, I swear, if it's Jazz though.
Introducing.
Seen that. Yeah, DW is up, but hang on, that's the video. Second. I'm not sure DW Kyiv stream is back up actually. Sith Lord, I understand NATO is for defence, but only for its members, at least countries like Ukraine. I have said that. I do think it's part of this thing that if you're in NATO, then the security is very strong. And if you're not in NATO, then you're possibly actually disadvantaged by NATO existing, because it limits the ability of countries within NATO to assist you in ways that risk kind of the instant escalating. But maybe that is a conscious design of Article 5 as well, that it stops countries kind of getting drawn into wars, which is how First World War escalated, how Second World War escalated, or mainly First World War actually. Thanks to Awful. Jake 12, I don't know if you saw what Jake 12 was. I think that we saw yesterday that we saw rumours that the 225 was at this airport outside Kyiv and was possibly destroyed, but I haven't seen it either which way. Obviously, if that aircraft is destroyed, I think it can carry like double the tonnage of the next biggest kind of massive cargo jet. Phantoms are, wow, that's an old plane. See if we get the square camera back. It's weird because it's dark here. Yeah, still can't get that camera back. I think it is the one the square is down, or it's dependent on power and there's power cut, something like that. JP, this is a weird war. What do you mean it's a weird war? Do you mean it's weird for you, or something unusual about it? I've seen a lot of people having I've seen the sorrows and a lot of arguments. I don't know what's going on, but let me know. Neptune, do you think they'll try another country? I don't think they'll try any other NATO country, but things are escalating pretty quickly. And I think the biggest thing is that, and again, we're in this thing where it possibly feels slow, although some people don't agree, but possibly feels slow because we're watching through these cameras. But if it is actually, if the invasion really hasn't gone successfully for Russia, and it's way too early to say, and this is turning into a bit of an embarrassment for Russia, then what does that mean? Because surely Putin is properly committed from a domestic perspective to this war, and does he have to double down? I don't see what's the result if this, because I wasn't expecting Ukraine to really be able to resist the Russian invasion, because I thought Russia would get air superiority very quickly, and that would allow them to transport in whatever they wanted, overtake major cities, and that would put incredible pressure on Ukrainian government. But it seems like, you know, we're heading into another morning and Kyiv is still intact. So Hayden means Putin will double down. Yeah, most of the time people that. Yeah, he'll double down. That's the kind of thing when it comes to rationality, and as I think as all humans, we kind of like, when we have sunk costs in something, everyone is stubborn to some degree. Some people are less stubborn than others, but it's like people don't want to lose face, and you don't want to admit that you miscalculate something or you made a mistake. And being able to admit this kind of thing is probably a very good like personality trait. But yeah, if you have to double down and justify it and say, oh, because the Western nations supported Ukraine and whatnot on the sanctions, we need to double down and send more resources, then things can get very bad, don't they? Cam Golden Gun, NATO is basically given Putin full permission to take over Ukraine as long as he doesn't touch NATO countries. That is a very loaded statement. NATO is basically given Putin full permission to take over Ukraine as long as he doesn't touch NATO countries. Can anyone really disagree with that? Can anyone actually really disagree with that? I don't think Sweden or Finland would be in a risk situation. You probably saw the comments that were made by a Russian foreign military spokesman, but that happens all the time. Can you touch on Chernobyl? I think Chernobyl is on the way to Kyiv for these armor columns. I think it's probably not massively disputed that there was disruption to the ongoing maintenance by scientists of the decommissioning of Chernobyl, or managing the decommissioned reactors. So I think there's a dispute there. Can anyone disagree with that? NATO have basically given permission. It's a very loaded statement, very simple terms, but NATO have said basically, you know, these are the borders. Don't know. What's the long-term plan? It's very difficult to tell, Andrew, because there's been lots of statements about Russia now basically doesn't recognise the international order and treaties and playing by the rule book that's been done since the Soviet Union. So, but to what extent that actually is their belief, to what extent it's just a pretext, I don't know. Ian, it's sort of like the NATO inverse. What do you mean by NATO inverse? The NATO, you mean by the NATO inverse agreement is that whatever's not in NATO is not fair game, but ultimately it's not going to be defended in that way. I drank all the water. Stephen, it's not like sanctions could be too. That's true, yeah. Although I wouldn't say the sanctions are particularly related to NATO. They sent troops. Yeah, I mean, they couldn't not take it, but I'm not sure it was a... Obviously, they're passing through this territory, so... I'm not really sure what the question is about Chernobyl, to be honest. David, NATO mentioned in the statement they're on high alert because Putin's plans involve 5 NATO countries. I haven't seen that statement. I saw that they've escalated the readiness and there's a unprecedented defensive joint task force being put together. I think maybe like 13,000 troops in the US, something like that, on high readiness. But I haven't seen anything specific like that. Ian, by not protecting a country, you're exposing it. That kind of gets into like Good Samaritan, like moral reasoning, and whether you need to take positive actions like that. I don't know. Cool guy, this situation is exhausting. It is exhausting. I'm surprised I'm still going with the same energy, actually. Matt said, Ukraine hold the capital. It looks like it, yeah. We're listening into... it seemed like Russian troops advancing down this boulevard. And this camera here is basically in this region. But it didn't seem like a particularly... It didn't sound like there's any kind of armour involved, for example. I think someone said above why Chernobyl was involved. Yeah, I don't know why so many people are talking about Chernobyl. It seems incidental. In fact, I'm pretty sure at Chernobyl there's a lot of international scientists who are stationed there to oversee the commissioning. I think it costs a insane amount of money to maintain that every year. I think it's like billions of dollars to oversee and maintain the decommissioning. And obviously you cannot interfere with that, otherwise you risk the obvious. And I think there was something that Ukraine raised at the Security Council today, was that Russia had interfered with the swapping of shifts by scientists there. And yesterday there was talks about there being US hostage. I didn't hear anything else about US hostages there. Right, let me catch up on these. Still no light in London. It's pitch black. Not a lot of, not a huge amount of news coming out actually. Still no audio from Kyiv. David, I'm trying to understand if NATO being paranoid about Putin moving. This is for you to decide what you think about paranoia. So, do you think it's paranoia for Russia to be concerned about these countries being NATO members, and or vice versa when Russia makes threats against Sweden or Finland, like we heard today? What do you think? I think, Troy, if I don't know if you saw the Ukrainian statement at the Security Council, but they said there was a period of time where that handover wasn't was held off. So, and that was a risk. I need some more water. Lara, I don't see non-NATO countries helping Ukraine military-wise in the air ground. NATO isn't risking their own countries. Yeah, that's basically because of Article 5. That's basically because of Article 5. It's a big. This is going to be a big. And we might actually be in this stream. It's 800 watching. We might be ahead of the curve in like thinking about and realizing what this means for NATO and the UN and mutual discretion, because. What does this mean for NATO? What does NATO mean for non-Russian sphere of influence countries that are not in NATO? Yeah, we talked earlier about the rationale. I don't think we ever really kind of like had a majority or plurality of people agreeing on a reason why Russia has invaded Ukraine. I mean, what do you think? What do you think is the cool reason why Russia has invaded Ukraine? I'm not sure, Kulga, how you can expect NATO to be more aggressive and not risk the invocation of Article 5 unless it's done in a sophisticated way. I suspect that after the fall of the Soviet Union, Western European countries have been suspicious of Russia, and Russia has been suspicious of, or Western European countries have been suspicious of westward expansion of the Russian sphere of influence, like perhaps we've seen in Belarus, Ukraine previously. And in the same way, Russia has been suspicious of eastward kind of, European Union expansion, NATO expansion. To what extent that justifies an invasion on Ukraine is a completely different question. But for example, in the speech that the Chinese delegate made at the Security Council today, really did talk about that eastward expansion. There was a purported justification. Right, I think the troops that went into Kyiv were only lied to uniformed troops. I don't know why. I don't know what the purpose was, what the objective was, because it seems pretty clear that it was never going to succeed in occupying a whole city. So was it targeted that they had some intelligence that they wanted to capture someone. Were they testing something? I don't know. I'm scanning, but I can't see. What is the time in the UK? 5. No, I don't know if people are blaming NATO for not doing enough and asking to risk their country's lives. It's unfair to blame at least NATO for sending help. Yeah. Vinay, is the theory on warm water ports accurate? What, the theory that Russia wants more warm water ports? I'm not sure because it already, exercised some level of influence on Crimea. So whether they really want Odessa, I don't know. DW stream is back. Let's go check it out. If it is. I think it's they've scheduled it. Okay, it is back. Is it Jazz? Okay. So we got a much clearer view on the square. And this is now just audio from Kyiv. Trying to gauge things. I mean, would you want to be a Russian soldier on that? I mean, what's the infiltration and extraction plan? Again, I'm really looking for some kind of reports on what that was about. Really, it seems very unusual. Yeah, I've seen that, JP. But again, I cannot see any verified reports. Even that quote on the Ukrainian president saying needs ammunition, not a ride. I think that came out about an hour ago. Very surreal. I think what we can still say is that there looks to be a power cut in Ukraine, but I can't really see that's being reported on. But from these cameras, these lights have been on previously. It really looks like there's a significant power cut. Sorry, I've got a bit of a sore throat. Speaking non-stop. Welcome, Fafnir. Zach, there's no right answer for NATO if they take too much action. They're warmongers if they sanction not doing enough. Just your thoughts. I think that seems like a fairly balanced opinion. We asked the same question yesterday. We said yesterday, when I say yesterday, I mean like 2 days ago now. We said, what could NATO have done? What could the West have done prior to the invasion? And it seemed to be potentially you could enforce a no-fly zone at the request of Ukraine, or if you wanted to be really aggressive, you could station troops there as a deterrent to Russia, and put the ball back in Russia's court, because Russia would know that if it invaded and there's NATO troops there, then Russia risks, potentially Article 5 if it would apply on troops that aren't NATO territory. But that is a really bold move, and that didn't happen. But what can NATO do now? What can NATO? Because it's a really interesting question. I forget the username, the person who put it, but what can NATO? Let's say you're NATO and you really want to stop this invasion. What can you do? Yeah, we got the scrap. Welcome, Charlie. All NATO have to do is deny Ukraine joining them. That would be another bluff. But that is also just, I think, really goes against the... That would never happen. So what can NATO do now? See, this is a good military strategy, tiring out Kyiv's defenders, fishing for outside troops to get caught in defence. Yeah, I mean, this. I imagine what they've done here is a play that if you really want to tire out a city, you kind of do this night after night, night after night. You don't expend any troops. You expend their ammunition, you expend their food, their their energy, and really grind them down, which is quite a scary thought. That's a very scary thought, but it seems inevitable now that the armor columns have rendezvoused with where the paratroopers dropped. There was some dispute of this airfield. I mean, we don't know for sure, but it seems like definitely from the north, it would be very surprising if these columns haven't moved down significantly. Officially add Ukraine to NATO. That's a very interesting one. Okay, that is a very interesting one. Okay, and you're right, Heather. There is a huge. It's a lot of it is about psychology, which is why there's a lot of psychological analysis on Putin. But what would have happened if, when the West got this intelligence of the planned invasion, etc., and it being fairly concrete, if they had... The thing is, you can't... By the way, you can't join NATO very quickly. It takes time to join NATO, and you have to commit to various things, but I'm sure they could give some sort of intent. I feel like it wouldn't matter, to be honest. I feel like Putin would just call NATO's bluff and invade anyway. Sith will take it more seriously. They would take it more seriously, but I feel like they would just call NATO's bluff and invade anyway. Thanks, Wyatt. If people are happy about the chat being chilled out, that's nothing to do with me. That's all you. So that's all of you. Rami, Putin was held by invasion. There is a, again, the sunk cost of that. You commit these forces, you build them up, you're paying for them. You're having to, get the ideology across that your troops buy into this war. It takes, political capital, money as well, and the more you go down that path, the more difficult it is to go back and turn back. And I'm not sure. We asked the question a lot yesterday. What could have been done to prevent this? And apart from enforcing a no-fly zone or putting, actual NATO troops on the ground as a deterrent, I don't see what else could have been done. And to be honest, if Putin was going to call NATO's bluff there anyway and invade anyway, then that would by far be the closest we've been to World War III. What could have happened is that NATO don't enforce, no one can invoke Article 5 when Ukraine kind of gets invaded anyway, and then NATO looks very weak. Stephen, how can you deal with someone who is so deluded called Ukraine's president Nazi? There's no way to deal with irrational people. It's interesting because if that is the view, then the whole security of the world depends on mutually assured destruction, which itself bakes in the idea that everyone is rational. Sounds like a jet, possibly. All this audio is now coming from Kyiv. Zulu, NATO members can supply air defence system like the Patriot. I think a lot of weapons were supplied. I think there were images today of British-made ground-to-air defence, or maybe they were Swedish-made, I can't remember. Liam, why would Russia even care about a no-fly zone? Well, the idea of a no-fly zone is not that you say, hey, don't fly over Ukraine, like civil aviation authorities do. It's you enforce it. So if anyone flies in, they get shot down. It would be a very, very surreal, and I cannot see it lasting, that there would be a no-fly zone and Russia would invade anyway. I can't see that situation existing. Heather, the longer this lasts, the faster it turns into war of necessity for Putin doesn't look weak. Yeah, I don't really have good optics on how this plays domestically, which is arguably the most important variable for him. Apathy. I want my country to withdraw from NATO. It's useless crap. Being part of it is embarrassment. Which country is that, and why? Fair enough, Zulu. I think there was the famous exchange with Germany where Germany offered helmets and he wanted weapons. So I've got some stuff coming in that's a bit more reported. 50 reported explosions overnight, heavy gunfire, which we heard. Russian troops have been landing to the south. It seems clear that the Russians are not getting a quick victory, and if they wanted it, are they going to resort to other methods, or did they not want a quick victory? Did they want to drag this out? Because you think traditionally, if you play by the international rules, you want a quick victory because you want to invade quickly, replace the regime, send out your messaging, and it all happens very quickly, and you can, present coherent messaging to the international community. If it draws out, you can't do that. But Russia is no stranger to drawn out wars, in Chechnya or in Afghanistan before. But it's very clear this war is not going to be like, it's not going to be like the Gulf Wars. Another unnamed plane over Moldova, F1. Might be a private jet or something. Keep it tracked. The dronists out there. Bill says Russia wants a quick victory. Well, if Russia wants a quick victory, then it certainly hasn't got it in that sense of the word, unless we're not being fully appreciative of time because we're in it. And actually things are happening quickly. But as we speak, it looks like there is a complete power cut in Kyiv. United, don't you understand that NATO is insurance paid in blood? NATO can't send troops into Ukraine, test you want World War. Yeah, we spoke about that a lot on the stream. Kind of idea. Fox, why would Putin risk his political position in favour with the oligarchs because of a long drawn out war in Ukraine? You tell me. What's your theory? F1 is just the reg of that plane. Trying to see if there's any more reports on what's happened overnight. We certainly didn't hear, I would say, sustained levels of, gunfire and anti-air, etc. It was definitely pocketed and in bursts. George, any estimations or casualties on the Russian side? I think the UK MOD said yesterday about they estimated 400 Russian casualties. I think the Ukraine MOD said it's like a beautiful sunset, a sunrise even. Ukraine MOD said about 3,000. What's the top right link? This is liveuamap.com. Sith Lord drawing this out may have several effects. Putin may yet have an objective we don't know yet. I don't know what that objective would be. Heather, looking at Putin's thought process here logically might not be the best perspective. Perhaps he doesn't think, yeah, maybe. That's the thing across different cultures and perspective. Even like judicially, Russia has a different way of like, deciding on cases. It's inquisitive rather than adversarial. Welcome, Rory. Rory, what's your views on recent events? Still seeing if there's any verified reports, but I can't really find that. That's right. Matt, it's only been a few days just outside the capital. That is a good point, and maybe it would have advanced earlier if it wasn't for the battles that we saw at this airport, and also we understand at this airport. And if you kind of flip the coin and think, well, how's it going for Ukraine? If you're already surrounded in your capital, and then I know they're not surrounded because, this area will still be contentious, but because of the access from Belarus, it looks like Kyiv might be cut off. So, for why not logically? He's rationalised the argument. There are natural gas assets, agricultural assets in control of major assets. I think, people talked about the warm water ports and, you have access to the Bosphorus. But I can't see a rational reason why that will be worth the exclusion from the international community. I don't know. Surely you would lose more than you would gain. You may gain strategic importance, but economically you're going to massively suffer. I mean, what does this mean for Russian gas exports, for example? Well, he says obviously against this in any form. What is the difference? Isn't all the other wars attacks going constantly? I think if you read Putin's statement and what's being said, this is a complete rejection of like the post-Soviet world order. Goblin says you can tell Russia expected no resistance, dropping airborne. Yeah, it's some unusual things like the way that it seems like they attempt to take this airport, but we don't know. It seems like the plan was to on day one cruise missiles, destroy infrastructure around the airport, but not the runway because they want to keep it, and land cargo planes, fly in helicopters with paratroopers, low most likely over the river, deploy them, secure the airfield, and secure it for arrival of IL-76 cargo planes with more paratroopers and armor, supplies, etc. But it seems like Russia never really had that air superiority, and how Ukraine managed to keep air superiority in the balance when Russia has cruise missiles it can launch in from Russian territory and destroy infrastructure at airfield. I don't know. Let's refresh this map, because I haven't refreshed it for 3 hours. 5 hours. Yeah, that's true. I think that battle, Derek, was very different in terms of the context was different. That was in the World War, but I guess if you're in Kyiv, there is no difference really. Thanks, Wyatt. Let's see if we get an address from the Ukrainian president. I think we're starting to see messaging come out. What Tiago said. So again, Ukrainian president saying that he wants to negotiate. If we say it seems on balance that whether it's quick or not, in reality, Russian forces are now encircling Kiev, and they were able to get very close into Kiev. And maybe it's just it's very much a psychological thing to demoralize Kiev and show that, hey, we can get all the way here. We're in now. But who do you think it's going better for? Because I think there are some things that haven't gone well for the Russians, but in the scheme of things, it might be irrelevant. I don't know. I'll just check. If they take Kiev, I'm pretty sure what they will want. I would imagine what they would want to do is to capture the head of state, remove him, and then effectively rout the Ukrainian army in Kiev. I would imagine that would be the objective. This is a live UA map, Bishop. .com. Do you think they'll sabotage Chernobyl? Absolutely not. It seems like there's a bit of a disagreement whether the intention is for a quick conflict or a long one. Again, by the previous playbook, you would want to have a quick invasion. But if you don't care about optics, then it's possibly not safer, but you will take less casualties by having a more measured one. Matt, honestly, who takes the country over in a few days? What happened recently in Afghanistan, and it's happened in Iraq. I can't remember the exact timeline. Second Gulf War, actually. But yeah, thanks for again. Hopefully, it's nice for people to have a space that is I hopefully sensibly moderated by the mods, and you feel it's sensibly moderated by the mods. I think it is, and you can speak about these things rather than like some of these other streams that is just basically sabotaged. Not Afghanistan in 2001, but Afghanistan a few months ago. So that's why I feel like a no-fly zone would actually be in Russia. There's no chance of a no-fly zone now, but I feel there was a technical window to implement one at Ukraine's request before the invasion. It could have been implemented, but it would risk de-escalation. But it was a option on the table that wasn't used. I think it would have been on the table and it wasn't used. No worries. And yeah, presumably, there's going to be more and more sanctions applied as this war goes on. I don't know how the world is going to be in the upcoming days, weeks, and because of that, months, years, decades. It feels like a real shift, but it might also be. I still don't understand why Russia really felt so pressured into doing this. I don't really buy. Well, I don't know. I'm unable to appreciate the the feeling of being threatened and paranoid about the eastward expansion of NATO and the EU. As someone who lives in the West, I cannot see it that way. But for example, if I was living in the West, and let's say these countries had, during whatever succession to the Warsaw Pact or something, and there was a westward movement of a alliance, then yeah, maybe you would feel threatened. So, but again, I'm not sure, and I think they would really understand the cost. They would really, know what the costs are going to be. But is it worth having a land water port if you're going to have all these sanctions? So did they expect the sanctions not to come? Did they expect that they can work around the sanctions because maybe they are happy selling natural resources into China and India or other kind of more amenable countries? I don't know, but it seems like if they get Ukraine, they will be weaker. And if they can take Ukraine, then that may play very well domestically as kind of, this notion that they have taken back what they say was, their lands, but it's going to put them into a basket with, North Korea and Iran completely cut off. I don't know. Who is personally in Russia for Putin? Well, strictly it was Medvedev, although he tag teamed with Putin. So really, you have to go back to Boris Yeltsin, who was the previous president. D'Angelo, I think it was a posturing thing. Russia felt slighted, put pressure on Ukraine, hoping NATO would back off. Yeah, that's a lot. A lot of these, my inclination is a lot of things happen because of people being stubborn and mistakes and confusion and unwillingness to back out. But it would be pretty shocking if that really is. Most likely it's a combination of things, I imagine. I feel Putin underestimated the Ukrainians. We don't know. This might be the plan. This might be not a massive deviation from the plan. We don't know. Maybe they're trying to want to change the atmosphere. Maybe they'll thrive in a more militaristic climate. You would think that if the world economy is going to kind of shut off to some extent Russia, then they are less incentivized to play by the rules to grow the world economy. I would think. Sherry B, if you do the timeline, we've always been on this trajectory. It's baked in. I don't know. Let me flip that back to you, Sherry. Is there anything that you think could have been done to avoid this? Wow, that is a really not a nice sound to hear. Did anyone get shivers then? Maybe a Tesla. if anyone got shivers or you felt like your heart drop, I think you just felt it with 800 other people, you know, who otherwise could be very distant from this, but we're all actually... I'm at the moment in London, it's completely dark, and it's like, would not like to hear this at night at all. Right, we got I'm gonna play a tweet from President of Ukraine.
Всім доброго ранку, українці. Зараз в мережі дуже багато з'явилось фейкової інформації, що, немов я закликаю складати зброю нашу армію і йде евакуація. Значить так, я тут, ніяку зброю ми не складемо, будемо захищати нашу державу, тому що наша зброя – це наша правда. Наша правда в тому, що це наша земля, наша країна, наші діти, і ми все це будемо захищати. Ось і все. Ось це і є те, що я хотів вам сказати. Слава Україні!
I think he essentially said he's there, which is pretty astonishing, right? Pretty. I'm at the stage now where I am way past relating. I just cannot. This is I'm unable to relate because it's just way out of what I have experienced in my life. You say imagine this in the UK. This was, you know, where I live. This is what it was like 70 years ago. But the whole idea of the United Nations and NATO, etc., was that this would never, you know, the Charter of the United Nations said this would never happen again. But it kind of, this is the significance. It is happening again, and people have raised good points that there have been other wars around the world where these sort of things have happened, and you know, ravaged countries like Syria and, you know, Iraq and Yemen, etc. But this just is more uncomfortable because it is in the architecture that we see in the same continent, in the same time zone, etc. So yeah, that is incredible to see, because he is like target number one for the Russian military, and he's just strolling around with his iPhone. Thanks, Glecky. And it feels like a couple interesting. It feels like almost inevitable that Kyiv is going to get cut off, and then and if that happens, the West is going to be in a situation where Kyiv is under siege, and that's going to be really unpalatable, to put it in like stupid diplomatic terms. The other thing is that if the US offered to extract him, they were going to fly in and presumably risk an extraction. But I cannot see any alternative right now to Kyiv getting cut off. I can't see it. But again, I don't know. There's so much we don't know. I'm not. Probably Russia will say it's pre-recorded anyway, domestically, and B, if it was and found out to be, it would completely undermine the message. That's just my view. Sith Lord, NATO may have been created to prevent World War, but if we're not willing to stand up. This is the thing though, because the irony is, the paradox is that if NATO stands up too much, then it risks a world war. Which is purportedly the last thing that NATO wants, or I think is intrinsically the last thing that NATO would want as that organisation. Matt Trenny really can't leave. He could leave. He's probably a rich person. Same with Vitaly Klitschko, who's like probably a multi-millionaire, and they're in Kyiv. So on a personal level, they could. I mean, I'd be. It seems very kind of surreal that he's walking around a city where they've just been handing around weapons to anyone out of necessity. I'm all out of water. Do we have confirmation on the power situation? I think you can see here there's no lights on, so it appears that there's no power in Kyiv. I think that's partly why you hear these air raid sirens. They're not reliant on the power grid. They're actually engines or something, or turbines. KTS, this is from DW Media, but it's probably the same camera that's being used in multiple places. This one is a camera that we think is on a hotel that Western media are at, like CNN, BBC, Sky, etc. Next slide. It could have been. You saw in Afghanistan literally a few, basically weeks, but months ago, where the leader of Afghanistan, flew out very quickly. Homer 69 is Homer 69 doing runs. We've got 61 here, but I'm not sure it's refreshed. Let me know where 69 is. Nice. I wouldn't be surprised if there's potentially negotiation meetings set for Warsaw. Unfortunately, I don't know where 69 is. I've got 61 here. Looks like it might be RTB. Home 69 in Israel. Interesting. Not really sure what it's doing there. Again, these might be pretty regular operations, we don't know. Budapest maybe, yeah, I don't think it will happen in Minsk for sure. Michael, very concerned that this first wave sent in low value resources. It did seem like it wasn't the most high tech equipment they sent in. But I don't know why you would do that. Whoa, that's going very fast, those guys. Bill, we have no idea what kind of technologies are being used to gather information on Russian troop movements and plans. This could be great advice to Ukraine. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of Western intelligence kind of going in. 100%. I haven't taken a break, no, but the one transferable skill I have from being a racing driver is that I've sat in this chair and raced for 10 hours straight. So it's the one thing I can do is just sit here and look at 3 screens. Yeah, I think energy prices are going to be pretty much transformed. Maybe we'll see as a helicopter here taken off. Just an Airbus one. Emergency rescue. Yeah, I don't know if those 27 countries are EU27 or different 27 countries. Again, I'm trying to find more information. But a pretty extraordinary video. Statements coming out that total Russian losses now are 3,500. These numbers are, it is that old Stalin saying of, you know, one death is a tragedy and a million are a statistic, but like, it's hard to contemplate 3,500 people dying in soldiers being killed, but it is a large number, but it's also not a large number at the same time. So, in terms of the total Russian forces and the length of time that, you know, they can encircle Kyiv and besiege it, it's difficult. Yeah, exactly, Stephen Hake. I have a feeling that, I may be wrong, but I have a feeling that, because I've been just sat in this chair, but I feel that the sentiment in a lot of Western countries affected by increase in, you know, natural resources, you know, maybe more inclined to ride it out. Yeah, the audio was cut earlier. There's audio now from the DW one. There's still not audio from the one by this cathedral. The cathedral is cathedral's up here. Well, but do you think they'll actually kill the president? I don't know. I feel like for Ukraine, their president is probably the longer he is alive and messaging them becomes more and more inspiring as a talisman. So I would imagine before they would want to extract him, take him hostage, but now I don't know. It's like a train, possibly. The Bears, anyone say what non-death casualty numbers are? No. There are some figures coming out that 200 taken prisoner. Thanks for coming a corporal, Danny T. That my membership tiering system is probably quite inappropriate for this stream, actually. They won't kill him, be political prisoner. Yeah. You think traditionally that if you capture the enemy head of state, you'd want to make an example of him and try him for those things you've accused him of. But I can't see how. I can't foresee that happening. If you think what happened with Gaddafi in Libya and Saddam Hussein in Iraq is when things, but those were, you would think, much more uncontrolled ends with militias, etc., than what's going to happen in Kyiv. But we just don't know. It's very surreal looking at what looks like could be a webcam that you would see on like a weather forecast any other day, and it's going to be, I imagine it's going to be encircled. Homer 69 is North of Egypt. Yeah, I have no idea what Homer 69 is doing, Jonathan, but Homer 61 was interesting doing this run. Welcome, Wyatt. And like I was saying, you know, traditionally, going back millennia, wars have not been about inflicting casualties. Wars have been about starting a rout. That means that the opposition surrenders or part of the army surrenders, and that surrender catches like wildfire. And it's been interesting to see a lot of the addresses, you know, Putin directly addressing Ukrainians saying, you know, hand yourselves in and everything will be fine. and Ukrainian president addressing the Russians, and it's a lot of this addressing the civilians in the other country's territory. I don't know. It's all happening so it's happening quickly, and it's not happening quickly, and it's a mess. Yeah, I saw some footage of a Soviet flag on the tank, but I'm not sure I saw it verified. It would be a relatively easy thing to fake. I think we might get some more reports soon from the Ukrainian side. Stephen, hard to imagine any Ukrainians not willing to fight. Yeah, it's very easy for you to say, very easy for me to say, so I'm not going to say it, but it's much easier to surrender than to lose your life. So, and that's just been proven, militarily by routing armies. So we don't know. Again, there's, we've heard a statement today from Ukraine that they want to negotiate. What's linked to the Independent Square broadcast? I've got it in the search bar here. DW Kyiv. It's a German news organisation. I think there'll be multiple outlets that will have it. Real Neil, not easy to live with surrender, but it's still living. I don't know. It's a very difficult question. I mean, if you were watching this like 20 minutes ago and you were terrified just instinctively terrified when the air raid sirens went off, then that's nothing. That's you watching it through a screen, sat in your home. So different ball game. That's why I can now no longer relate. Really, I can't relate to what people are going through at any level. Welcome, Birdie Boy. I don't think a cargo ship was taken out. I think there was there were some reports yesterday. Don, I wonder if Putin slept last night. I wonder what Putin is thinking. We just don't know if this is part of the plan. We don't know if everything is pretty much going without too much deviation. We don't know. The weather. It's not raining, which would make it more difficult. Presumably for tanks to advance if they're not on main roads, etc. But we just don't know. We just don't know. I feel like me especially, I keep trying to applying logic to it, and I'm not sure the logic is really, the framework onto which I apply logic is really applicable. Just co-found they will wait for night time. That would be interesting. I think today seems like it's a really important day for any last chance diplomacy. There's going to be another, 12, 13 hours of sunlight, something like that. And there's 12, 13 hours now where, Ukraine can say, hey, the Russians were in Kyiv. And we saw at the UN Security Council, the delegate from Russia said that there was no bombing of Kyiv. I feel like this is real last chance for diplomacy, but I just don't. You've got one side that doesn't want to give up its territory, and you've got one side that apparently believes that this is its territory. So there's no. What is there to agree on? What compromise is there? It's very, very, very surreal. And it's like now we're getting into the weekend, so, there's going to be more eyes on the world on it. And I don't know. Yeah, 3,500 dead is huge. I don't know what the coalition losses were in Iraq and Afghanistan, but I wouldn't be surprised if in each of those they were a similar number. And, you know, they were long engagements against a entrenched, guerrilla opposition. And if my mass is, if I am getting my numbers correct, then, and, it's likely that Ukraine will embellish those. But let's say that they're around that figure, then Russia will have lost the equivalent amount in a couple of days. But those seem like very, very high figures. Very high figures. I don't know. The sun is, well, not the sun, but the sky is starting to lighten in London. Ultimately, I'm not a military expert. I don't know if anyone in chat is a military expert. I think most of us are not military experts. And so but maybe to our eyes, it kind of feels like this hasn't gone that smoothly for Russia. But I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's been a crack operation. Yeah, I mean the Russian invasion of Afghanistan was worse than the US operation. Thanks, Wyatt. Thanks for keeping us updated. Yeah, YouTube experts. Whatever it is, your opinion is you valid. Voice your opinion. We discussed it. That's it. Was there a confirmation whether those transfers of Russia were taken down? I don't think so, but that's a good point because they would have been full of paratroopers. That would have been perhaps one of the most significant losses of life in combat. I can't remember when the last time would have been like that. You kind of have to go almost like 9/11. Guerrero, I don't think Russia will push. My guess is that they will try every propaganda position to make Ukraine army to basically make Ukraine surrender. We will see. The thing is, in these kind of situations, the more that the defenders hold out, the more that it emboldens them, and they believe that they can hold out. And in this scenario that we live in 2022, rather than this being, medieval warfare, Roman warfare, in 2022 you've got all these nations watching on, and I tell you, there's going to be big protests. There is going to be big protests in the West, 100%. And it's going to put big pressure politically on these Western countries to do something. But as we've spoken about so many times, if you're in NATO, your hands are effectively tied unless you want to massively escalate things. And then you ask the question, well, if this is not a time for escalation, then when is it? And if you say, well, this isn't a time for escalation, then are you essentially saying, well, NATO is saying it's not acceptable, but it's not to the level that it will be repelled against militarily? Daniel, he just needs Ukraine to not join NATO. Yeah, I feel like acceptable, again, logically, feels like acceptable settlement position for Russia would be agreement that Ukraine doesn't join NATO, changing of the replacement of the president, etc., and surrender of all weapons, or what would be termed like neutralization or something. I feel like that would be acceptable to Russia. So it looks like the Ukrainian president has just spoken with Macron, and weapons and equipment on the way. No word yet on the apparent blackout in Kyiv. Not that I've seen. I don't know if anyone else has seen it. I mean, I would be very surprised if Russia has really attacked with full force and Ukraine has won more battles than it's lost, and therefore these numbers are accurate, and the momentum is with Ukraine. That feels like it would surprise me. But if that is the case, then Putin risk looking very weak, and that pushes him into a hole. Sithor, this isn't time for a full-scale war, but also we shouldn't be doing anything. I think we shouldn't be doing nothing, to me. I don't want to speak for you. I don't know. Red Arrowhead, I think overall Russian progress makes sense and is working in their favour based on the movement treaty so far. Yeah. I need to get some updated maps up, really. That has... we can maybe see a bit more of the advancement, but I'm pretty sure that this column will have advanced all the way to Kyiv. Goblin, I feel at some point a resupply convoy will be hit and Interpol will respond. I don't know how the convoys will work. I imagine they'll go to the Polish border and then there'll be a handover there and then they'll be transported in by Ukraine, I imagine. Yeah, we saw there was fighting at this airport in the south earlier. I didn't see anything confirmed or verified about the 2 cargo planes being shot down, but I did see it reported a few times. I haven't heard anything on the blackout. David, what happens if they agree to not join NATO to keep its sovereignty? You could argue that if you agree not to do something, then you're not sovereign, and that's a very complicated argument. I don't know. It would definitely be a de-escalation. It would be a way out and a way for people to keep face. Obviously, nothing would stop them joining NATO in the future. They just have to go back on that agreement. So that could be a key. Okay, it's nice, Daniel. But then again, if Kyiv is cut off, then it's extraordinary scenes, really. You've got the whole country of Ukraine, which is it's a very large country, generally speaking, and the president appears to be in this city, which is possibly already or about to be cut off. We think we don't know. It might not be. And it looks like the power's been cut. So incomprehensible. Or if you're trying to control capacity, you sort out some sort of supply chain behind it. This Kyiv invasion force is preliminary. Yeah, but that would be... Oops, that's my mouse. Whoa. There we go. That would be horrific. I don't know if at that point, if Kyiv is really encircled, there would be megaphones out and leaflets dropped to say surrender. My voice is going to give up. Beyond the NATO thing, it might be a way that everyone can save face. Ukraine can say that. They wouldn't be able to join NATO anyway right now, as Ian says, with the independent regions. And it would be, because of the arguments that Moscow advanced about the reason to invade, they would have got that concession. Yeah, we heard about these yesterday. Yeah, has anyone been able to see anything about the blackout? Thanks, Wyatt. Keeping us updated. Crazy. So if we want to summarize, in fact, what I might do is I might go and get a bottle of water or refill, and then I may summarize. It's the first. How long have we been streaming? Can't even see. 4 hours? No, that's not right. Can't see how long I've been streaming. Anyway, I've been streaming for a long time. So I'm going to go and grab a bottle of water. I'll be back. I'm not stopping. I'm just going to be away from my sim rig. Right, bear with me. I'll be back in a second. Play nice and everything. Right, I'm back. So, when we started this stream, because I was thinking about it. We were literally looking at the United Nations Security Council debating a resolution on this, which was vetoed by Russia and abstained on by China, UAE, and India. And since then, we had the kind of disputed downing of Russian planes at this airport. Well, not swinging my phone. And we had the utterly surreal sights and sounds of Russians advancing into Kyiv on this boulevard at night. And we were listening from around here. Right up till dawn. And almost as dawn was breaking, it's only then that the fighting stopped. It was, just around before dawn. So on the face of it, Ukraine did repel some sort of advancement by Russia into Kyiv, into the capital. But the fighting was always very sporadic, or the gunfire was always very sporadic. Let me have some water. Let me take a look at some of the photos and we can take a look at them. Bear with me. Yeah, we'd heard a lot about saboteurs, and we'd seen the markings and the fluorescent markings and whatnot. Still don't know what that's about, or if it's just something that's false or coincidental.
Replace your notebooks and printed documents with Remarkable 2, the only tablet that feels like paper. Take notes.
What's Remarkable 2 and why is Remarkable 2 popping up? Okay. Dealt with it. Frank, Russia's main force really does not have the night capability the West does. Do you mean in terms of night vision, etc.? Because that's something that we really, I feel like, associate with Western military operations. Like the capability to undertake these activities at night. I don't know too much about whether that kit is, the Russian version of that kit isn't as good. We did see the video. We really started the stream like talking about events like the APC running over the car and how that was connected with the truck on the other side. But things have moved on so much since then. It's unbelievable. The Russians have that tech, but it's not heavily deployed like the USA. Okay. And why have there been updates in UAE? I don't know. I mean, I think this is run by volunteers and maybe volunteers in Ukraine. I don't know. I have other sources here, so on my left I can go to. I don't know if anyone has any. I'm not really seeing any Russian reporting. I'm not really seeing how the Russians are reporting this. Maybe because I'm on websites like Twitter and Reddit, etc. But I'd be interested to know how the war is being portrayed in Russia. as in what, has today been portrayed as a success? Is it being portrayed as a success by both sides? Yeah, still not a lot of kind of statements, etc., coming out at the moment. Look at Baz. I think you can hear some kind of jet, possibly. Maybe it might be a car. Change my battery. Welcome, Robert. Welcome, everyone. People been asleep, waking up. It got pretty intense in the night, actually. We could hear the fighting getting closer down this boulevard to where this camera is positioned here, and then as the night started to turn into to dawn, just turning kind of like a purpley hue, the fighting seemed to stop. I think that it's a very fair point, Red Arrowhead. It's a very fair point. Ukraine is a huge country, and obviously there's much more. This assault here has really come from Belarus, but you can imagine that. I'm not sure how much. Well, you've got big cities like Kharkiv here, Odessa as well, and I don't think I haven't seen any footage yet of Russian claims to having, inverted commas, taken over any major city. But it is a very fair point. It's a fair point. I'm not from Ukraine or Russia. Forte 11, I presume, is still on operations over the Black Sea. I see. I think there's pretty much no chance that Russian troops are going to go into Slovakia, Baz. It is interesting because if the Russians have really approached this with the maximum of their might, then the defense is very impressive. But it doesn't seem to necessarily add up, and if they haven't, then why haven't they? Yeah, so it looks like there was. This is around the zoo area. Again, to what extent this... oops, I can't even scroll. I don't know. Gary, it feels like such a weak attachment from a powerful nation such as Russia. It certainly, I think, in the West is being portrayed as being weak. Obviously, domestically, you can portray it. You have more control over how you portray it. But again, we are living in this present timeline where we're assessing it now, second by second. And ultimately, if Kyiv falls today or tonight, then it doesn't matter. It's happened quickly. So I don't know. All I can say right now is you can hear some music. Obviously, difficult to tell whether the power's back on. Because there wouldn't be lights on, but yeah. Catch up. I don't think anyone believes that Ukraine could ultimately repel Russia, but they would be such a pain in the ass to talk about that Russia can't justify it. Maybe. I think that's the ultimate. That would be the worst case scenario for Russia. Also pretty horrific to think about a kind of Soviet style attempt to occupy Afghanistan. Nope. What happens to Soviets in Afghanistan happening in Ukraine now? Thanks, Pablo. Rachel says, I think Zelensky will take a deal with Putin and this will be over within the week. There's still enough. I feel like today is a really important day diplomatically because there's still enough time for everyone to save whatever face they need to. There's still enough time for, for example, if Ukraine was to sign and say we're not going to try and join NATO, can always be torn up in the future, as we've seen. And if that is enough to send the Russian forces back, then in Ukraine they can say, yeah, we stopped all the bloodshed, and Putin can say, hey, I got that guarantee that I always wanted. Maybe there's a, more than minimal chance that is. I don't. Did anyone have any other diplomatic examples of way out of this? Yeah, the airspace here for Ukraine is, and also to the east of Ukraine is very clear. Okay, so it's like there is some Russian statements coming out that have taken a city. MK, that sounds like Chamberlain coming back to UK with Hitler's guarantee. Not sure that's enough for Putin. It depends how. There ultimately is always a balance. It's if you're going to lose, if you believe you're going to lose the war, or you're going to win it, but at a cost that's not acceptable, then at some point it does become more palatable to take that settled way out. Homer 61 just chilling again.
This revolutionary new device can remove up to 10 times more earwax than a traditional.
Why am I getting earwax adverts on Bing?
Not good for your ears. On the box telling you.
Where is this?
Ear, nose, and throat.
Oh.
Severe earwax buildup, and don't even know it.
Maybe Bing knows a lot about me in my ears. Maybe that explains some of the jazz. So I think if Ukraine said they wouldn't join NATO, it would halt the invasion. Yeah, it's interesting because the language that China used in the Security Council last night was that Ukraine should be a bridge between East and West, and I've been thinking about it as I've been streaming, and at the time I said I didn't understand that can be possible at all. It has to be one or the other, but ultimately, if you commit not to join NATO and also you have that independence from Russia, then you would be a bridge in some ways, but I just can't see it happening. I'm on Bing today. Is that what it's called now? I'm on Edge, sorry. The banner says Ukraine just gave sentiment their flank pressing the bridge up north. I don't know where you got those figures from, but we don't have visibility on that. The Bear challenge openly towards Russia. I'd say last night strictly speaking, they didn't support Russia because they abstained, although the statement was an interesting one. Tesco, could you confirm that NATO will be helping Ukraine? NATO is committed to helping Ukraine in non-military ways. Man in the corner says Zelensky will fight to the end. NATO US can't make military movement. It depends. I mean, does he strike you as the sort of person that would, if given a choice between, stopping horrendous loss of life for, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but it's crazy to think that, somewhere in Kyiv. Stephen said, I don't think this is about NATO personally. So what do you think is the driving force? Pedro, diplomats whose nation gets away from the countries that joined in 97. I don't think that will be palatable. It's an an interesting question. Like, would the West have done anything different with NATO and inverted commas expansion, knowing where this is where it could ultimately lead, or is this part of the calculation? I don't know. I think though that due to NATO's stance and Putin wanting a buffer state, if Ukraine doesn't want a full-scale war, they'll have to bend the knee completely to Putin and new political leaders. I don't know. It's a very difficult position. That's why it feels like the only way this ends with the least bloodshed as possible is that there is some kind of settlement or surrender. Otherwise, it seems that for Putin, it has to be so committed that he has to grind in if Ukraine makes it very difficult. I don't know. It's a really horrible thing to think about. Yeah, think about United Nations Security Council. It's all, you kind of have to read between the lines and then, hang on. Wasn't charging my battery. I've got to sort that out. Real, how common are surrenders? We haven't had a conflict like this for a long time. What we have seen in recent conflicts is the leaders being hunted down and captured and or killed, like we saw with Saddam Hussein, we saw with Gaddafi in Libya. See, and I feel the fact that Ukraine is a Slavic country makes it very different than the Baltics. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I've never really thought about this, but if you take the view that it is a genuine and serious concern of Russia that Ukraine could potentially become a member of NATO, then causing instability and supporting independent regions which preclude Ukraine from joining NATO, there's logic behind that. It's just very hard to understand. Huckfeed, what I question is, if Russia declared and recognised 2 new states, what's stopping the rest of the world from recognising a new portion of Ukraine to the east? You mean over the same region? It gets very, very complicated like that. And there's different levels of recognition, like if you're recognised by the United Nations and other institutions. I have to hot swap my batteries in a second. I've got a nice cup of tea for my sore throat. Absolutely incredible. Pablo says that Ukraine is going to win this war. Let me know how you think Ukraine is going to win this war. I don't think it's. I don't know. It's. I mean, I said on the stream yesterday. I said, from my view, I didn't see how Ukraine could repel this invasion, but I thought it would be quicker. So there's definitely been more issues with Russia than I thought would happen. Especially in terms of the air bases. But I still don't understand what happened in Kyiv overnight and what was the rationale and the purpose of what Russia wanted to achieve. That's a very big question, Twitch. 13. Check these. Random says no one will win this war. That is actually probably the correct answer. Yeah, some more reporting that total losses that Ukraine are reporting for Russia is 14 planes, 8 helicopters, 102 tanks, 536 armoured vehicles, 15 artillery systems and 3,500 soldiers. I've got the pictures of the residential blocks. Seems I'm not sure what's happened here. 102 tanks seems like a lot. Yeah, I think I would take figures from any side with a pinch of salt, but I don't know if someone can compare that against, say, Gulf War. Is there a simple, short answer anyone can give? Because it seems like it's like World War III. I've been streaming this last 2 days for like I don't even know how many hours. I haven't slept. I can't remember when I slept. Vanitas, they might not be able to repeal the invasion, but the longer Russia stays in Ukraine will have devastating effects on Russia in the long run. They'll have to pull out like Afghanistan. That I can't really foresee the entrenched. Again, the Afghanistan is a very different country topology wise. So I don't know. I can't see that. It's out there one, right? Matron, I don't see Peter about as bad as that sounds. Just don't believe it. I think hopefully we'll hear from him today and just we'll get another insight. And when we hear from him, speak from him, we can see the body language and whatnot. How was your DW stream on? I don't know. It's on. Yeah, I take a lot of the videos with a pinch of salt. Sounds like there's some air traffic around Kyiv. It would be pretty incredible if there's still Ukrainian aircraft and helicopters around Kyiv. Yeah, I don't know if there's been some reports on what happened in those buildings. I'm expecting some statements soon. It's a pretty. I don't know how you feel if you're a Western leader as well to kind of see another Western leader that, or you know, the Ukrainian president who you've shared many conferences with and sat next to, and you know all these places around the world, and I don't know if that will bite on a personal level, but again, you butt up against like NATO Article 5, and I don't know how we haven't really seen this before because we haven't seen this kind of escalation for a very long time. So, is there going to be a member that's going to be pushing more for military action and then starts to try and bring other NATO members with it? I don't know. Cruise missile missed the military institute and struck the tower. Okay. I instinctively feel a cruise missile would do more damage, but it might not detonate if it's missed the target. I don't know. Must have been absolutely terrifying being in Ukraine last night. Yeah, cannot even contemplate it. Stephen, no one expected Russia to send ground forces for complete air superiority. I suspect I view that the other way around. I feel like no one expected Russia to not have air superiority, and therefore they had to send their ground forces in without that. Ukraine has a lot of natural resources. I know it does, and I know you know it was the breadbasket of the Soviet Union, but it feels well, the way we've always looked at the world post the United Nations, it's just definitely past Soviet Union. I don't know, that hasn't mattered before. So I'm scanning for updates or statements. We know that the Ukrainian president spoke to Macron. We've seen his video. And I would think domestically that Putin probably has to address Russians, because you know if you have an army of 200,000 people, that's you know a lot of mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and children, etc. That will want to know what's going on. So I imagine he has to address Russia domestically, and it would be very interesting to see how it's portrayed. Be interesting if we get to kind of like a North Korea style position where, as we saw last night at the United Nations, you get these statements that appear to be so dissonant from reality that they're almost in a different language. Search what the last thing Putin wants is 500,000 US troops in Europe again. I don't know. It depends what his objectives are. That's right. Yeah, so if anyone's joined us and hasn't been here when we've had the Article 5 discussions, the reason why there's no... If you're wondering why there's no Western NATO nations in Ukraine, it's because if you're part of NATO at a very highly principled level, Article 5 means that if you get attacked by an enemy, or every other member of NATO joins you in a war against that enemy, which effectively means you France, etc., with nuclear weapons. So that is the reason why the support is, well, that is one of the reasons why the support is mainly economic. Although, you know, lines are blurred where if you're supplying weapons and military supplies, but not people. I'd be very interested to know what the position is on their superiority. Because I feel like the fate of the war really does massively depend on that. And if the Ukrainian Air Force is still operational, an absolute credit to how they've maintained those air bases and put out decoys, etc. Because I would imagine that those are the sort of installations that we've seen in other wars just get instantly targeted by cruise missiles. That's the first thing that comes across. Yeah. Another interesting is about what happens to the United Nations Security Council, because there's a lot of rhetoric last night about just basically the veto is not fit for purpose. The veto should not exist. Any exercise of the veto is inherently against the principles of the United Nations. So it's a bit different because Security Council has binding resolutions, but yeah, I don't know what that means, because it's been that way for ages. It's been that way. That's how it's always been. But I feel like it's under a new pressure now. Daniel, does he bet the US won't commit troops to Europe due to fatigue? He's also betting a political change. I don't think they would calculate any risk that NATO troops are going to be put in Ukraine. I think the only things that could have happened were that prior to the invasion, given the intelligence, the only things that could possibly be done is implement a no-fly zone at Ukraine's request, or actually, have NATO troops on the ground and announce it, but then you're calling Putin's bluff. That's true. There's different levels of air superiority. Yeah, I think anyone watching the stream at the time will definitely remember when dawn broke. Don't know what that sound was. Yeah, I don't. There's some footage on the the residential building that's been hit. The reality is that footage is so incredibly critical on like an information perspective to this war, because last night, Russia said at the Security Council, there is no bombardment of Kyiv, but then they also, what we talked about last night. So, but that image could be very, very, very powerful, and I imagine it would play very strongly domestically in Russia, to say, hey, look, this is what's happening to your neighbours in Ukraine. Ooh, almost knocked over the T. RR9916 circling northern Poland. Yeah, if those are the Strata tankers, I don't know. I think that I would have thought that building would have been in the night, but I'm not sure. So it's been reported there's no deaths in that building, but the image of it will be a very, very powerful image. It's also an image that a lot of people can relate to, especially in this part of the world where you have a lot of these blocks in cities. So we'll see how that's countered. I would imagine that it will be countered as just being described as fake. Daniel, in Vietnam, the US had complete air superiority, but still Spain had to fight it. Agree, but again, that is very different terrain. Be asked to the point. Austin, Russia's far better trained and for now much better equipped. That is true, and they have more experience in conflicts. Yeah, I've seen some videos on it where there's a lot of debris and smoke in daylight, but I've also seen reports saying it was hit overnight, so I'm not sure. Let me know what that is, what that question is. Why am I YouTubing games from Richard and Kane? I was meant to be streaming last night or 2 nights ago racing, because I normally race, but I spoke with my mods and I felt this was more important, so we decided to stream it and just try and educate ourselves. And you know, I had no idea it would turn into a stream with 700 people watching. So that's it really. And yeah, I've you know, when I was younger, I cycled through London, all of these countries. I cycled down to Turkey, so I've been to all of these countries. And I guess I feel a little bit like we had a lot of intelligence about what was going to happen, but I don't know if anyone feels the same way. We didn't really do anything. I didn't really do anything, so I don't really have a good answer for you. There's no there's no plan or anything. It's just we decided to do it. Putin can't lose. That's how dictatorship works. His person can't need to remain perfect, not reasoned by logic at some point. That is, yeah, it's been talked about more and more, kind of what the possible end games are. But then in that situation, if you're the Ukrainian president, that's who you're negotiating at. It's a bit of game theory, like Prisoner's Dilemma. If you're negotiating or dealing with someone like that, then how does that affect essentially, mate? Do you feel like, well, you know, Russia will be there to grind Kyiv down if it needs to, or do you feel like you can't actually negotiate any settlement because it won't be respected? I don't know. Yeah, it seemed like a genuine question, Kim. Did I see yeah, we talked about that yesterday. It feels like massively old news now, but my view at the time was that I could see how the whole incident was a misunderstanding and tensions running very high, everyone on edge, you know, lots of people with weapons, and I'm not sure I've seen a verification of what actually happened there. All I know is that the driver survived, which just seems like a miracle. But I could see that whole thing being an accident. Sorry. Yeah, so the pics of that high-rise building are, I think, going to be very, very powerful pictures. Very powerful pictures, and in fact, you can see. I'm not going to show it, but you can see, and this will be all over Twitter. It is in daytime. You can see the moment that the missile hits it. Which I'm not going to put on screen here, but you can see it, and it is in daytime. It is kind of grainy CCTV footage, so it's the kind of thing that will be disputed as fake or whatnot. So we saw the Russian delegate at the UN Security Council last night point to a BBC News article about fake images, saying, hey, you know, some of these images are fake online. And he used that as an example to say, hey, the West are using fake images, which is very duplicitous. Yeah, I didn't see any logical reason why the tank would want to run over that car. It changed my battery again. Yeah, we've been up all night. I mean, how could we go to sleep? How could we? I feel like I can go to sleep now because it's daytime, and I feel like, but I honestly feel like I could not go to sleep during the night. It was just, I've never experienced anything like it, and I'm just watching stuff through a screen, but it's like a one-way portal that you can see into an area, but it's like a bad dream. I'm not going to put that video on here because if you want to see it, then you just go on Twitter, and it's going to be all over Twitter. The missile hitting the apartment block is because it's very sensitive footage in terms of people might be very upset seeing it. It certainly looks like a cruise missile. That was hitting a target on the was meant to hit a target on the ground behind the tower block, and it's just kind of gone straight through the tower block. So I think that is going to be if this really is a day for a negotiation, I feel like that is going to be a key part of that diplomacy, or that further appeal to the West. Yeah, people saying Russia doesn't have that night attack capability, but there were all the markings that we didn't understand. There was definitely firefights in Kyiv last night that seem to be getting progressively closer to this area here where this cathedral is. I had no technical food. Phase, this is such a sad time to live in America, and I can't imagine the suffrage people are going through in Ukraine. Yeah, it's getting to the point now where it's gone well past that point that I can't even relate to it because it's such an alien concept, but it's so close, so it's difficult. Does anyone know why that cruise missile or that ordnance would have not tracked to its destination? Because it seems like an inherently very risky thing to do to if there was a target very close to those towers. And I don't know if it's connected to the markings that we saw. I don't think those transport planes were ever going to go there. I think it's likely that the transport planes were trying to land at this airbase, and it would seem logical that the airbase was Russian controlled, but there were Ukrainian kind of mobile anti-air positions around here that were able to shoot two planes down. But I don't think that's been confirmed. Although that would, if it is confirmed, that would explain the very high casualty numbers. Yeah, Russia has their own GPS system called GLONASS. No doubt there's some kind of, jamming and espionage going on there. I mean, maybe that will be part of the counter-information offensive, will be to say that, there was some tampering with GLONASS or the targeting, and because of that, whoever tampered was responsible for it hitting that tower block. I mean, I can imagine that being a way to do it. Exactly, or it was just, you shoot so many and some of them are going to go off target. Anyway, I'm pretty sure we're going to see an information war about that. UK minister saying he doesn't recognise that the Ukraine lost control of the southern city, which is interesting. when you talk about missiles hitting the streets, I think that a lot of the way that ordnance works is the explosive warhead has detached and been detonated, and that is just the propulsion unit. I've also been provided with some strepsils. Thanks, Kim. See that? Sorry, Jackson, would you ask me a question? I don't think it would have been a Ukrainian jet. I mean, you can see the footage for yourself. It's way too fast to be a jet. So it doesn't look like a jet to me. It looks like a missile coming in, and it'll be interesting to see what the response is in an information sense. Like, is it say, oh, Ukraine has launched it on its own people to use it as a false flag, or what's going to be the counter to the face of the footage? Exactly, yeah. Cruise missiles, you know, essentially the technology deriving from the German V1 V2 program, but they are fighter jets. They're basically very early drones that have targeting in them and carry a warhead. Welcome, Jagzilla. You seem very agitated. Okay, I can't confirm that so far, but if there is a garrison behind it, it would make sense. But it seems a very inherently risky thing to do. Still waiting for some statements, but I think that is going to dominate, I would imagine. Yeah, the interesting, we haven't really spoken about sanctions, but the interesting thing about sanctions is you do put people in the corner. So, what's the expected result of the sanctions long term? I think there's definitely logic in it if it applies domestic pressure to the government. But if that doesn't work, but I think normally they do apply that pressure. You could say in North Korea, maybe it hasn't worked or hasn't affected any change. Maybe Syria in Iran, I don't know. Yeah, multiple reports now saying that over 100 tanks being destroyed from Russia, but again, just don't know. And news in the last hour, yeah, but I think actually very big news that I'm sure is going to dominate front pages of websites and whatnot, which is this footage of a residential block in Kyiv being hit by what looks to be some kind of cruise missile. Apparently no deaths, which I find incredible. It's very, very powerful footage. I still don't know what your question is, Jagzilla, I'm afraid. It feels like it feels inherently like it's a bit of a gamble for the Russian government to go into this if there's a risk it's not going to be a success. Unless you really thought that Ukraine was a threat domestically. Alex, you know about Kyiv? I don't know if you mean the other city, but Bedfordshire. It feels, and at the moment it definitely looked like there was a blackout shortly after dawn, and I haven't seen any reporting on that. Yeah, exactly right. I agree, Daniel. Austin, I don't think sanctions will have any effect on Putin. His mind made up. Any have effect on citizens. Yeah, but I think the idea is that the citizens put pressure on their leaders. Yeah, it doesn't look like it really detonated, but I wouldn't. A cruise missile wouldn't necessarily detonate if it hadn't hit its designated target. It just seems a very unusual place for a missile to be because there's so many high-rise residential buildings around. So the footage is there, but I haven't seen any reports on that yet. But it's going to be reported one way or another. It's not just about the tape of the incident because the block is there and you can see the block. This is the block. I find it unbelievable that it's just again another miracle that no one has died in that. Cruise missiles do tend to come in quite flat, and I think there's a plume of smoke as well, which you wouldn't expect from cruise missiles. So I don't know, but whatever the ordnance was. Yeah, in the video of it hitting, there's definitely a white trail behind it that you possibly wouldn't expect of a cruise missile. But again, not going to put it on this stream, but you can go on Twitter right now and see it. I think someone has put in chat that on the map there's a garrison behind it, perhaps. But again, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know, because it seems a very risky place to try and try and avoid the high-rise buildings. You're right. The other cruise missiles have no smoke, so maybe it most likely is some other form of shelling. I don't know where it was fired from, but I'm sure it's one of these things that, looking at the direction and the trajectory, you can possibly work out where it's been fired from. I'm not even sure it's how it's been guided, but we did see these markings. If I'll put up this still. So we did see these markings being put on buildings. You can see there's a plume as well, and it's some kind of rocket propulsion, it seems. Well, it's definitely not jet powered. Yeah, we can swap these around. 100%. Okay. It's I've seen the figures. Yeah, I just definitely feels like I don't understand what the rationale was last night in terms of what Russia wanted to achieve. Bandit says, pretty sure this attack last night was a distraction. What? Okay, tell me, chat. What do you think this attack last night from Russia was about? What was the purpose of it? Because it clearly wasn't to try and, occupy Kiev. It wasn't decide. Don't think we've seen any armor coming in. I can only imagine. One logical reason is that you try and capture the president if you think you know where he is. I don't know with these markings that we saw, if they these. I'm trying to link a few things together, but possible that with the markings that we saw, and the reports like these Russian saboteurs on the ground, that the buildings are marked, and then there was a moment where they could paint the building with a laser, and guide in these this ordnance when something's gone wrong here. I don't know. Next, right? Someone will let you know. I personally don't subscribe to the view that the resistance has been less than Russia expected. I feel like you would always anticipate more resistance, and then if there's less, then that's great for you. But I feel like you should anticipate the maximum resistance that could possibly happen. And if you wouldn't be able to successfully invade under those circumstances, then there's, you need to reassess. But I don't know. I'm not a general. Perceptive trying to draw a force out of south seems to be the goal, but the forward losses are too high for it not to be a real attempt. Jack, I honestly have no idea what your question is. I just see you telling me why you answering my question. I don't know what it is. It better be a good question. If it's something really stupid, that's going to be a letdown. It's either a distraction for better positioning down south, or they're trying to drop building less cover. I don't know how this is all adding up, but very unusual last night. Getting to pretty much into the heart of Kiev, and now this imagery and video that is going to, I think, really dominate headlines. Okay, I'm not going to see the mods on it. Galasa, are we just willing to accept Ukrainians dying for their selfish interest? That's a bit of a simplistic and possibly disrespectful way of putting it, but there was a question put earlier of, has NATO decided that it's acceptable for Ukraine to, fall to Russia? And it's a very interesting question when you think about it. Have I seen anything happen on stream you're watching? Yeah, we saw a lot happen last night. Camera zooming in. I can't imagine they would intentionally hit that building, but I don't know if they're going to have to respond to that imagery. If they're giving press conferences, a journalist might just print it or show it on their phone and say, what do you think of this? So I don't know what the Russian response will be. I can imagine it would be, there was Ukrainian forces hiding behind civilian shields in that building or something, or the tracking was tampered with, or it's just fake. That's a fake video like the one in Beirut. I don't know. The bear after the threats yesterday to Finland and Sweden, I think NATO wants to find out. I don't think the threats to Finland or Sweden were really credible in any way, but obviously everyone's in the heightened state of alert. Oh, thanks, RSD032. Let's put that in the tracker. Special Flight Squadron. Yeah, I think that's not related. Going from the east into Moscow. Good spot. Drone is still out there. Yeah, exactly, Alex. This is the whole Article. I feel like I should maybe pin that, but the whole Article 5 thing, which we've spoken about many times. Daniel, when my dad was in the US Army, there was an incident where a pilot accidentally kept the guidance laser on as a plane kept moving. The hill my dad's unit was on blocked the laser and became a new target. Yeah, so it will follow the laser, as I understand it. I mean, if that is kind of what was happening, it is pretty. Again, it feels very, in a way, low tech. That, in order to deliver the ordnance onto their targets, they need to first mark stuff in the day that can be rubbed out or covered up, whatever, and then they need to have people in there at night to paint it. It seems very risky and sort of low key. Yeah, that's been disputed, Huckfee. I think the Russians have said that, but the UK Defence Minister has said that he doesn't recognise it. So both sides saying different things. I think the biggest question, or maybe it's not the biggest question, but a big question is, given that there was some sort of incursion into Kyiv last night, and it seems successfully repelled out, does that mean that surely Russia, next time Russia go in, is going to be with much more force? Surely. And do we think that is going to happen at night again? Because I'm kind of, maybe I'm too optimistic, but I see this really as a window for diplomacy and negotiation, and it's a beautiful day in Ukraine or in Kiev. So, but maybe I'm being too optimistic, and this is the brutality of war, and we might hear the shots fire off again. How accurate is this map? None of these are. The flight radar map is very accurate in terms of with transponders on. This one is has some level of verification, but I wouldn't say it's. We would rely on it. The bear says they don't have the tank numbers to urban conflicts. Since it's my opinion to think Sweden's threats aren't credible. Many thought Russia wouldn't attack Ukraine, yet here we are. Ukraine may decide it uses. Sweden is geoimportant. Yeah, good point. Fair point. Fair point. We live in different times to 2 days ago, so I'm thinking in times that are 2 days ago. Yeah, I don't know if maybe I explained this correctly, but there has to be someone there on the ground at the time, which seems risky. Also, I'm almost scared watching these live streams. If you're scared, I would say don't watch these streams. I would just close YouTube, and wherever you are in the world, you can go about your day, and everything's gonna be fine. So, if the stream is making you anxious or it's scary, then I would say don't watch it. If it's reassuring and comforting, or you like having this space that is hopefully a nice space to talk about things, and then great. Ira, can I say that Ukraine have got an impossible win? I'm not sure, because we were watching this at night. We were watching this happen. I think I started streaming midnight or 1 a.m. Ukrainian time, and it's now, I don't even know what the time is. It's daytime though, and it never seemed like, although it was pretty shocking, it never seemed like it was a fully sustained attack. It was in pockets. Oh, okay, Daniel. IL-76. Okay, let me know over what territory that is. Thanks, Robert. Okay, understood. It's just again, it's something I don't understand, and that might be me just not understanding how Russian military hardware operates. But my general perception is a lot of the things seem low tech, but low tech is, more reliable. It's just very different to how we've seen the US and the UK and France operate in these kind of theatres or in modern theatres. It feels very uneasy now, doesn't it? My kind of emotions have been that in night it felt very just downright dangerous, and I could even feel it even though I'm not in any danger. It was very perceptible, and then got progressively worse, almost like feeling sick. More and more, gunfire breaking out. I think the last one, just before dawn, sounded particularly violent. The incredible thing is that after dawn, I think on this stream it felt like, okay, dawn is here and, it was a bit clearer. But the video of that residential tower being hit was after dawn. Robert King, the USA, they're going to send in 360 million support, but how is the US going to do that? Russia having air superiority. I'm not sure it's been confirmed that Russia does have air superiority, but I don't know. Someone raised a very good point earlier that Ukraine can still operate helicopters and at a low altitude, but that doesn't equal air superiority. Yeah, I think the air raid sirens were a test. And my prayers go out to Ukrainians and all those who seek equal peace for all mankind. I'm generally worried for the safety and well-being of those nothing to do with war. Don't see how anyone can really disagree with that. Hot Snatch, I thought the same. The weapons on the Russian side seem like they're Cold War weapons for vehicles, aircraft. The only kind of logic I can put behind that is if you deliberately send in kind of conscripts and older tech weaponry and vehicles, etc., and expect to lose battles and account for that, because you would get the enemy Ukraine thinking, okay, we have the upper hand here, and then you send in your more experienced troops with the more up-to-date technology, and you go in, shock and awe and quickly overwhelm them. That's the only way I can really think about it. But some things that we've seen don't seem particularly high tech, organised. Omar, is there any reason that the whole world seems to care and pay more attention to lives some humans rather than lives others? Probably comes down to just human nature, that when something is very close to you, it's more pressing, I can imagine. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to know if it's going to plan for either side, or you don't know what the plan is. Yeah, I can see Defense Ministry of Ukraine is now sharing that footage. Yeah, it really is extraordinary. James, no way of Putin talking peace. Yeah, I mean, how do you climb this escalation down? What is the way out? I can only imagine that Ukraine signs some document that says it won't be part of NATO. Maybe NATO signs it as well, and great, that's a piece of paper. It doesn't mean anything on its own. But it's not as important as what's happening now. and then Putin can save some face, and then Ukraine has saved all horrendous casualties. So I don't see anything else. Duke 46. See if we can pick it up. I just don't see. In fact, let's let me know. 727 people watching. Let me know in chat if you. How do you see this de-escalating? Or even if you don't see it de-escalating, how can you foresee a way that it could be de-escalated? What's this? No call sign Airbus in Ukraine. It's very unusual. I think this ends in Moscow. I see what you're saying. There's no way out of this conflict. It's been brewing since Ukraine left the USSR. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. If that is the case, how do you feel if you're Poland? I bet. Well, it's a NATO thing again. It's fantastic if you're in it. Ukrainian National Police helicopter. It's very interesting that it's got its transponder on. The only other reason I can think about is that if this is a distraction to kind of consolidate thoughts and attentions and I guess troops, or they've already been here in Kyiv, and what it's allowed to do is it's allowed faster expansion from land armor columns to wherever they want to go to. What is Putin's goal, Aitan? You tell me. What do you think Putin's goal is? Transponder off. Sounds like a jet. Yeah, the League of Nations though wasn't really. It was nothing like what the United Nations is. It's weird to kind of be with following this war as it's happening live, but also trying to understand what it means next, and it's a bit difficult because things are changing so quickly, but also so fundamentally. Putin's after the resources. I don't buy that actually. Just because I understand in a vacuum that and this was the way wars used to work, that you go for the resources, but in this international framework, because there's been so many sanctions applied, any benefit you'd have from the resources has surely been counteracted by the sanctions. So that would only work if you thought that the sanctions wouldn't come, but I can't see any way that sanctions would not have come. .31 active as well. Jake 11. That's come from Mildenhall. Duke's there. That's been there for ages, so. Yeah, some gunshots, which would have been coming from the camera on the square, which is surreal. There's a long legacy of Russia. Yeah, obviously Russia has a history much longer than the Soviet Union, and yeah, I mean, but how do you negotiate? How do you de-escalate that? Matt doesn't see him backing down. Wyatt says F-16s. I'm sure they'll be going over Poland F-16s. I can't see them. What movement at Sochi there? Just circling, I think. Let's see what happens, say, with Swift. If that's going to be on the table. F-16s over Hungary. Hang on. Might be doing a rendezvous for fuel. Okay. Treviso. Possibly going for a refuel. We'll see. So I forget my cameras here. Let's clear some of these. Percepts TS, the biggest reason Russia wants Ukraine over other previous USSR nations is that it has strategic value and is very resource rich. But again, in a vacuum, I can see that. But in a world where you have sanctions applied on you and you need to sell those resources to other countries, because that's how economies work these days. I'm not sure it works. Oops. I think there is something in that, Annie, in terms of we could see today that Russia vetoed the resolution, and it was India, China, UAE that abstained, which shows you where kind of the sphere of influence is. And those are big, that is population wise, you know. Quarter of the world or so. Check for some updates. See where this F-16 is going. Where's it come from? Turn transponder on just east side of Italy. See here, the US Air Force has a pretty permanent presence in the air over Târgu and Bistrița in Romania, which is pretty insane when you think about it. It's like having a petrol station in the sky for fighter planes. It's crazy to hear that gunfire and then see just, you know, cars going around normally. I'm not sure there's a tanker over the Black Sea, I might be wrong. They normally hang around here. See if that F-16 keeps transponder on all the way. Yeah, I agree, it's probably going for refuel. Where's Jake 11? Jake 11 is probably going to circulate here. I don't know, this is an interesting question. So, do people think that, and I imagine pretty much everyone here, like myself, is living in inverted commas the West. Is this the first time people have thought really about NATO? Because I'm still trying to work out if it can be have any kind of legitimacy as a concern or not. Because I feel like for a lot of people in the West, perhaps more countries joining NATO is like, yeah, great. More countries joining NATO is great, but what China has said at Security Council, what Russia's saying, and they have been saying a lot of unusual statements as well, so I don't know if there's any legitimacy to this, is that more NATO nations eastwards has applied some pressure. Four B737s east to Russian border. I guess that's Alaska wise. Freeman says NATO works on pure self-defense. The more members, the more peaceful the world would be. I think that is what is being put forward as a issue. I think the premise of NATO is, on paper, strictly defensive. If one member of NATO gets attacked, then you invoke Article 5 and you're immediately allied with all the other NATO members. But then NATO was there as a deterrent to the Soviet Union. It'd be interesting what would happen if, when the Soviet Union fell, if afterwards it was decided there was no need for NATO. Because on the one hand, if you're Poland, you won't feel as secure as you do now. But on the other hand, if you're Ukraine, then you could probably expect it's more likely that you would have military support from Western countries. Thanks, Corey. Looks like an IL-76, yeah. Might have stopped transponder already. So IL-76 looks like it was going westwards, maybe into Belarus. It's a fair point, Matt. It might not, it might all be a smokescreen and just a pretense. So it's in my opinion, NATO is outdated creative result after World War II. Perhaps. Duke 48. That's the helicopter. That helicopter's just it's just chilling in Poland though. Stephen, NATO is a group of countries that agree on their current borders. Essentially, there have been some really interesting comments about NATO and borders and what being in NATO means for borders. And the border really starts at NATO, or at a NATO member. EC-20 over Poland. Again, just these are all rotaries. Catch up on the news. I haven't seen that drone. Oh, this drone. Yeah, the drone's still out there. Probably 56,000 feet. Yeah, 56,000 feet. Yeah, I saw this message from UK Defence Minister, but again, don't know. There's the updates on the tracks. So yeah, it's disputed about whether Russia did take control of a city in the south. Pretty incredible night. And again, I'm not clear whether the power has been restored. There was a message here saying Ukrainian army is in control of the power plant to the east of the city. Guessing this is a hydropower plant. Might be wrong. I know here. Matt, I don't know where the world would be without NATO. Yeah, it's kind of it's easy to say to point out issues with NATO now, but you know, yeah, where would the world have been without NATO? Maybe that war would just be much more common. If it seems like the threshold for a major war was increased between two nations that have more parity in terms of military capability, but almost when you get over that threshold, there's less support for that nation. Thanks, Corey. And the kind of point that Russia was making in the statement is that it's really the USA who controls NATO, and I think the USA do contribute the biggest budget. I think every member of NATO is meant to contribute a minimum of 2% GDP to defence. Yeah, I've never been able to filter actually. It's all I got. Looks like he's heading for a refuel. F-16 is going for a refuel. Perceptus, Russia and China hate NATO because they don't control it. It's if the normal order of things has been that it's strange how if Russia is prepared to not play by that rulebook. Remember that the Football World Cup was in Russia 4 years ago, Champions League this year, Russian GP, other events, etc. Seat at the table, you know, G7, etc. And it's prepared to just disengage from that over this invasion to Ukraine. I can't feel the need for it. But again, there's lots of potential reasons. I don't know, Daniel. Actually, I don't know. But the U.S. Air Force has a constant presence here. Check these. Yeah, lots of pictures being circulated now of the damage to like residential blocks overnight. I can't. It's hard to tell. I don't think anyone can really know how the war is really going because you don't know what the plans of Russia were. I don't know. Plane in Ukraine, 6 corners southwest. Good spot. Again, interesting that it's squawking. I think this might be the same airport where we saw the previous plane or helicopter, I can't remember. Obviously, this is a huge territory, and I'm not sure. Probably one of the last places that Russian military would get to. Rex, always remember the truth first, catch any war. Yeah, information is a weapon as well. And we'll definitely see it with this tower block. I think it's going to be reported on and then counter-reported on, etc. Yeah, we saw it. I think it's popped off transponder. So if you're joining us now, there's 728 people watching. We've been streaming since yesterday evening, and where we were is well, we streamed with 2 nights in a row actually. But essentially last night we were following and watching and listening to Russian troops advancing into Kyiv, but it didn't seem like it wasn't an armoured column. It wasn't a sustained amount of fire they were taking. It was sporadic, but intense. Anti-aircraft fire as well. And it seemed to stop as dawn broke, but as dawn broke, there looked to be a blackout. And then we saw the footage from the Ukrainian president this morning walking around saying he's there. He'd rejected a airlift out from the US. And that's where we are. And I kind of felt like this would be an important day for democracy and not democracy, diplomacy and statements. But I haven't seen any statements come out. So it feels like both sides have really, there's been a lot of exchange of fire and casualties, no doubt, on both sides. Like heavy casualties, no doubt, on both sides. This would be a good time to go to the table. Yeah, I've got tea, I've got my strepsils. My throat is destroying me, so I think that's the strepsil, not this tea. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream. I will never ever forget it. I'll never forget. I was watching this footage and listening to it throughout the night, hearing the air raid sirens in the morning, and sharing it with all of you, and having, I think, probably the most respectful chat on YouTube that you can get for this kind of coverage. Apologies. This is not what I do normally. Normally I race. I sit here and race, but yeah, I'll never forget it. And if you're watching wherever you are in the world, and we saw people say earlier where they're watching from, you have felt like you are powerless and you feel like you would like to do something or be engaged, hopefully the stream has been a place where you definitely have been able to be engaged. and maybe that's reassuring in a way, or takes your mind off it, or you don't feel alone or anxious or guilty or scared. I don't know. So if you feel any of those things unhappy, and big thanks to all of you for and we've 100% we've had the best chat on YouTube. There's loads of other streams you can go to now, and if you find a better chat than this, then let me know. Maybe we'll pick it up. I don't know. I haven't slept for over a day, so I'm gonna have a little nap, and maybe we'll pick it up. I don't know. But if we don't, it was a very special moment, and we're definitely all engaged in this. Yeah, I'm a racing streamer. So don't subscribe unless you want to see me race. If you want to see me race, then feel free to subscribe. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone. I don't know your faces. I don't know your names. I don't know who you are. But I feel that we connected here, and we asked questions on both sides, and we thought, well, what do we think? And I definitely don't have any agenda one way or the other. I just want to ask questions and think about things and try and apply logic, and maybe the logic is biased, but we talk about it. I don't know. But yeah, thanks so much, everyone. My voice broke there. Maybe I was getting a bit emotional. Thanks so much. Stay safe, and